May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and welcome to the Buddothpada evening Dhamma talk. First of all, let's all pay our homage at Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse's feet, our noble friend, our spiritual teacher, for encouraging us to share our experiences in this 24-hour English Buddothpada Dhamma platform. And Aryan Mahansa, we cannot express our gratitude to you for all your efforts to share this beautiful message of true Dhamma with the entire mankind. So, as we remind every day, this is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. 2600 years ago, Gautama Buddharachanan Wahanse, with all perfections being completed, I mean, with so much of sacrifices uh, towards attaining Buddhahood. So, in Jataka stories, we have heard how many eons or kalpas has he completed perfections in order to attain Buddhahood. It was not an easy task to awaken that wisdom of Buddha, to relieve the sufferings of the entire mankind, because as we know, he had the opportunity even in the Dipankara Buddhachanan Wahanse's period. He was a committed ascetic, and he could have become an fully enlightened one. Perfect enlightenment, tranquility, or arahanthood was not a big challenge for him at that time, even. But he, through perseverance, he wanted to attain Buddhahood, to relieve the sufferings of all sentient beings who are a part of this deadly current of samsara, or cycle of life and death. So today also, as usual, let's discuss some Dhamma point that would help us to progress in this path. So I would like to discuss how one can uh, come to know whether he or she is in the right path. So every day we discuss these points. So there was a little disturbance. And yes, now what I would like to discuss today is how can someone know whether he or she is in the right path? So, after Lord Buddha has recommended a beautiful path for any practitioner, any person who looks for Dhamma, there is a clear-cut path. It comprises of three stages as Satya, Krutya, and Kruta. So, Satya, that is listening to the Buddhist philosophy or listening to sermons or understanding the Buddhist philosophy. So, in other words, the theory. This is very important for someone to step into the path actually. Although we say with this first phase, someone steps into the path, Lord Buddha himself says if someone uh, work, works hard or try his or her best to listen to true Dhamma, by listening alone he can get rid of defilements which is equal to the mm, compared to the huge cliff of Mahameru or Mahameru Parvata. So, if we compare the defilements through a metaphor, by listening to true Dhamma alone, one can eradicate defilements equal to that huge cliff of Mahameru or the mountain of Himalaya, in other words. So, what is left after the first phase would be something like a few stones, if we give it metaphorically, few stones that one can hold in the hand. So, that metaphor helps us to understand the importance of listening to true Dhamma. In Buddhist philosophy, it is explained as gaining Srutamaya Jnana or wisdom that arises through listening. So, this cannot be uh, ignored. Simply, this is the basis of the path. So, listening to true Dhamma, at this moment, Aryan Mahanse's very words telepathizes into me. You should not listen to Dhamma as if you listen to songs of well-known singer H.R. Jyotipala, late H.R. Jyotipala. That is just for the sake of entertainment or just to pass time. You should see the Dhamma points through yourself. You should involve in penetrative insight then and there. While listening to Dhamma, the penetrative insight happens. So that is the correct way to uh, progress in the path actually. So listening to true Dhamma, I need to mention the opportunities available for you at this point. In Buddothpada main website, which is buddhothpado-dhamma.com, actually www.buddhothpado-dhamma.com website, there are about more than 10,000 sermons. They are categorized under different topics. So many sermons based on basics of Buddhist philosophy, then next level. These sermons are categorized according to the topic as foundations of mindfulness, or how to practice renunciation, or how to um, understand the Buddhist philosophy, or the sermons done through perfect wisdom, advanced sermons. So anybody can find sermons to suit his or her capacity, and then from then onwards he or she can proceed. And Wisdom of Asia, uh, and the other thing I want to remind is these sermons are available in three languages. Actually, Zoom discussions are available in recordings of Zoom discussions where Dhamma points are discussed are available in three mediums: English, Tamil, and Sinhala. And most of the sermons are in Sinhala and English. So then that is to pass this message over to the world. Lord Buddha didn't restrict this Dhamma only to a certain community who speak a particular language, or a certain social class who can understand English and languages, few languages, and who have the exposure to the world. No, this Dhamma is basically for anyone who actually has got a sign of suffering, because some people actually they are unable to feel the suffering that they experience. They think all these wealth, educational qualifications, family background, then luxuries, family bonds. I mean, having a good family circle, friend circle, are like fun, and they are perfect happiness, but they are not wise enough to see the burning or see that suffering in them. So, if, luckily, if at some point, if someone has felt fear of death, maybe because death is inevitable, then as Prince Siddhartha, having all the luxuries, all the comforts, decided to leave the palace, seeing the truth of life. What? The fact that people suffer due to illnesses, seeing a patient or disease and dead body, all are subjected to death, seeing a deceased person, then seeing uh, an old person who is like a ghost, like shaking with, I mean, who is unable to control his body even, and someone who has let go of everything and chosen the uh, renunciation, a monk. Similarly, if you have at some point got some sign of suffering, if you want to look for perfect tranquility, such a person would definitely step into the path. First, you should have a need, you should understand why uh, why you should look for Dhamma. You should know, but not just as another wave in the society, like a rat race. Meditation, 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 or insight, penetrative insight. Just because others do, you do. No, that is not the point. But that's why Aryan Hanse says it is very easy for a person who has ex- who has got the first hand experience of suffering to uh, realize them. That first hand experience, when I say that it is so tricky, we all have the first hand experience of suffering, because at the moment the stimulus become real, the suffering is there. But in mundane world we have learned certain categories of suffering, like poverty, illnesses, separation from loved ones, losing family, friends, losing property. So such obvious suffering, I mean, suffering in the mundane world. So at least that, I mean, can be the driving force for someone to step into Dhamma path. So you are lucky actually if you have the first hand experience, because if we think about Buddha period, Sunita was a scavenger or garbage collector probably. Sopaka, a, a parentless child, desperate child. Angulimala, someone actually fooled by his own teacher due to out of jealousy, and a murderer. Then there was a prostitute, a domestic servant. So they didn't come from a certain social class. So they realized it, and I think some a servant called Rachumala took the message to the the mistress of the house as a servant. So this is for the fortunate and wise, not for uh, so-called upper class people or privileged people. Even now, if we think about the Dhamma friends who have like listened to Dhamma for quite some time, including myself, we have like faced certain traumatic situations in life. So if I talk about me personally, I lost my husband at the age of 42, and you wouldn't believe, uh, having lost my husband on 20th February, I sorry, having lost my father on 29th of January, I loses my husband on 20th of February. That is within 3 weeks, just 3 weeks. The closest two males, two closest males of the family. And then in 3 years' time, my mother passed away. And I had just two sisters. They all, they both of them left the country. So you can imagine, I mean, it's not a big deal, but still that if you talk about loneliness, I am the best example, because even right now I have two sons. You wouldn't believe, all are away from me, like not even in this country. In that sense, I'm all by myself. So, I mean, so so it is very kind of easy for us to understand this message, because you all have such experiences. maybe separation from loved ones, maybe losing a job, maybe losing property, and you don't have to lose anything. If you are wise enough, you can identify the suffering in the single stimulus, that suffering, subtle level suffering. When the stimulus becomes real, there is a dire need to keep it as it is. That is the burning that we talk about in Buddhist philosophy. So far, I was talking about the suffering in terms of the mundane perspective. However, you are fortunate if you feel that there is suffering this life, and at least if you have the fear of death. Now, I told about my personal traumatic experiences, but before that, actually, you wouldn't believe if I say this. Probably when I was like 4 to 5 years old, we had a relative of actually one of my father's aunts to look after us. She was the one who cooked and everything was done by her. So she always talked to me. I was the eldest of the family, talking to me about telling me about the death, and after death there's a tendency that you would go to the hell, there's a tendency that you would go to heaven, however death happens even. So I was really scared. I remember I was going behind all our thoughts, but still it's important to share these experiences also. There was a time that I was going behind my parents, asking them not to die, not to die. Please don't die, please. So that much of, I mean, as kids, we were really scared of death, and that is still I am grateful to that old lady. It is because of her I got the fear of death. Then and there, I decided. Actually, it was funny. I strongly decided I would achieve things in my life, and then I would look for the man and the suffering before death, because we were unaware that existence is just 17 chitakshanas or split second. We were talking about this lifespan which runs for like 70 years, 75 years. That is so, however, not to be born again. That determination was there from the childhood. Didn't know about Dhamma, just alms givings, all pujas, went to temple, Sunday school, and normal, ordinary um, activities, religious activities were done. But still, within there was a need to end the sufferings in the life cycle, because I was so scared of death. So we all at some point um, have encountered certain traumatic experiences. So that itself is the best qualification to step into the Dhamma path. And the guarantee of Gautama Buddharajanan Vahanse, the guarantee given by him, whoever steps into the path will naturally proceed. And even if that person faces the death of the mundane world, with the next birth, the person will continue on the path. So now we know, just imagine you may have a lot of qualifications, high, advanced level, first degree, master's degree, then MPhil, So PhD. Then probably I know of people who have 5, 6 degrees. We have put in lot of effort to secure these degrees. But with the last breath, everything is everything will be invalid. But if you have made some little progress in Dhamma path, there is a guarantee that you would continue from that level, even if you happen to be born again. So that assurance is there. Whoever would give such an assurance except Gautama Buddhacharya once. He disclosed the Dhamma, then he showed the path, and he assured that this will happen if you proceed in the path. So, first thing is you should have a need to end the sufferings. You should understand that suffering happens due to self-view or self-perception that happens in Satyajnana part, wisdom of truth or knowledge of truth that comes by listening, comes through listening to sermons. And when you listen more and more, that wisdom arises, the wisdom to see the truth of the stimulus. Because in the Buddhist philosophy, the basic principle, basic Dhamma point is there is no existence whatsoever. We cannot talk about the existence of anything personal or inanimate, animate. They are just projections of the sense faculties. Existing elements, existing people are mere projections. But beautifully, we create our world by assigning names, by thinking. By thinking, it's a tree, it's a patient, it's a monk, it's a baby, it's a house, it's a hotel, it's this country, that country. So many labels. Once this label is formed, it is forever. So every day I remind this example of Lord Buddha, the metaphor of Lord Buddha. If you see sorry, if you see the stem pattern of a single mango leaf, it is applicable to all mango leaves. Once milk is converted to ghee, it cannot be reconverted to milk. What does it mean? Once the sound and color gets entangled as the shirt, as the country, as an instrument, whatever, what not, drum, melodica, stethoscope, chalk, building, classroom, main street, whatever, the sound you hear, the image pops up, isn't it? Am I right? Just try. Skirt, shirt, Australia, England, America, Iran, Donald Trump, Sentosa Island. London Eye, Big Ben. Don't you see the image? You do. So just like ghee cannot be converted to milk, this name form combination is inevitable. Once formed, once introduced, it's always the mother. Once introduced, it's always the teacher. So seeing the truth is very important. Now, after attaining Arahanthood, theatrically, what happens is everything happens as before. But since he fully, thoroughly, without a single, I mean, doubt, small, even little doubt, the person knows that there is nothing except the illusions, except the concepts. Don't need to say illusions. Everything is everything is just concepts. Isn't this knowledge enough for someone to get rid of suffering? Get rid of this attachment or get rid of that aversion, not just attachment, aversion too. Aversion is a kind of burning, kind of self perceptions and way that the perception is manifest. So it's extremely important that they are just concepts. So why do we crave for concepts? Why do we long so much for concepts? If you cry because of your ex-husband, ex-lover, lost father, lost mother, lost child, lost property, fully condemned vehicle, what are they? Aren't they mere concepts? They are only concepts. You will realize it gradually. If you think you are running, you are running. That image arises. If you think you are flying, that image arises. If you think you are swimming, you do so. So isn't it interesting to know the real nature of phenomena? So I gave another metaphor of Buddhachanan Vahanse. If one sees the stem pattern of a single mango leaf, it is applicable to all other leaves. So how are these projections, thoughts, or stimuli arise? It is the synchronization of vibrations of similar frequencies initiated by a single sense faculty and then strengthened with the inputs of all sense faculties, giving rise to mind consciousness or mental faculty. So that is the truth. So whenever that annoying thought, irritating thought, or exciting thought, whatever you can label the thoughts even, rises. If you identify it as a thought, if you have yatha bhuta jnana and mindfulness, yoniso manasikara, actually wise attention,
Yoniso Manasikara, the skill to contemplate then and there as the true nature of thought formation. Yata Bhutanyan, the wisdom of real nature of phenomena. Those thoughts will lose power. Your ex-husband's image will disappear gradually. Bothering image. Bothering image of your lost mother, father, husband, wife, child will disappear because there are no children, no entities, no properties, no vehicles in the mind. Mind is just arising and ceasing. So this is the core of Buddhist philosophy. You have to listen to true Dhamma sermons. You have to contemplate them with commitment. And when you see this truth, you will definitely experience the tranquility that we talk about in Buddhist philosophy. Because you liberate from the thought then and there, tatra tatra vipassati. So penetrative insight is using yata bhutanyana and wise attention to see through the stimulus to alleviate the burning. That is the self-perception, in other words. And tatra tatra vipassati, you liberate when you have yata bhutanyana and uh, yata bhutanyana and uh, yoniso manasikara, you definitely liberate. So tatra tatra vipassati, when you liberate from each and every stimulus, that meditative state, samadhi, vipassana samadhi arises. Vipassana kanika samadhi arises, leading you to end the sufferings forever, to end the cycle of life ending. So all this happened with wisdom of truth, listening to truth. So what is this next phase of the path? Krutya jnana. There is a beautiful practical approach introduced by Buddothpada Aryan Mahansi. In chains and liberating from the external reality, liberating from the mind, experiencing action mind or Kriya Siddha, experiencing non-soul nature. Actually, if you are wise, you see that you never lived. It is the system. We think we learn, we develop skills, we develop attitudes. No, it is the system, only the system. Now, if you go to a country, just imagine you go to a country like, let's say, Singapore, the MRT system, the metro system, the most complicated, most advanced transportation system. Now there are 6 lines, I mean, purple, red, yellow, green, blue, to travel all around the country on metro. So the system takes some time to absorb that. It's not you learning something. It was obvious that it's a system that catches the proper way to give to the escalators, or proper way to lean on the railings, or proper to choose the proper line to travel. It's the system only. It's not you. It's not the person. The person, when you practice this Dhamma, it becomes self-evident to you. Even flying becomes a beautiful experience for someone who is in the path. So we cannot consider this path very small and simple. Its repercussions, its outcome is really alleviating the sufferings. Because when I started the sermon, I said, today we are going to look at how one can know whether he or she is in the path. Of course, there will be noticeable changes in the level of defilements, in the way you interact with people, in the way you analyze things, in the way uh, your outlook towards the country's socio-economic policies or socio-political setup. So you will realize how everything happens without burning. At that point, you will be surprised about your own experiences. So, the second phase, of course, is what I told as this Yoniso Manasikara and Yata Bhutanyana. You maintain your awareness or mindfulness just to liberate from the thought or the stimulus. So, as you go ahead in the path like this for quite some time, what happens is this contemplation will also not be there. This Yata Bhutanyana and Yoniso Manasikara won't be big, won't be a big deal actually. Naturally, you will liberate from each and every stimulus, because you know how the magic is performed by the illusory mind consciousness, how uh, it mixes up all previous data taken from six sense faculties and gives you the feeling, this is your mother who gave birth to you, who looked after you in the childhood, who sent you to school, who was behind you all the time. So that strong perception gives us the feel that mother was there. Mother was there for some time. Sometime she looked out and all of a sudden she left the world. So that is pure ignorance. So in the third phase, Pruthak phase, what happens is that contemplation, active contemplation wouldn't be there, but still you will liberate from each and every stimulus. So seeing the truth of the stimulus, that is contemplating that it is just synchronization of vibrations, and then maintaining the awareness or mindfulness to identify each and every stimulus. Make sure that you do not get caught in any stimulus. So when this become a daily life skill, that much absorbed into the system, not a person's skill. System, when the system absorbs it, you are you don't have any dhamma point or any method, any you don't use it as a weapon, but you will feel lot of relaxation, lot of tranquility within you. That's what Aryan Mahansi always says. Solitude among a huge crowd. Solitude, experiencing solitude in the midst of a big crowd. That is internal tranquility. So these of course we are not expecting anything, but it will happen for sure. So ending sufferings in this Gautam Buddha Sasana itself is not a dream. It was not a dream. Actually, it was a dream. It was a dream because dependent origination Paticca Samuppapada also ran for two lives, two more lives. But now the proper path is available. First point is to make sure that everything is thoughts. Now we now can practice it. The bulb, I think it's a bulb. Actually not I. The mind consciousness arises. Bulb together with all data, previous data. Dressing table, just name and form. So it becomes self-evident. The fact that everything is a thought will become self-evident. Then the thought, whether the thought is true, no, what is the thought? Sound color combination. When it is fully convinced, one liberates from the mind as well. Then what is left is the action mind or the kriyasita, that involuntary actions. You experience as if everything happens as if a robot system. So when you when you walk on the path more and more, the tranquility will go up and you will definitely realize the mental relaxation one should experience when one knows there is nothing in the stimulus. That is the emptiness that we talk about. That is the shunyatavya we talk about in Buddhist philosophy. Nothingness with everything means no defilements, no burning. That's the nothingness. No burning. What is to be burned for if everything is concepts? So this Dhamma is self-evident, timeless, and will remain in the world for another 2400 years. According to Lord Buddha's determination, many more generations of people will end the sufferings by making use of the Dhamma of Gautama Buddha Sasana. So gradually we have reached the end of today's Dhamma talk. Once again, Thiruvan Saranayaren wants to pay our homage at your feet. May the noble Triple Gem bless you and see you at the same time tomorrow. Thiruvan Saranayaren.
In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpada. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. Let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpada on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. May I pay homage at your feet. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dhamma friends. One has to feel this Dhamma. Janato passato. In other words, who sees this Dhamma should feel it as well. One should feel when the soul is arising, when the soul is arising within. For this, we have to be true to ourselves, because our mind, it is cheating. It is cheating us always. So the mind could say, I can feel it now. But it could be the illusion of the mind. So the mind is like that. But this Dhamma, it penetrates the illusion, which means it actually sees through the illusion. You can say it goes beyond the illusion with wisdom. So it's just like catching the magician who is performing the magic. So one has to see through this illusion and catch the magician. It's actually an internal transformation which you feel it. So what do you have to feel? You feel that this world you see, you hear, smell, taste, or feel, or think is not real. It is a sense creation, an illusionary world. If you take a child just born, we call the radiant mind. Does he have a world? No, he does not have a world yet. But he also has eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body, isn't it? Though he could feel that something is there, still he can't identify it. So if you have small children, you can observe. So, but even he does not know about the world. The baby cries, baby smiles. So later he turns a head, moves the head around. He also moves the head around towards a sound. So he cries when he is not comfortable. He also feels the pain when the needle is pricked. He sucks the milk when hungry. So he can move the hands and legs. But what we have to know is, all this happens automatically, isn't it? All the actions happen automatically. So the baby does not give any name to it. No names are attached. He does not know the parents, siblings, country which is born, grandparents, or whoever comes to visit him. He only knows to smile when he is comfortable. Most of the time, the baby is asleep, isn't it? And he cries when he is hungry or uncomfortable. So we can see a system is working. We are the ones who say the baby is smiling, he must be happy because he is not hungry now, or the baby is crying because he is hungry or uncomfortable. But does the baby know it? No, he does not know it. We say it because we have seen babies do this previously, isn't it? So we know what to do when a baby cries. So it is very important to identify this radiant mind because we also came from that end. So if we deeply contemplate on this and listen to our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa's explanations, we understand that this is a vibration of the zygote, the self vibration. And this is the story of one vibration, which is just like a small current. So without this current, the system does not work. So this system, it actually starts when the first breath, with the first breath, the baby takes. So this first breath is very important because only with that the system starts to work. So if we talk about this first breath, a bit more about this first breath, it is often triggered by the sudden change of the temperature, light and the environment, because it is a new environment for the baby. So with the first breath, the baby's system, especially lungs, the circulatory system, starts to work. What I wanted to highlight here is that all these are happening naturally. It's a natural process. So what happens if the baby does not take the first breath? Then the doctors taps on the back, isn't it? So then the baby starts to cry. So then only the machine starts to work. But later, what happens? The baby starts to crawl, sits, stands, walk, and falls sometimes. And again he stands up and walks. So all this happens automatically, isn't it? The baby does not say, "Look, I am walking. I can sit now." So likewise, he does not say anything. He simply does the actions only. But we say, "Baby is walking now. Baby can sit now." Likewise. So what happens when the child starts to communicate? Obviously the parents will call him Baba. So he will call himself Baba as well. So automatically he also calls himself Baba. There is no self. There is no me or no soul. So he says, Baba wants the toy, or else Baba wants the cup, Baba wants to drink, and pointing towards the toys and the cup. The things are slowly creating. He has the existent feeling. So when the parents say, Baba, bring the cup, now he can identify the cup, isn't it? So likewise, slowly the objects are creating. So also, usually the mother, she shows herself and say, Amma, Amma, say Amma. So the baby says the word Amma. So the mother is so happy because the baby has said Amma. But that also a natural process. Say you take the baby to the garden, say the baby is about 7-8 months old, and show a crow and say kaka or kaka and repeats it. So the next time baby imitates that, the same sound, and say kaka, isn't it? So likewise, the sounds are introduced. All these are perceptions. So then the child goes to the Montessori. More and more colors and sounds are introduced. Red, yellow, blue, green. So day by day, more and more objects are added. More and more colors and sounds are added. Now the baby can identify color pencil, pencil box, lunch box, desk, chair, teacher, friend, pictures, and so on, isn't it? And when the child goes to the garden and looks around, the teacher points out to a Aralia tree and say, this is the Aralia tree. The flower is called Aralia. And the color of the flower is white. And she might pluck the flower and give it to the child's hand and say, feel the petals. It is soft. Smell it. It has a nice smell. Likewise, the image of the Aralia tree is created in the child's world. So say the child has gone home, and when he closed the eyes, he get the image of the Aralia flower, isn't it? The softness of the petals, the smell, the nice fragrance, a solid image of the Aralia flower is there creating, isn't it? Ditta, Sutta, Mutta. So all the senses merge into make this image of the Aralia flower. But we know the teacher only gave the sound of the Aralia flower. If we analyze this further, say the teacher says the children to write about the mother. Say there are about 30 children in the class. So the children will think and write about their prospective mothers, isn't it? Each and every one of the children, they have their individual words created by the senses. Say the teacher says, write a poem about your pet. So again, the 30 children in the class, they will write accordingly to their mental image of the pet, isn't it? So some would write about a cat, a dog, a rabbit, a parrot. Likewise, they have different individual worlds. So likewise, imagine a classroom in China, Russia, Germany, Poland, or any other country in the world. Even though the senses are the same, they will have a different set of names. So if we take the cat, so in Sri Lanka we call the pusa or balala. But in Chinese, the cat is called meow. In Russian language, cat is called koshka. Likewise, they have given different sounds to the same animal. So what happens if a Sri Lankan child is taken to China, for example? He will talk and think in the Chinese language. So these all are perceptions. But there is no sound in a perception. But to understand this, we have to contemplate with wisdom, isn't it? Everything is a perception. So when we talk about the light perception, there are two. There is no light in the light perception. This perception becomes the consciousness, sanyamai vijnane. With the mind consciousness, one can identify the objects. Say, if you keep some gold near a baby, a radiant mind, will he identify it? Will he say, oh, this is gold and I should protect it, otherwise someone will take it, so I should hide it? He will never say that, isn't it? He doesn't know even what is it. Even an elephant comes there, the baby won't know about it. If you read about the story of Mowgli, it's a story. Mowgli, when he was a baby, he was lost in the jungle. And a wolf mother raised him with the baby wolves, gave him milk, gave him protection. So when he grew up, he thought he's one of the wolf family. And he became friends with a bear and a tiger as well. He's not scared of them because he was raised in the jungle. He also communicates with the animals. Though this is a story, we can get something out of it, isn't it? So likewise, the radiant mind baby, he does not know what is gold. He does not give any value to it. It is a perception. Imagine you are dreaming while you are sleeping. Your eyes are closed. So how do you see a dream? So those are perceptions, only vibrations. So the film you were watching when you were awake, it is just continuing. So if we take another example, the baby who is crawling might keep his hand on fire because it is bright and he might burn the hand. But when he gets older, someone might tell that if you hold your hand to fire, you will burn yourself. So now the child, as soon as he sees a fire, he knows that he would get burned. It is also a perception. So in other words, perception is a vibration, a current. So another example, if there's a continuous lightning in the sky, it creates a light, isn't it? This is a vibration. This vibration gives a power. So likewise, in our eye, the same thing happens. So billions of vibrations happens speedily in the eye, just like the continuous lightning in the sky, creating various images. This is creation due to vibration. So if one is blind, the eye vibration won't happen, isn't it? So we say he can't see. Say a child is colorblind. How does that happen? It means that the child's eye does not vibrate to certain types of colors. So this we have to contemplate. Lord Buddha said, "Eye is your world, and the birth of your eye is your birth." But actually, we take the birth of the baby, it's from the mother. We take it as the birth of the baby, isn't it? But Lord Buddha says, birth of the eye is your birth. So which means, once you identify your thing, it is your birth. Yatha bhutang pajanati. It means, when one sees with wisdom how this creation happens, isn't it? So how does animals see the world? Animals have different sense of faculties. For example, cats and dogs, they see blue and yellow shades. But red and green, they are colorblind. Whales and dolphins, they see shades in grey. So nocturnal animals, they often lack color receptors. They detect the light. If we take a rabbit, they see shadows of blue and green. So if we take a snake, they don't have a color vision. They have a special sensor to detect the heat. So likewise, it is very interesting, isn't it? The animal world is different and they experience the world differently from the humans. But they also survive in the environment, isn't it? So all are vibrations. In other words, a telepathy system works. For example, when light waves resonate with eye sensor, the eye begins to vibrate. So likewise, each sensory organ function by resonating with the corresponding form of the vibration. So likewise, the eye vibrates to light, ear vibrates to sound, tongue vibrates to taste, nose vibrates to smell. The body feels touch and pain is through vibrations. And the mind processes all these vibration as a mental formation, mental image. But we have to know that all in one vibration. Ditta, Sutta, Mutta. So all the sensor vibrations merge and create the mind vibration. So this mind vibration is what we experience as the mind consciousness. So it is how the child's mind sensor is created. And with that, there is a duality. So which means the external world seems to exist and the self who sees it also is created. So this existent field and the alive field, it's like two sides of a coin, which gives rise to attachments or disattachments. So example, the child could say, this pencil is mine. That's my mother. My father is at work. This money is mine. I hate you. Oh, I love you. Because we take this external world as real, isn't it? So the friends, houses, parents, siblings, teachers, computers, phones, anything, even a feeling, jealousy, hatred, everything is a creation. It is happening in the system. In other words, it is an illusion. It is the illusion. So this illusion gives rise to the defilements, desires, ill will, jealousy, and all that. What happens with that? It will ultimately leads to the suffering. So in other words, as long as the external world is real to you, you will have the suffering. It is inevitable. So this suffering could be due to a broken cup, to a loved one who died. For example, Patachara Kisagotami, they took the outside world as real. So in that world, there is a husband, children, parents, houses, and everything. Also, there is a strong self or me who is suffering. What actually we wanted to highlight is that how much the outside world is real to you, the suffering is more, and the self is more powerful. But once you know how the world is created with senses, and once you know this is a stimulation world, you will also understand that there is actually no one called me either. No self, no soul. It is a system. So where is this me actually? Is it in the body or is it in the mind? So imagine this me is in the body. So can you prevent any sicknesses? Even a small headache, stomach ache, body ache, a knee pain, or heart attack, cancer? No, you can't. So imagine you are walking barefoot. So you prick a stone. You feel the pain. Can you stop it? No, you can't. Likewise, during the COVID time, we could see how the people died, isn't it? No one could stop it. There was no cure either. It didn't matter, or rich or poor, adults, children, which religion, from which culture, which country. Nothing mattered, isn't it? So where was this self? So it is a natural process. So definitely we can't find this me in the body. So if you have met with an accident, you might have to amputate your leg or the arm. So there is also no self there, isn't it? So what about the mind? Imagine we are trying to do some concentration meditation, focusing on breathing. So say you have gone for a retreat in another place, far from your home. Can you stop the thoughts coming? You might be sitting there, but the mind might be back at home, isn't it? So different questions will come to your mind. How are the children doing? Have they gone to school today? Did they eat? Did I lock the cupboard? What about the gas? Did I switch off the iron? And so on and so on. So, what about the meditation? So you might have these experiences. So here also you can see how much you try to avoid or skip the thoughts. It will come back again and again, just like a rubber ball which comes out of the water once you take the hand out. Say somehow you are sitting there, but after some time you might feel a back pain or a knee pain, a leg pain, headache, or numbness of your feet. So again your thoughts go on wandering. You might even feel like changing position because your feet legs are numb. So is there a me anywhere? No, it is a system. But when you see something or hear, smell, feel, taste or think, you feel like you are there. So how can we find this invisible me? So this is the most difficult part in this path, isn't it? Is there actually a soul, or is it also a creation? So we'll find out how this soul pops up. Say you observe seal every poor day and you sit in the same place. Imagine. So every month you sit in the same place. So one day when you go there, you see that another, say someone else is sitting there in your place. So what would you feel? You will feel irritated, isn't it? You will feel the anger is rising. It is burning inside. So you feel it within you. So that's the power. Like an electric current, you will feel it. It is the soul. So this me or the soul is this fire which was created. So this fire was created towards that particular stimuli, isn't it? So if we further contemplate on this creates due to a speed. Just like the way light and sound also a creation. So likewise, the senses creates the system. A system is functioning. So to eradicate the defilements, we have to go to the root of it, isn't it? So our noble friend Buddothpada explains the root or the foundation lies on the power of the zygote. That is the samsaric circle. So you can listen to more about this, how this zygote power is created in Buddothpada sermons. So our noble friend Buddothpada Aran Vahansa explains it wonderfully through super wisdom. So if we come back to the creation of thoughts, the thoughts are also created the same way like the gravity power, electricity power. So which means when there are two different endings, it generates power. So is the mind power is also created the same way. Two different entities creates power. So Lord Buddha in Majjhima Sutra has explained this, how this power is created. So the I is created due to this speedy vibration. Vibration is a power. Soul also a vibration power, a current. So as in the example, the senses work as usual, but if the stimulus becomes a thing, that is the soul. So for example, say we go on a trip and later once we come back, if we tend to think again and again about it, so the repeated vibrations gains power, and that power is the soul. It is something you feel. So when we say we are living, the liveliness, it is this current we are talking about. So we have to contemplate on this. So our noble friend Buddothpada Aran Vahansa highlights that there is no past memory. But then how do we remember things? So say if somebody calls and say, I'll bring you some apples. So now we know how this apple was created. In the Montessori level, the teacher shows a picture of an apple and gives the sound. This is the apple, A for apple. And the mental image was created. And when somebody says now that I will bring some apples, the sound vibration, the color vibration merge to create the new vibration, which is the apple. So it telepathizes. So the illusion of the apple was created during childhood, isn't it? With colors and sounds. So now when we say apple, it is a sound to the ear, color to the eye, smell to the nose, taste to the tongue. If we touch it, it is hard. So apple is created by all these senses. All these sensor vibrations merge into one to create the mind sensor. So even today, that particular vibration telepathizes. So if we take the example of the tuning fork, when one vibrates, the other tuning fork also vibrates. Just like the thundering occurs in the sky, the windows start to vibrate. So likewise, now when we say apple, the same theory applies. So likewise, when the sound apple comes, the image of the apple also appears. Or the image of the apple comes, the sound of the apple appears. Due to the speedy vibration, we feel like it is existing. Just like the example of fireball. When a fireball is rotating speedily, we actually don't see a separate fireball, do we? But we see a circle. So likewise, the mind illusion is such, it creates different types of images. So due to this speed, we feel like it is one. So likewise, the sense world is created with colors and sound. So it is a sense created world or a stimulation world, we call it. All are vibrations. So more the vibrations, we feel sad sometimes, we feel happy, we feel tired, because each and every thought feels like a burden. So what do we do when we want some freedom? Sometimes we try to isolate, to be alone. But if you don't understand the thoughts, it will be always there. Because the thoughts is a current, the mind power. So this current gives you tiredness, the boredom, the irritation, the stress, depression. That is where your soul is. So our noble friend explains, sound perception has no sound. Color perceptions has no colors, because it is a vibration. So then why do we feel that the apple is actually there? It's because the power, the vibration power. So because we feel like the apple is existing, we want more and more apples, a better apple, or maybe a red apple, or apple juice, and so on. Say if we want to buy a dress, we usually choose, isn't it, the color the brightness, the material, the print. So we choose until we are satisfied, isn't it? So likewise, all the 6 senses are the same. So say if we eat something, we want a better thing next time. Say we saw a film, so next time again we want to see it. Or we listen to another song, a new song, so we repeatedly want to listen to it. So likewise, the power is repeating. So what we have to understand here is, this is a system which happens automatically. So likewise, the soul is also created in this system. So once you know this is a system, and also know how it is created, we won't get caught to it, isn't it? We won't get caught to this illusion, because we know how the magic is created. So once you know the system, how the world is created by the 6 senses due to the speedy vibration, and when you see that there is nothing in a vibration, you will no longer get caught to this illusion, isn't it? So the one who sees through this illusion with wisdom, he is the one who is free from the mind. He no longer gets caught in this illusion. He finds the tranquility. Antojata Bahijata, which means there is a knot outside and there is a knot inside as well. So who is going to untie these knots? The one who has gone through this path and seen through this illusion with wisdom will untie all these knots. So our noble friend Buddothpada, who has gone through this path, has untied all the knots and now showing us the way to untie the knots as well. So it is our effort which is needed. A noble friend can only show us the way. So we have to contemplate and try to understand this one vibration, one thought, which means how the thoughts are created, how the soul is created. Is there actually a soul there? So this is the story of a one vibration. So if we see the structure of one mango leaf, so then you don't have to see the structure of each and every mango leaf. isn't it? So likewise, we have to understand only one thought. So if we take the example of the apple, if the apple becomes a thing, then you are born in that thought. So our birth or death is in one thought. So if you feel the fire, within in any stimulus which comes from any of the senses, then you are born in that thought, which means the power to the thought is there, and there your soul is. You are born in that thought. So if you are born in that thought, in that particular thought, there is a death as well. So even if you think of past, it is this moment thought. Even if you think of future, it is a thought in this particular moment. So we have only this present moment, isn't it? We have this present moment and we live in this present moment. And this present moment also not real. Then there's the solace. If any thought becomes real to you, that's where the soul is. That's where the defilements are, the vibration. So what we have to know is that thoughts naturally comes.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend, just a quiet seeing of it. And the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpada, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpada, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpada, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same. boundless love. Buddothpada, Ariayani, Buddothpada. Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light, you reawakened Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpada, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada, bright as the sun, may your holy work never be done. Buddothpada, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddothpada, loving and kind.
May Tripajum bless you all. Welcome everyone. Thank you, Aranansa, for your noble guidance. This 24/7 English Buddothpada Pure TV is actually Buddothpada Aranansa's plan. He wants to spread his experiences of Nibbana to everyone. So we are trying our best to give this philosophy properly, and so that you also can feel Buddha said, come and feel. That's all he said. He didn't say, he said the truth, but he said, come and feel. So does necessarily show you that you have to feel it, not just learn about it. It's not just another factor that you know you have to feel it. There are so many songs in Sinhala. So the Sinhala songs doesn't reach you because you might not understand Sinhala and not keen to understand a new language. But the English medium is closest to everyone in this time of the world. What is the big message that we are talking about? Is it big or it is small? Yeah. It's about nothingness, but not thinking about nothing. An important factor which brings the problems in this part is thinking. So yesterday, as I was doing a sermon, singer sermon, and mothers who have listened to them for some time comes into the Zoom and discuss about how they feel, they question. And when they question, we can feel that how Aranase answered and how he feels. And you can feel that they have the habit of thinking about Dhamma and not realize that the thinking actually is not true. Thinking is actually happening, it doesn't matter. Thinking is actually not true. In the sense, it's just production of sensory functions. And it's like a vibration. Just imagine you're thinking about the petrol prices. If you just now go to some topic. And you can go on thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking, isn't it? Yeah. And you might feel even worried about it too. what's the thing that we are actually understanding? If you understand that whatever we think, whether it's Dhamma, whether it's about this philosophy, whether it's about the Pratapatsya, whether it's about your family, whether it's about your financial situation, whether this is about your new illness, or whether it's about your own death, or whatever, it doesn't matter. Whatever you're thinking is not true. So the power of thinking should come down. But you fully realize that thinking is just another sensory function. Not that big a deal. Like the light, like the sound waves, like the light waves, like the touch waves. This is also another wave. Mind is actually another wave. Can you feel that? Yeah, you can. That's why you can even see everything in a dream. That's why you can think without making any sound. It's very, very important to understand that thinking with power, without power, this is the most difficult aspect of it, isn't it? What is this power, the burning? To feel that you feel that it's true. If you really feel that whatever you're talking is true, well, that's a bit, I would say, falling into the trap. When you understand this, you know, if you really feel, specifically if you really feel what our announcer says and what this Buddha status is, to feel that, to come there, this power of the mind should come down. How does the power of the mind come down? Well, by understanding how it is formed. That's all. You just know the magic. That's all. So magic doesn't become a magic anymore. So the power comes down. This extra power, which is felt as the mind is true, the thought is true. It is felt as thought is real. When it comes to that level, you can feel how weird that is. I could keep talking, but the poise not there. The the thing that it is taken as a thing. Talking. Even actions. You know that you are actually doing something. But it doesn't necessarily matter because you know how this self perception is coming from ignorance only. You know that the perception of walking, perception of eating, perception of riding, perception of vomiting, whatever. Self perception. Action can be involuntary. The actual thinking about that. Or actually understanding, even understanding what to do. You get up in the morning, you feel like having a tea. Yeah. How does that even come to your mind? They are all linked. They're habits. Perception, I mean, thinking, acting in the sense actually actions, talking. What can we do more than that? Of course, seeing function is there, listening function is there, touch function is there, temperature function is there. Yesterday in the discussion also, these 8 vibrations were discussed. Someone asked a question. Why we call it 8 vibrations is because of the 5 sensory organs. So don't worry. Because they have divided the touch, the skin, to several entities. You can even add any organ. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. Just imagine humans in the future added like another sensory organ part where they can feel the radar or they can feel the magnetic field, so they can feel the some form of any form, whatever. You start feeling that. You see how quickly it get adapted to feel that it is there. So when we come to understand this phenomena, that none of these perceptions are actually true, it's like a current. The mind is also like a current, and if you actually can feel this current, and you understand that it's the fast vibration of the sensory organs, whatever the organ, it doesn't matter if it's a thing, thought, it's thought. So if you actually understand that none of these actions, none of these talking, none of this thinking is not really true, it becomes less powerful, isn't it? Yeah. Power of the mind reduces. When the power of the mind reduces, it's actually getting easier for you to actually relax a bit. Not because you have fully realized the status, just because the power of the mind is less. You can feel this. When the power of the sensual world reduces, you can feel that. But the thing is, Sakayaditi, or the wrong vision, the thought that has arisen, that thinking that everything is felt here. Here is me, mine, I, me, mine, is the problem. That's the right. So the wrong view is the problem, not anything else. So what is the view that we have is everything is felt here. I feel, I can see, I can listen, I can touch, or touch is happening to me. That is how it is. It can be said. I'm touching something, or touch is happening to me. That's what they can say. So actually, is that true? It's very critical that you really understand this phenomena, because every phenomena come under one phenomena. What? There's no sir. So we are not actually trying hard to change any perception, or change any action, or change any words, or change anything in that sense. But what we are understanding is what is thinking. What is thinking? What is action? What is the action? What is action of walking? What does it mean? What is talking? What does it mean by seeing? What does it mean by listening or hearing? That's all you do. You don't actually do anything here. If you can actually fully get this, that you're not actually doing anything, it's very great, because otherwise your whole idea of Dhamma blocks the path. Idea of the, this truth or the philosophy, it can act as another thinking process, and can actually block the path, because it is now felt as a thing. So any thinking is not actually there. What is there though? It's like a perception, whatever you're thinking or whatever your actions. So imagine driving. So driving is a mental picture. When you say, can you go and pick up son? Can you go and pick up son? You definitely know you have to drive in that situation. How does that happen? Picking up son. That's the mental picture, isn't it? Yeah, it has all the aspects in there. All the aspects in there. How to pick up the son. That's a perception. That's actually a perception. So, but it has so many meanings into that people can feel picking up my son or picking up son has so many aspects into it. None of this situation, none of this actual perception is not true. This is a bit difficult though. Because you realize, yes, why not? Why I am picking up my son? I have to pick up my son? That's what you thought. And then you actually physically thought to pick up, when to pick up the son. So what is the samaditi and what is the sakayaditi? What is the right view and what is the wrong view? There's no burning in that, in the sense, if there's no life field. So picking up son is a thought, isn't it? Yes. Is that thought true? No. It's like a perception. As soon as your wife or your mother tells you, please go and pick up your brother or go and pick up your son, as soon as these words are manifested, don't you get a mental picture of that? You do. And is that actually something which is there? No, it's creation. The importance is whether you're feeling it as real or not. This doesn't change quickly, so be patient. These perceptions are a bit tricky, okay? Now, but we all understand, okay, outside, we feel like the pineapple is there outside on the table. You can now understand it's a perception. What about the perception though? No, perception is just another vibration. That's why you feel it as there. When you feel it as there, what does that mean though? Is it actually there or what do you feel? This is where the flip or the change to the other side can happen. It's a fast vibration of the sensory organ that you feel if you're feeling something. Yeah. So if you fully really understand that the perceptions are nothing other than a vibration, that's what you feel. That's why you feel the chair is something, because it's a vibration. That vibration is actually an outcome of speed of the sensory organ. Really, if you really can feel this, you fully understand that there's nothing in this thought. Nothing in this thought. Nothing whatsoever in this consciousness even. Because all the consciousness is light consciousness. That is also vast vibration of the sensory organ. Mind consciousness, same thing. Vast vibration of the thought. But when you pierce one thought, you fully realize that there is nothing called self. Because self is not felt when the stimuli is not felt as a thing. Then what do you understand? Then what you really get is, it's like lightning. You get this properly. That there was never a self. Self is not felt when the stimuli is not a thing. Friends, this is really important. Really important. Self is not felt when this whatever the stimuli is not felt as a thing. But this is in the field side. To come to the field side, actually the power of this mind should come down. Just by understanding this, does that mean that you will not feel anything? The sensory functions will stop? No, 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 no. Nothing is going to happen. That's all. Every sensory organ will continue to work, but it's just not becoming a thing. That's all. It's not felt as a thing. What do you think? It's not that easy, isn't it? Yeah, it's not that easy. But it's not difficult either. Because if you understand this, becoming a thing is due to the ignorance, and you just fully realize what is happening. You fully realize what is happening. What do you mean? Well, the function of the system will continue because it depends on the sensory organ function. So it will just continue. But the burning will not be there. That's the only thing that is going to change. Burning is not going to be there. This doing something without burning, talking without burning, thinking without burning, seeing without burning, listening without burning, touching without burning, tasting without burning, smelling without burning. This is very tricky, you know. Yeah, what burning are you talking about? You might ask. Yes, it is a bit tricky because we didn't know that there was burning even. We didn't know that there was burning. So what happens there? Yeah, it's kind of a thing that you have to actually feel and see what is this. What do you mean by this? So if you pierce one thought, just imagine you just randomly, you feel that something is not actually true, then you might feel this. It can be any sound, it can be any form like seeing something, or it can be any touch, sensation. It is as if the sound is not heard in your ears. It is as it is, but the sound is there, but it is not yours. It's not your sound. It's a very, very important experience that you should experience. Because every time you hear something, it was felt as you are hearing as it. You are hearing it. If you feel something differently only, you will understand this phenomena. Is not actually felt here, just a sound. What was there was just only the sound. You can't understand that. Why the sound is there? Because sensory organ is working. This alive feel, or the feel that I am here, was due to the ignorance or the power of the stimulus. You get this right, this is great. And also there's some point that Aranasi tells all the time. You can't just say anything just because you have one thought which is not a thing, doesn't necessarily mean anything. It means that your system is fully aware about the no self angle or the non-vibration because you have felt it. Yes, no self perception is very strong because you have never felt it before, and that perception is going to actually widen the horizon. It is going to incorporate everything into that. But the defilements, what is called defilements? This is the burning of this sensory outcome, whatever the thought. So just feeling this non-vibration for once doesn't necessarily mean that all the defilements are gone. No. Still the strength of this stimuli, which as a habit is coming as a thing, is still there. So it has to go down. Definitely, Lord Buddha reassures you that it is going to go down, not increase anymore. So you can't get worse than human vibration. This vibration is not going to get worse from that point onwards. Well, if you keep experiencing these things, that these things are not a thing, any of these thoughts are not a thing, any of the perception is actually not a thing, or the consciousness is not a thing, this power is going to go slowly. But the most strongest ones become the point of contemplation. Why? They are very thick. You feel them. Like even though your self-view has broken, still you have to identify your vibration. Still, it doesn't necessarily mean that your point of contemplation is going to change. That's what Aaron Hansi asks every day from others. What's your point of contemplation? Is it your son? Is it your daughter? Is it your husband? Is it your wife? Is it your money? Is it your job? Is it your independence? Is it you? Anything. Usually it is, in the end, it is you, because in the end, that is what you feel as. But when the self-view is not there, you fully understand. It actually has nothing to do with any of these things. Just the habit of this vibration gives you this kind of power which is going to go down. So when you say defilements are coming down, the anything becoming a thing is going down. And that goes down anyway. Craving or rejection doesn't necessarily matter, does it? No. It has no place even. When you come to the field side, this defilements actually has no much of a place, because it's about whether you feel something or not. It comes to that level. What do you think? I wish you all come for the discussion, but there's only a few people coming to the discussions. It's weird that you all, even the if there's 24/7 Zoom discussions, there are people who actually try to discuss this as well. So it's good if someone can take some time to come to the 3 to 5 Sri Lankan time discussion. I think USA it is difficult, but other countries, USA, Canada, I think it is difficult. But I think other countries are it's not that difficult. So I wish people can come for the discussion and have the discussion about what is actually happening here. How are your defilements? I think ego can actually be an issue everywhere. What do you think? What do you think about your vibration? How is it now? Is it actually very high or very low or what? Have you even felt your own vibration? It's difficult to come to that feel unless the thickness of the mind is not there at that moment. And the perception is not a thing. It directly comes to the level of the vibration. And the vibration is just fast. Vibration of the sensory organ only. Why it was felt as a thing then, as me? Because of the ignorance. What else? Yeah, because of this vibration, misunderstanding is always there. And power is inevitable. You can't prevent the power. So if the vibration is there, power is there. But what happens when you synchronize to the non-vibration? What happens? You fully realize that the vibration was just another misunderstanding that happened. And non-vibration becomes a new normal. Non-vibration or the no self-perception becomes the new normal. And it becomes stronger. And actually, this fear of death, fear of losing this system, it's not there. That's how you can actually understand how this is actually, whether this is actually working. In any problem, it's as if you are, if problem is there, but you're not there. That's the best way to put it, because otherwise you might say, "Oh no, the problems are not coming." No, problems will continue to come. Seeing will continue to happen. Listening will continue to happen. Touch will continue to happen, but it is not felt as it's happening here. Very important to understand. That's all you lose. What do you lose? Is self-vibration or the no self-perception, which is there because of the ignorance, because of the vibration, because of this nature of the vibration. It was felt as something, the power was there because of that. Power is not there when you're fully aware that it's a vibration and it's a vibration of the sensory organ. It's nothing to do with the self, nothing whatsoever to do with the self. Self is just another thought which arises from baseless situation. How strong you feel about things, your suffering will be as strong as that. How strong you feel about things, your suffering is as strong as that. And people will be like, "What? So you're telling us to not to feel?" No, 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 no. This is all about the self vibration. But the other way around, it's taking the stimuli as real. If you know the magic, you still continue to act normally within this society. You continue to go to work. You continue, if you have to, continue to feed the children, cook something, clean the house. So how do you practice this? Because you have to fully realize that the outside, what you feel as trees are moving, sun is coming up, it's light. You can see the birds starting to move again. What did I say? You get the impression that it is a morning, isn't it? Yeah, but that's not a problem. That's not the problem. If you actually feel that these things are there, that is a problem. If you don't actually feel that, actually this side is gone, you can become the sun, you can become the tree, you can become the, it's a feel that you get. Some of the advances Deshana a long time ago in Sinhala medium. He just released that to YouTube. If you hear it now, he said a beautiful sermon called "There's Now Nothing Called Mine," and that was so beautiful. Do you get that? Yeah, there's nothing called mine. What is mine? Is a thought. Is the thought actually real? No, it's a perception. Is the perception true? No, it's a vibration. It's just another wave-like thing. Is that true? No, it's fast. Be fast. The speed of the sensory organ only. That's it. That's it. Can you feel that? Try to feel that. Day-to-day life. Just try to feel that. Touch something. It's your phone. You taste something. It's pineapple. But is it though? Touch something thing. Is that true? Or even that is, the touch itself is not true. It's a creation of the sensory function. Speed of the sensory organ. Then you might feel the non-vibration. You might feel the vibration, full vibration at that point when it comes to the feel and also the non-vibration. This is very important for the no self-perception. Otherwise, this no self-perception is not going to get stronger. So anyone who has no idea what we are talking about is yet to do the research and feel this. Feel what? Absence of self. People can go through a lot of good times, bad times, wrong times, right times. Good or bad is in the mind, the perception. If it is felt as a thing, you are there, that's all. If the good perception is felt as something, that is you. The wrong or right is right or wrong is felt as a thing. That is you. There's never a self, so what do you feel? Stimuli, felt as something. That is all you felt. So how can you actually, can you do anything to get rid of this? Not really. Not really. In the final bit, in the final thing also, what you realize is underlying power is zero. Now you continue to work as normal, continue to act as normal, continue to do stuff, but the underlying power is zero. How do you know that? By actually feeling it. So the actual invitation is feel this, come and feel. Lord Buddha said, come and feel. He never said, come and understand or come and worship, come and be my slave, come and be my follower. No, he didn't say any of these things. He put some rules for the venerables who have achieved this, safeguard them from any damage. So no one is asking you to become a follower. This truth has to be felt, and that's all. What is the truth? There's no self. If you can actually feel this even randomly once, it's like a break in the system. It's like you have your whole system stop for a bit, kind of thing. Not other way around, because everyone, they say, I didn't feel anything, I didn't answer. That's not the thing. That's not the thing. Just get this right, please. You will feel everything, but you will lose you. So the actual seeing, or that's not disturbed as such, but it is felt very subtle, yes. But still, what you lose is the life feel, or the feel that you have that you are there. The power is gone. So the force is gone too. Actually, this Dhamma, if you keep understanding that none of these perceptions are no, none of these feelings are true, none of these feelings, none of the feelings, any of the feelings, it's a fast vibration of the sensory organ only. Even if you have emotions, they are just part and parcel of mind sensor. It's okay. It's not actually felt here. It is felt as it's feeling here. It's because of the ignorance. But once you understand it, it doesn't matter whether what type of thing you feel. Actually, it doesn't have an effect. It doesn't have an effect. So this whole thing becomes very relaxed as the tension is gone. The power is gone. The force is gone. The force to maintain the feel is gone. Force to feel the next one, next one, next one, next one, next one is gone. This doesn't happen over the night. This doesn't happen. It can happen. It can take time, because even the child, it took some time for them to get the whole world right, like as real. Similarly, no self-perception takes time, but you have to feel it first. No self-perception, if it is to get wider and broader and become the new normal, it has to be practice. when you actually get this right, the burning goes down. It's nothing, actually, nothing is, everything will continue to happen as normal, but nothing will be giving you the life it. It's very rare for this no self-perception or non-vibration to manifest. It's rare. So you need to find out the ways and means. Varanasi has brought the 4-step program just to make sure that everyone feels this non-vibration. Even through practice, it doesn't matter, and randomly you might feel it as normal. Yeah. Yeah. We can discuss about this again and again, but it's good if you can join the discussion at Sri Lankan time 3 to 5 to have a broader discussion. May Triple Gem bless you all. May you feel the non-vibration. May you become the non-vibration. Thank you, Haranasa. May Triple Gem bless you.
a liveliness that enables the baby to make some movements. If the air did not enter the body, you would not hear a crying or a whistling sound that comes from the baby's throat. Also, if the air had not entered the body, there would not be a circulation of blood either. If the air did not enter the body of the baby would not be able to raise his arms and legs with lightness, and neither would there be an expansion, contraction, or any movement of the baby's body. If the baby's body did not fill up with air, the baby's body would be stiff, like a piece of dead wood or like a stone. Therefore, when the air goes into the baby's body and when the baby begins to inhale and exhale, we could say that the cause of his liveliness is because of the air that entered his body. As a result, the six senses and the skandha, five aggregates, begin to form from the time the breathing begins. All what we feel them because of an illusional speed of an illusional skandha. Sanya is a part of the skandha, five aggregates. Sanya is felt like a vibration. Therefore, everything, a sound, a color image, a taste, a smell, a thought, a touch, all these six senses are felt as vibrations. There is nothing in these vibrations. It is all alive, an illusion. If you believe that everything we experience from our five senses comes from outside, and if you believe that the outside world exists, then you would create Sankar, which will take you in an endless cycle of rebirth and death. The three types of Sankar, illusional mental formations, are Vachi Sankara, verbal action, Kaya Sankara, bodily action, Mano Sankara, mental action. If you believe that there is an outside and everything outside is true, then you create Sankara, which in return generate Lobha, greed, Dvesha, ill will, and Moha, delusion. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ඔක පොඩි.
Teruvan Saranai Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend, Buddothpada Aryan Manse. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpada English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the world, the outside world, and your very existence. Do you know the rapid speed which creates an illusion and takes you in an endless cycle of birth? So let's start our discussion. I would like to start the discussion. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Mr. Bernard. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Gopala.
It's good
Tedwan
if
sir.
you can actually give us a summary from what Jani read today because I just joined. Sorry.
All right, okay. So first of all, let's all pay our homage at Buddothpada Aryan's feet. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. So today also Shani read 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. So the main topic of entire Buddhottpada Dhamma sermons, we can say, all the currently what Buddhottpada Aryan Mahanse mainly focuses in all Zoom discussions is how this illusion of self is created. Have you identified the notion of self or sense of self or the soul? So this section read today is directly related to that. It is another dimension of creation of the self in relation to the birth in the conventional world, birth of the child, and how people say that that is not a stillbirth. The child is alive because it clearly says how this uh, inhalation and exhalation or the respiration happens. It is also a natural process due to actually I cannot find the proper word for that due to a certain difference in air pressure. Maybe Dr. Kokila can use the proper word for that. That air flow through the uh, nasal cavity enters into the trachea and the lungs. It is a natural phenomenon. And then onwards, the body functions, the body movements, all these types of uh, actually, basically, the lightness of the body movement of the child is highlighted here. It happens due to this airflow. And what happens is, ignorantly, in the mundane world, okay, the child is healthy, child started to breathe. That is the first, actually, that is how we see, how we, like one who doesn't know this mechanism, actually the pure truth, looks at it from to say to analyze this natural phenomena as the child is healthy, child is normal, the baby started to breathe, and so on and so forth. So actually, we can connect it to the previous days Dhamma points also, because they are also what Aryan Mahanse highlights in this section is understand that everything is nature. Now, this entire universe is nothing but energies. Sadly, human eye cannot capture the vibrations, energy, but a fully enlightened, fully aware arahant can see through each and everything. So that is where the role of this spiritual teacher, noble teacher comes to play. Actually, how he becomes the savior of the mankind. So he mentions gravity. Now there is something, some power. We can't say something power called gravity, but only clue to understand there's gravity is that things people are on the ground because if you jump you come back to the ground, if you throw something up it falls down. So so we know that it is gravity, there is some power. So similarly, this power generated through the mind creation in the sense thought creation, this mechanism behind the sensory faculties. So that power is mistakenly taken as the self. So the other point that I wanted to mention here is that the law of nature. Aryan Mahase connects this very nicely, because this is pure Buddhism, Buddhist philosophy of Gautama Buddha Sasana, that law of seasons, or these changes of climatic conditions, like 4 seasons maybe. That is nature. No one is doing that. It happens without the involvement of a self. It's a natural phenomenon. Then also, that is germination of seeds. Plants, if a seed of a particular type of tree falls on the ground, it absorbs energies from the ground, and it grows into a huge mass of these 4 great elements ultimately. Although we say it's a jack tree, mango tree, whatever, it's a huge mass of, again, uh, after, I mean, gradually, if any entity is subjected to decay, so it again becomes that energy finally. So it's same phenomenon is applicable to any entity, even the human. Although we say the child was healthy, child, it was a healthy birth of a child. He grows, he breathes, he eats. They are also depending on the certain needs, the hunger. Now we assume, oh, child is crying, child is hungry, but actually that the response, or naturally this crying occurs in response to a certain feeling of this sister. So that is actually then Chitta Niyama, law of mind. That is also a natural phenomenon, the law of action and effect. So the four laws of nature. So all these are included, very well exemplified in these sermons, to prove nothing but this notion of self is a mistake. This exists, so-called feeling, the self, that feel that we get as something is there, someone is there, is nothing but mistakenly taking this power as me. And if Dr. Kokila, did you listen to morning Zoom discussion today? Probably
Yeah,
you
I
might.
did.
That's beautiful, isn't it, Dr. Gila? We can connect this to that beautiful revelation in relation to chains also. So, Teruvan Saranai. So, hopefully you can elaborate on these points, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai.
Theravada. Actually, uh, before the tense thing, I would like to add something to the discussion that you did. It's an add-on. It's just to add. So we can think about. I think I have tried to tell this before. We can think about a process. We can think about
Yes.
how we put some rice, some milk, and some salt, some water, and kind of make a milk rice. So we can think about it. So we can think in different ways about how what happened to the baby, what happened in the childhood, what happened in the adulthood, what happened now. We can think about it. But when you say jnana, you have to remember it's not only thinking about it, because if you're thinking about it, it's not going to stay, because this dream, this human dream we have at this moment, for some kind of years we talk about, will just end. Whatever the experiences are in that vibration, self vibration. Everyone, so what I'm trying to say is, we just need to realize that we can comment on anything. We can comment, oh, this is the baby, this baby must be having this kind of feeling, and now this baby is getting bigger, so baby must be having this kind of feeling, or now the mind must be there, now this baby must be seeing this. So that kind of thought process is okay, because we need to understand this first with the thought. But main important thing is to actually be able to feel it. So that's where always the challenge is, to feel this. But if you have the chanda, we don't call it raga, we call it chanda, the willingness to explore, definitely it will happen. First you have to understand this, yes, and then you will feel it. That's the important thing. So jnana is something you feel. So you actually feel this. So if you experience this, you will definitely know what kind of vibration is there and what non-vibration is. Without knowing the vibration, you can't know the non-vibration. So this has been reiterated a lot, and I think it should be remembered every day, like reminded every day. So it's just to add on, because everywhere where the word jnana is involved, it's kind of not just an explanation, because explanation can be like how to make a milk, but the actual experience, milk rice, how to make milk rice. Aranwanse has similar. We talk about atalappa. I think something else. Can't remember what is that. You get the letter to make something, and it's all written down there. You can think about it also. You can plan about it also, but you can't experience it unless. And even if you experience it, you might make the complete different one, and your mother might come and say, "What have you made? What is this? This is not this is not what you're supposed to make. It's different." Then you might say, "Oh yeah, it's a different one. I didn't want to make that one. I just made something." And yeah, we can be satisfied with that answer. But we don't have two paths in this. We don't have two paths in this, because to feel the vibration and feel the non-vibration, there can't be multiple paths, because it's a very, 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 very finer point. To enter this Dhamma, there can be a lot of areas, but the feel and the feeling of non-existence, feel as the existence feel, but what we importantly say is the super awareness is the non-existence. So that is the add-on there. I forgot the next point, but I think that we have talked a lot about the tense also. So the tense is also, you just need to feel this. So to feel this, the power of the mind should dwindle every day, and we talk about this a lot. Even though the value is gone, the power should go. Power to go, we should understand that whatever you think, even the Dhamma point, just now what Sudharma was reading, or the reading itself has no meaning. But if you feel it, that is what is the important thing. So we can read and understand, like, but actual feeling is the important thing. So yeah, anything to add on into that?
Dr. Kokila, when we actually talk about these Dhamma points related to the newborn starting to breathe, that it is just a process, all these are natural processes and so on. We personally do not have that experience and we cannot go back to that experience. So basically, what we do is Aryan Vahanse's beautiful revelations, we try to uh, discuss and try to make them our own experiences. As you said, if Aryan Vahanse always comes up with this beautiful example of making Velitalapa, people may have the recipe, but only
No, but
recipe may
if
go.
someone
Yeah,
is going to
yeah,
attain
yeah,
the Buddha state or an Arahant state,
yeah.
temporarily for a fraction of a second, or even to become that, it's not different, it's the same thing. It has to be felt. It has to be felt by the particular person, particular system. You can't just know from someone else. There are few
Yes, that,
other things that, few extraordinary things that some arahants would feel. Like example, what Mughal Thero felt wasn't felt by uh, Ananda Thero, but Ananda Thero, no, not Ananda Thero, Sariyut Thero, and what Sariyut Thero may have the idea, may have not be the idea what Mughal Thero feels. So the feeling, extension of the feeling can be different, but the non-self perception or the actual this no self perception and the self perception is the same thing. It doesn't change, but this is beyond that. The perception of everything is where you kind of relate to every vibration. That's a kind of a different thing. It is very, very, can be different abilities of, feel can be different from system to system. Feel can be very vast, but the non-vibration and becoming the non-vibration, that has no difference. No difference at all. Then they can't be called an arahant. So you have to remember that. The just have to understand that, isn't it?
yes, Dr. Kokila, I know when you explain actually as a true Dhamma friend, you are reminding this, but still, if I take it as a thing and if I look forward to this non-self experience, then that
You
will
can't get it.
actually block my way anyway. So I
Yeah,
do
yeah.
not have any anticipation of that. So
No.
I
This
don't think,
discussion,
yeah, eh,
this discussion is
eh,
not personal.
yeah,
This
okay,
discussion is
I
not
got it,
personal.
got it, got
This
it.
discussion is not personal. This is trying to give the whole world. I'm not actually, in morning discussions, in Sinhala medium. we actually kind of seek one-to-one thing, you know. But this discussion is not like that. We are trying to elaborate on important aspects to the whole world because this is very rare, and we are not clearing someone's taints or someone's defilements. Actually, here we are trying to give the world this message, isn't it? Don't we? I think
Yes,
we are.
yes, we that's our main intention, and that's why all this effort, yeah, you all join from overseas and try your best to convey
Yeah,
more
in Zoom,
appreciative
singular Zoom
message.
discussions, we do that. We do that. Actually, we try to do that, and you always have that ability to, you know, discuss all your own defilements, and you know, you have direct access to all the Zoom discussions in singular medium, which is the most powerful weapon people have in Sri Lanka. Most powerful weapon, the ability to understand this Dhamma in your own language. But here it is a bit different. Here it is a bit difficult, and yet we are trying to give the message in a different language. Trying to say what I was trying to say. I will reiterate again. This Dhamma is we think about Dhamma first, but main thing is we do think about Dhamma first, and we try to understand, analyze in our head, you know. But main important thing is for you to feel it, because if you feel it, only you feel your own pain. Otherwise, you will be just analyzing the world. Because you know, when you are given some one of patients or someone who is sick, the medical reports, you can analyze that and you can give a verdict. You have this. You have to do this and this and this and this. But analyzing your own self vibration is the most ever difficult thing in the world. Your own vibration. I think that is the most difficult thing. Even analyzing someone else's one can be easy because it's kind of. But actually, if you have done it, if you're doing it to your own, this system is the easiest one for you to feel it because it is felt only here. Even Lord Buddha can't come and change it. He can't like put the hand into your system and change it. You can't turn anything. You can only support. And maybe we can support. So the Aryan Hanse can support. You know, no. You're still thinking. Stop thinking. It's kind of a guidance, but no one can actually get the horse to drink water. Horse has to drink water. Horse has to feel like drinking water. We can even, you know, put the horse mouth into the water, but drinking is his own thing. So likewise, someone has to listen to this Dhamma, hear this Dhamma by any chance. It's a random thing. I listened to this Dhamma very randomly. No one told me. I just came across a sermon, that's all. And it's a very random thing. I don't know how much random, how random that is, and how random for you to feel that, and how random for you to even to think, listen to the second one, third one, like 5,000. I don't know. It's very random. So it's a feel. It's a feel, and it's a feel, and with the guidance, you keep exploring your own vibration. That's the important thing, not other people's vibrations or analyzing. Analyzing Dhamma is really important, but you have to remember that the feel is the goal. And when you know that, you will keep analyzing and you will stop somewhere. You have to stop somewhere. And that's very important to people who have listened to Dhamma for a long time. When to stop, you can't decide. That's again like getting the horse to drink. You can't stop forcefully. Someone has to realize that whatever thinking I do, even if it is the correct Dhamma path, you're thinking and analyzing in the correct way, exactly 100% correct way now. Still, that's not going to make your mind thinner, kind of mind bubble thinner, because mind bubble can get actually thick with all the data. So you need to realize, and then you just drop, but you drop with confidence, because well, you don't stop listening to them, so you will continue to understand this, and you will continue to listen to and come to the discussions. And yeah, if you have problems, you just ask it without much thought, because if you keep thinking, the question gets actually cheeky, kind of. The question is not the original question, because you manipulate the question. The more you manipulate the question, more answer will not match you, because the question is originally manipulated by yourself. So these are few things that few things that we learn in the path. So be genuine, be free like a bird to listen to Dhamma, discuss Dhamma. Whether you feel it or not, it doesn't matter, because more you feel comfortable with the Dhamma, more you feel confident enough to actually let go of the theory part. When you let go of the theory part, you will definitely start feeling this Dhamma. That's the path. That's the path. That's what I wanted to add. Yes, someone else can add on. Is it possible? Everyone, Sanna.
Thervan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, those reminders are very beautiful for everyone. Even though someone has listened to Dhamma for 2-3 years, or someone has just found it randomly, as you say, these guidelines, these are kind of self-evident things that you all share, self-evident experience. So, that is the uniqueness of Buddothpada, this entire not just sermons, entire Buddothpada uh, doctrine. We can't say doctrine, it's anyway Gautama, reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. So what happened in Buddothpada, Zoom discussions, meditation programs, even in these books where you find sermons in written form. Uh, this is what happens. The people who are in different levels of the path, uh, together with Aryan Wahanse, who has fully realized this, help each other and embark on one single journey to nothingness. Started the journey with the self and gradually dropping the self, and so that is the ultimate goal. We can't say it a goal even, as you said. So that's very beautiful. And feel or non-self experience or whatsoever, Dr. Kokila, what we can do is to gradually explore this and try to see through the system and leave everything to the system. The more the self gets involved in finding or to complete the journey or attain a certain state, a certain level, it would delay it and you end up nowhere or you get lost. So, the thing is understanding that this is a system. That's where what I wanted to highlight. Actually, the reading also basically the summary essence of the section read was that birth of a child is nothing but it's a natural phenomenon. Everything that happens, they are also natural processes. No one is doing that. Even whatever we do, have the ignorantly we have the habit. Actually, typically we are good at getting ownership of things like.
Mm. Yeah, true. And that's why I was trying to add that point because uh, um, it is easy for us to put the Dhamma into the something in front of you, like but then start putting it yourself is the best way to do. When we hear something, we feel that is it directed for the now it was Surangika I think works in a with a lot of people in a if there is a firm, there are a lot of people. If it's a teacher, there's this, principal and all the other teachers. So always there's, someone says something, you can feel, are they like directing it towards me? Even if you directly know that it is directed towards you, and you know what you have to correct yourself because there's always a fault that is being highlighted, you will correct yourself, but you won't have any burning because the self-perception is getting less and less. But we know good olden days how we, not good, olden days how we like kind of get everything into our head. Did this friend tell it to me or did this friend do it to me? Everything is kind of questionable, and we get hurt if you understand it is directed towards me. And if it is directed towards the other friend, okay, oh my God, thanks. I thought I thought the principal blamed me. Oh, thank you. I just realized it's not me. You have like a sigh of relief. So the little things, the day-to-day things will show you how this self-perception works. Might not even give you a burning, but how self-perception works. Self-perception is a very subtle thing. It's a very subtle thing. It becomes subtle day by day when we hear them also. So you need to be very, very vigilant enough, like being a vigilante towards yourself. Vigilantes are usually, looking for other people's wrongdoings. Vigilante is never going to be a vigilante to yourself, but here, this vigilante is checking how self-perception works and actually laughing at that. self-perception is actually, very, very powerful sometimes. And even if it's not powerful, it is there and you realize that. And every day, you will see the gradual, the boss will be telling something and you will get the message. You will say, don't do this way, and you will definitely stop doing that this way. But there's no burning because there's no one to actually get the blame. So it's very difficult to understand this Dhamma. But the message is point it to yourself. Point it to yourself all the time. Try to point it to yourself all the time. And but this doesn't mean checking every thought. This, you will realize that the non-burning times, you don't have to check anything. It's just whatever the things that, but this gets the fine tuning. When fine tuning happens, you realize, wow, I didn't even think about these things before. When the fine tuning keeps happening, that's the important thing. And then the fine tuning keeps happening to the field too. So it's a beautiful Dhamma. Anything to add here to the discussion?
Dr. Kokila, actually, in the very first few months that I started listening to Dhamma, I was not able to identify the self-vibration because we have lived.
I don't think we have
so
done
many-
even now.
now. But now what happens is, actually it's like I have kindled a fire within this. This burning, whenever it happens, it becomes prominent because it was
Yeah, but that's
unseen
what I'm
for
saying.
so many.
Fine tuning
Yeah.
is going to go further.
That of course.
Yeah.
It's
That's
a, yeah,
that's the thing. That's the thing.
yeah.
That's the beauty of Dhamma, because
Hmm.
the day you feel like, oh yeah, finally I got what Aryan once said, and the day you think like that, the next day you will think, oh my God, no, I haven't. Yeah. So the fine tuning will keep happening, and the someone has to actually feel the the non-vibration, or the vibration and the non-vibration, to actually feel the depth of it. So that guides you after that, and that actually it becomes the norm, slowly but gradually. It will happen. But Lord Buddha has given the assurance, if you feel this once, it will keep happening, and it will become the norm. Yeah. Yes, Surangika, you were trying to say something?
Dr. Kokila, Dharma friends. I was just going to add about what Aryan once mentioned. I think it was last night about Kusal and Akusal. I think it was, what do you say it in English? Maybe wholesome deeds. I don't know what Kusal is. But basically, Kusale and Akusale, the distinguishing of the two. And basically, understanding the truth of the thought and being able to do that. The capability of seeing through the thought is the Kusala. And he elaborated on that a little bit as well, contrary to conventional meanings of Kusala, Kusal that we have known for the last so many years, isn't it, in the traditional ways of Buddhist teachings and acceptance in society. People think Kusala means you have to engage in religious activities and go and offer flowers and offer alms and various things to temples, have Katina alms givings and various things like that. So basically material stuff. offering and giving away of material stuff, and then therefore you are trying to be less selfish and so on and so forth. That was the interpretation or the definition given to kusala kusal, whereas in this Lokottara or true Dhamma philosophy, the kusala is actually seeing through the thought itself, understanding that the thought and the object, the stimuli, is of no value whatsoever. It is something that is so difficult for the conventional society to gather, isn't it? Which is why the Buddha has said that only a handful, or if one says that, the little dirt that gets trapped under the fingernail of a person's finger, that's the such a tiny number of people who actually become stream enterers or so on. So you can imagine from the billions of human beings and species, which are more than billions, it's just that the dirt trapped under a fingernail is the infinitely small amount of people who are going to actually understand this. One can imagine from that how difficult it is to be able to understand this whole process, how it works, and not get entrapped with the mind, isn't it? Which is the thing that keeps us in the samsaric cycle. So that Sabba Papasa Karanang, the stanza, and Kusalasa Upasampada, Sachitta Pariyodapana Etam Buddha Anusasana. So Sachitta Pariyodapana means understanding the thought by applying the true Dhamma philosophy, how that comes about and so on. And then being able to conquer the mind is such a challenge, but that is where the skill lies in the person, or the person who's actually embarking on it, and the perseverance, the aptitude for it, and so on. All that, the application and having the right view, having the right perseverance, and so on, and the right reflection and the right time, all that is so important to gain that skill, and that is the thing that then will allow the person to persevere towards the liberation of the mind. So just wanted to mention the kusala kusal thing. The other thing I was trying to say, I think 2 days ago, was there's just an incident in my workplace. There was a lady, a friend I work with, whose mother passed away, and she went off, I think, to the UK and came back. So after a couple of weeks, I spoke to her the other day. And so I said, how are you coping, and so on. And then she said, the morning session is fine. She keeps herself occupied. But then towards the afternoon, when the work kind of dwindles down, that is the time that she finds it difficult to cope. And I said, and because what is the coping there? The coping is the mind. The thoughts now start pressing down and becomes very burdensome, very heavy. The thoughts of her mother, the dead mother, and all that becomes unbearable at that time. So what is being done in the morning? Happily one embraces work because it is a distraction, isn't it? And that is what is trying to temporarily keep those other thoughts in abeyance without actually understanding the thoughts. So this is how the conventional society exists. And we have talked about this in so many Zooms, that people who have no access to the Dhamma, they just latch on from one stimuli to the other stimuli. And if one stimuli or one object is going to give them grief, or is giving them grief, then they move on quickly to something else, which is more joyful and more happy, and do not dwell on the sadness or want to understand the sadness as to what is causing the person who actually experiences the suffering, who will want to find an end or a salvation from that suffering. But that it does not necessarily happen to those who have, unfortunately, probably no access to the Dhamma. And sometimes they are not prepared. They are ill prepared to even understand the basic concepts of this Dhamma, isn't it? So it is quite unfortunate, and I suppose that is the very purpose of these English Zoom discussions, that we are trying to spread this beautiful message to the Western society, whoever who can take it, whoever who is blessed and fortunate enough to be able to reflect on these key points and think that everything and the peace and the salvation and the tranquility or the calmness lies within oneself. The nirvana is here to be reached and accessed in this very moment. If one can see through the thought, see through the mechanism, understand the senses, and understand the sense of I that was given so much value to, is a non-existent thing. So, of course, I explained a little bit on the true Dhamma philosophy, and it was she found it so beautiful, and she said she was going to dwell on it a little bit and think and reflect a bit, and was very grateful about it. But the example I gave was to say that the difficulty that people have and the suffering that they undergo, all because of not knowing their own mind, not knowing, I say there, but just understanding the mind. And that is the crux of this true Dhamma philosophy, which if one keeps on applying oneself, coming back to the kusal, that is the thing that would then pave the way to liberation and on the marg and the
to
path,
add that,
isn't it?
to Surangika, I think understand the mind as well as to understand this power which drives the mind, isn't it? Because the five senses and the six senses, the five senses, there's always a sixth sense which happens like the mind. It's a natural process, but the power which is the one which drives this, into different vibrations, like not the different vibration, different frequencies, how this changes and how this will never end, kind of this, the power is the actually understanding the mind as well as the power behind it. What is actually happening? What is the suffering? Because there's no multiple suffering. Actual suffering is, there are three sufferings, Lord Buddha said. I don't know how to say that in English, but the suffering, the normal suffering we know, like losing child, child's death, or husband's death, or wife's death, or parents' death, or something like that, or your own illnesses, cancer, or losing a leg, or whatever. So we feel some sadness. 100% we feel some sadness, but then it goes on. There is some sadness. There is some suffering in another deeper level too, when there is the mind itself, and then deeper down there's a kind of another level too. So the more you keep understanding this, more you understand where did this power come from. Why are we needing the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one? That's not normal. Everything else is normal. That's not normal. That's where we keep understanding this power is the power which gives you the power to vibrate that kind of last thought. Give that kind of power where if there is any similar vibration somewhere, it can telepathy or synchronize similar vibration and synchronize to it. And there it is, the whole thing, the whole samsara, whole experiences. That's what Ranwansi was. He said a lot in the morning, but the one part of it was you know, this one particular vibration has the whole thing. And to feel it is, you know, it's so interesting how it's just one vibration has the whole thing. So that's where that's the thing. How this keeps on the circle of birth, circle of suffering. Actually, yeah, isn't it, Rangika? Can you add something to that?
Yeah, I mean, that was quite profound, the morning explanation, wasn't it? I didn't actually quite grasp it fully. And it was, whilst he was talking about the zygote level, he also said that vibration, the vibration had a mental picture associated with it, which is what you just, I think, touched on. That mental picture carries the vibration of the entire samsaric cycle. That is why.
Yeah, that's the chitta, that is the
Chitta-rupa thing he mentioned, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what the correlation is when one dies. How when an arahant dies, there's
that whole
no
thing stops, isn't
there's
it?
no inner vibration to vibrate anywhere. Like to synchronize to any other vibration in the in anywhere, because this is empty. This is the non-vibration. There's no ability to vibrate into anything. So just the stopping of the sensory organs, and in no returner, specifically will not have a kind of a birth in the normal realm. So what does that mean? Is that power? The power. There is a power that the one chitta that, you know, one we always call it Chutisita or something like that. But whatever that chitta, how much power it has, and that power has the whole samsaric power. And
it's almost like a chip, isn't it, Dr. Gokula? I mean, if you want to kind of put a modern connotation on it, it's like you can change the phone but if you carry the memory chip or whatever it is, and you go on from phone to phone, you break the device, you move on and you get another one, and you something like that. Or if you want to put another modern twist, like everything's in the iCloud, and even if you lose the phone, it comes back. I mean, you can recall it, type of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. So that's where the feel is important, because non-vibration should be felt, not discussed. Not only discussed, but felt, for there to be an imprint in that system. Otherwise, it's just discussed means, it's not going to have anything in that, because the mind is temporary. This human, specifically this human part, can be temporary. If you take an example, when too much vibration, you can become a dog. More than that, you can become a monkey. But then, does the monkey have all the features of the human? No. But you know how this keep changing. So, but that particular chip thing, or I don't know whether we can take it as like in that context, but for an example, the no self experience, if a system has that, because there's a complete effect from that experience. It's just not another experience like, salt or sugar. It's an experience, overwhelming experience where you don't feel the self like existence. So then it is kind of imprint, and that changes the way you look at the life. So that's kind of fun because it's an experience. That's why that brings down your, the whole the frequency of that vibration. And that's why it's Lord Buddha says, no vibration into lower realms. 4 realms, isn't it? I can't remember. I think 4 realms or something.
Yeah.
Lower 4 realms. So isn't that a beauty? Isn't that a beauty to say that with so much confidence in that? And if someone feels that, definitely, isn't it so beautiful to feel the actual vibration coming down? So yeah, but then still there's more. Definitely there's more, but it's so beautiful. Yeah, so it's kind of very important to grasp this fully, which is difficult. That's why we take years and years to listen to even Dhamma, because we listen first, we get only one point.
And Dr.
Yeah.
Kokila, I mean, even that lady, now you said that for that example again, to talk about the power, one can't even go to the point of
No.
explaining the power
No,
first,
never.
because they are in such a preliminary stage. Everything has to be very gradually just mentioned. And
even us, I mean, we listen to Dhamma, and I can remember I was touching my daughter's head for some reason, and I just realized I have never touched my daughter's head. And these are like very, very minor insights I get, just like a very, very randomly you get some insights like that. But that's not the end. But when you get that, you're like excited. Wow, I understood that. But then that's the like the tip of the like iceberg thing. But yeah, that's how excited we are. Like, yeah, it's funny now, but that's the path. We are no different, everyone. Like, we were not suitable to listen to this Dhamma, but the most important thing is not to give up, even though you might not be able to grasp everything. And it can be frustrating also, because I don't want to say, in one can join night Zoom discussion, and Aranwansi says, "Oh, you are still in the mind." And about 1 year later, he or she joins again, and if he says the same thing, you'll be like, "Oh my God, what am I going to do?" He says the same thing.
Yeah, that's true. That has happened several times to me.
Yes, but we don't give up. That's the beauty of this Dhamma.
But the thing is, Dr. Kokila, it is so easy to give up. That is the thing, isn't it? Because the low, what do you call it? The low, what's the pitfalls? The pitfalls are so many, and that one can go into those, and then you come out of one to go into the other one, and to the other one, and to the other one, and then you talk to Asant, she says the same thing. You talk to maybe afternoon Zoom, Dr. Sakuntala, she says the same thing, you're in mind or something like that. RN Vansi says the same thing. And then like, oh my God, can't talk to anybody, everybody's saying the same thing, what's wrong with me? And it goes on and on. I can remember maybe 1 or 2 years ago, RN Vansi told me on the Zoom, he just brought this example of a chocolate, and he said, Suranka, so this chocolate thing, I mean, what is in a chocolate, right? Just a square, like a mud-looking square, mud-colored square that is called a chocolate. Isn't it? I mean, what is the big deal about it? And then I nearly gulped inside here because that week I had had enough chocolate. But then I realized that you can't stop that chocolate. If you want the chocolate and there is an attachment or a desire to eat chocolate, like that lady Lalana was saying like a couple of weeks ago, until that correct understanding comes and understand that a chocolate is actually not a thing, there is no point in trying to be here and a person quitting the desire to eat chocolate, because then the chocolate is not real.
That's a beautiful thing to remember, is you don't need to cut the chocolate thought, then the milk toffee thought, and then the watlapang thought. You don't have to just cut one thought fully, that's the problem. The fully, then you can broaden that. You can apply that to anywhere, because that's the mangosteen story. You can cut one. I don't know whether there's another English word for mangoes, so whether I'm telling the wrong word, but whatever. If you cut one thought sharp and pierce through all three levels and feel the self-perception, that's the beauty of it. You don't have to attack the chocolate, attack the milk toffee, attack the biscuit. A long time ago I have asked even that, but you don't have to. But then we don't get it initially. We don't get it. It's okay to not to get it.
Yes,
it's
so
okay
I mean,
to
even
not
if
to
it's
get it.
10 and 20th mangosteen, if you want to cut it, because each time one cuts into it and one encounters the same thing, then the message gets reinforced.
No,
that there is nothing in
that
it,
cutting is
at
different.
least.
Surangika, I have to correct you there.
Ah.
That cutting is by force cutting. No, it should go through instant. What's the word? Like without actually anyone doing it. That's the difficult part of it. It should happen.
So until that happens,
we can keep cutting.
Yes, I think because the beginner, until one comes to a particular stage, has to do that, because
Yes,
a
100%.
message is never delivered in one go. No, it has to get reinforced over and over again. One has to reflect on it. Then, when one listens to the Dhamma, somebody else is also saying the same thing. Then you have a discussion, and in the discussion also they say there's nothing to it. So in multiple angles, we are putting the correct lens onto the thing. And then through that, eventually the message gets across. It's like, these clouds parting, and then finally one sees the ray of sunlight. Finally, at some moment, the true message comes through. But until such time, there can be 10 or 15 mangosteens being cut to see, because if you think about the Kamatahan and the point of contemplation, because Aryan Vansi says, find your point of contemplation. Is it your mother? Is it your child? Whatever it is. So don't go and, worry about this, that, and the other. Other things might not bother you so much. So focus on your kamatahan, on your points of contemplation. So at that point, now say it's the sun, certain things that the son does might not bother the mother. But certain things, if the son forgets the birthday, or there was this incident where somebody forgot to come to the mother's funeral or something, right? Some gent called on Zoom, and the son didn't turn up till the day of the dane or something, almsgiving. And then he asked, why did you come today or something? So that means that mangosteen, or the 10 or 12 mangosteens, even half of them must have been in relation to the sun, had not been cut. There was still that expectation, underlying expectation that the sun should appear, which means the sun was real, and that the sun was real and he was real, and the expectation of that the incident and everything had become real to
That's the example that when one is leaning towards the actual external kind of, yeah, that's the risk. It's a very risky thing. Yeah, that's the sign that to say that still, even in that point of contemplation level, it still hasn't come to that stage, like to understand that none of these thoughts are actually outside. So that's the problem. But when we keep understanding this all the things get better.
Yeah. We have someone called Sriyani on the call. Maybe she would like to add something, or Sudharma. Therwan Sannai.
Dr. Kokila and Ms. Sudhantika, yes, it's very beautiful. Your first-hand experience in terms of the uh, Dhamma path. And very recently, if we have time, I can also share something that I experienced. Yes, yeah. So the school got an opportunity to participate in a program at Sarnavahini. So the main task to organize was entrusted to the media unit. So it was basically about certain aesthetic items should be presented, like Eastern music, Western music, dancing, but uh, very limited like opportunities we could give to each unit. So there was a big fuss because media unit is presenting the school history. In between, they basically preferred Eastern musical items like instruments and several few instruments and 2-3 songs. So what happened was Eastern aesthetic unit is functioning really well. The teachers are so enthusiastic. They have placed at all island events and so on. So all were fighting for this opportunity. So actually, how it came as a Dhamma thing for me was now the trees also bear fruit. Trees also bear fruit, like let's say mangoes, but the tree never expect the the fruit to go to Aryanhase or to as Buddha Puja or as to the tree of Kataragama gold, or if it falls just falls on the ground and goes rotten, it doesn't matter because it's just nature. But now, since all these people are doing well, they wanted their because they were actually no teacher is going to appear in the program. It was all out of good faith, like giving the opportunity to, but they are children, dancing unit, music. So ultimately, we had to discuss with the program director and got three extra opportunities to be offered to the Western Music unit and other 3 units. So that's interesting. Nothing happened because nothing, I mean, extraordinary. But in the world, when we encounter such experiences, so we actually, I was so conscious. I mean, sometimes, but actually I had to go to people and calm them down and talk to them nicely, appreciate their job, and I anyway made an effort to give each unit a certain opportunity. But at the same time, that contemplation came to me. It's I mean, very recently such an experience was there. So when the world was so real, to us before listening to True Dhamma, we also wanted to do the same. But actually, we had this others to send the student representing my unit. Then what about dancing unit? We have done this. So the self, not at personal level. I mean, we never know how the self vibration comes to life. So uh, I don't know whether it's something important still, but since I just got that thought at that point, the trees bear fruit, but they never, uh, I mean, worry about the fruit. It's a service also. These teachers are also doing a service, but they have certain expectations. So that I feel that as the way that self vibration comes to play a role.
Yeah, the
And
most important thing is uh, what how much vibration you felt, not the story. So the story is in the mind. The actual, we all about this dream that Aryan Hansi was talking beautifully that day. That dream can be there. Dream. There's so much havoc in the dream. It can be beautiful dream. It can be ugly dream. But the dream is dream. So most important thing is what kind of vibration was there. The feel. Other whole story is actually in the dream. Yeah. So I think we are running into the other Zoom discussion.
yes, it's 2 minutes. We have already taken 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think we
Even
will worship Aryan Hanse. We thank Shani for reading the book, and thank you all the Dhamma friends for participating to this Zoom discussion. May Triple Gem bless you.
Teruvan Saranai,
Niratsanai Dhamma
Rashta,
Sanai Dhamma friends, and Sanai Namaskar.
there is nothing using a language. It is impossible to teach about how to go on the path without using a language. And when we use a language to explain the path, it creates a you and a me, which is also another illusion. According to the pure truth, the person does not exist. But in order to convey this truth, this message of the Buddha, we have to use thoughts, sanya, or signals to convey it to you. This truth, this satya, sanya, are extremely complex teachings. Our language is very limited, and it is difficult to explain about the truth, the non-duality, or the oneness with words, because words contain the concept of duality. The Buddha said that the birth is the seeing at that moment, the hearing at that moment, the tasting at that moment, and you can apply this to all the six senses. The birth is when there is a stimulus, aroma, received by any one of the six senses, nothing else. Now, according to the pure truth, we know that there is nothing as death. But how is it that there is no death? In this illusional, normal, mundane world, we say that our mother gave birth to us and brought us into this world. And once we die, we are buried in the ground, and that is called death. If you really think about it, it is the death of the mind that is considered as death. Also, if the breathing stops, that too means death. If you really think about it, you would realize that every moment you feel alive, it means that along with the liveliness, the mind consciousness is also born. For example, let us see how a baby comes to life due to breathing. The moment the air enters the body of the baby, the characteristics of the Shuddhastaka, smallest unit, makes the body of the baby feel light, louder, soft and flexible, mudra, and allows the proper coordination of the bodily movement, sammam. Thanks, everybody.
Tirvan Saranai Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Nanse. Tirvan Saranai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpada English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence. All stimuli from six senses create your world and your existence. If you feel burning sensation or suffering due to aversion and hatred, how do you find the way to freedom of your mind? So let's start our discussion. First, I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Thervan Saranai. We worship our advancing and welcome everyone. May Triple Gem bless you. Yeah, I think we have been talking about this exact meaning from yesterday onwards. And I would like one of you to recapitulate how we talked about this same topic. So how this a world, a kind of our, whatever the manifestation we have, which is illusory, but the beauty of this Dhamma is to understand the illusory nature of the self. Actually, not even we have to understand the illusory nature of the world, yes, but at the same time, it's the beauty is it gives you the understanding about the illusory nature of the self. Because when we talk usually really good about ourselves. Like we say, I'm really sure. I have heard this. I know this. I have seen this in multiple areas. Or you can say, I have Googled it myself. Things like that. So we were sure about ourselves to the extent that we can even, write an affidavit. Yes, I can say this. It's me. Yes. And the beauty of this Dhamma is it gives us the understanding about the illusory nature of the world as well as illusory nature of the self, because they are together. Actually, they are same. That's the beauty. That's the actual, can't even explain how much value would it be to understand this Dhamma about how illusory this self-perception is. Isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything to add? Isn't it beautiful to understand this illusory
It is.
nature of the self as well as the world? Like they are the same, isn't it?
It is, yes. Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Yes, actually, I wasn't there yesterday for the discussion, but from what you kept summarized just now, uh, what is meant by world is something that we have to think about. World is sort of composed of all the materialistic stuff. We include the trees, houses, maybe vehicles, the family members, sun, moon, stars, everything are components of the world. And what we didn't realize was that all these are thoughts. Thought means something that was constructed in the mind. So when we sort of look carefully about these thoughts, underneath each thought is a field only. These fields are experienced, or fields are created at the sensor level. Sensor means that action of seeing or hearing.
The
So
power.
only power, yes. And that is covered by the casing, so-called the thought. And the illusion is that taking this casing or that cover as real, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really important to understand this, how this, if this is there, this is there. There's in Pali, it is beautifully said. If the world is there, you are there. So, and it's whenever we talk about Dhamma, we should actually try and say both things together, because when we keep understanding that the illusory nature of the surrounding, we might be like, yeah, it's all, yeah, it doesn't matter now. But still, if you miss the other part, because the world is you, the value in the sense the word value misguides us sometimes. Actually, the chair is you. The problem is because of the ignorance, we feel two kind of duality, like we feel duality. So that's where the problem is. So that's where the importance of this feeling, also this truth, at least here and there, if we feel the truth, it is only the, if at all, it was only the stimulus which was there, and it is no outside, no inside. It's actually, it is the only thing that is left out until the breathing happens. So whenever we talk about Dhamma, anywhere, any place, we should reiterate this very carefully, that how sense of existence is brought about by the fast vibration of senses, and how sense of existence makes us to think that there is a self. That's the most problematic thing, as well as the reason for the long kind of nature of the self vibration. So this Dhamma actually explains how self vibration, or this so-called, whether you call it self or not, just that vibration, how we keep understanding it is only a generation of senses. That's it, nothing else. And when we kind of feel this, the absence of duality is very important. Absence of duality at one particular moment, absence of duality. So that it's really important to feel this, yes, but we all know that we have discussed this as much as possible, that can't really do anything about it. What we can do is keep understanding how there's only the stimulus because there's senses, and that's it. That's it only. So we keep understanding the illusory nature of the world, yes, and it confirms you the illusory nature of the self-perception, because finally what we feel is absence of self-perception. Yes, someone can add to that, yes?
Yes, Sarne, I just want to add one more thing that I heard actually from one of Aryan Mahase's explanations. I think it was from last night, Andornatmaka Deshana. Aryan Mahase said that if there aren't two opposite sides, I mean the two extreme ends or two opposite sides, there won't be a power created in the middle. And if there is power created, that means, in other words, there will not be a vibration. If there is no vibration, that means there is no creation of the world. And if there is no creation of the world, there is no doer, or there is no self who is experiencing. So this was actually kind of summary of everything. And if we didn't hear this true Dhamma, we have absolutely no idea that the chair is the self, or the chair means that, like the other side of the coin, the self or the doer is there on the other side. So this important fact will not be understood by a ordinary person until a person like Lord Buddha, who found this truth and explained. So it was actually just a very beautiful explanation, short one. What he said was that if there is no power created, there is no world, and if there is no world, that means there is no doer or
a person who is owning that world. You may have listened to that, I don't know, because that was something that I grasped from that discussion.
Yeah, it was so beautiful. I couldn't finish today morning one. I couldn't finish. I usually finish it throughout the day. I couldn't do it today, but I have heard every sermon up until that. So Aranwahanse always try to reiterate this, remind everyone how important is for us to understand this, how this power has, how power has arisen and giving us this false sensation of a self, like false sense of like existence. It's such a beautiful thing, and sometimes we kind of tell it from the beginning, and sometimes we will catch up from like kind of from the mid area, because wherever we start to talk, yes, but I think that there are challenges. There are challenges because to understand that we should feel it too. We can say there's non-duality. We can say there's no this side, but only the stimulus was there. We can say that. But the problem is we have to feel that too, and that's the challenge we have. But just by feeling that also, everything is not over. We have to actually, we will definitely understand what power is there at the beginning and how it is slowly going down, and it is evident in everyone, whatever the levels. It is Dharma is helping everyone. So as we discussed yesterday, this the feeling that the burden of the self perception, isn't it such a burden? Because we can remember how as children how I mean, even if we are wounded, even if we are punished, even if we are in trouble, trouble in the sense, that teacher will shout, or mother will shout, or whatever, the children at the particular moment they're just not having any burden like an adult. So this burden, we can feel how burden gets bigger and bigger. And with Dhamma, you can see how the burden is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And one day, definitely it will be not there. But the challenge is to feel the stimuli, full stimuli, the levels of stimuli, and to feel the lack of or absence of self-vibration, or the absence of duality. Anything else to add by anyone else? Not sure. Surangika or Sudharma, anyone can add something?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වෙනවා. තෙරුවන් සරණයි both of you. It was such a beautiful recapitulation of the self-perception and this illusion. Yes, as both of you said, this sense of self and then the external world becoming real. These two are like two tracks, parallel tracks, and they actually listening or mitigating of the sense of self and diminishing of this defilements or the belief that external world is there. They happen, this self-realization happens simultaneously. It is, I mean, we can experience that also, because as you said now, Chaya is you, there is no difference when we talk about non-duality. So, and at the same time, this we can connect this discussion to the path, because for months and months now, in these groundbreaking revelations at 7 o'clock, Aryan Mahansi get the disciples to share their experiences, to know, to make sure that they are in the right path. So they are also only criterion, only parameter that we can, not as a person, one has to confirm, to like to understand that particular person is in the path, is also seeing this dilution of or dissolving of the sense of self. Because as you said at the very beginning, this world and the self, we in the, I mean, as kids, we took them as two entities, this figure, the body and the external world. But actually, when we go deeper and deeper, when we see this truth uh, of the stimulus through ourselves, what happens is this body is also external. This only that awareness is there, that defilements are diminishing. Otherwise, this so-called six sensory organs and this body also becomes external. And then, if we talk about the path also, the path is actually, simply we say, it is just diminishing of defilements, or like lighting or softening of the sense of self. But still, in other words, it is how real the external world is for you. Like if we try to take a certain stimulus, for example, if we like take simple things like something that you use quite often, maybe a pen, simply a pen. So uh, those days, when it was so real to us, that entity was so real to us, because this pen itself represents the entire world that we used to believe as real. So we actually, when we don't see it, we look for it everywhere. We like with the, it was so real, the mental image of the pen and the three-dimensional shape of the pen, everything. The moment we think that we know that mechanism, how this becomes a three-dimensional thing, because due to the merging of the five sensory faculties. First, it occurs with the eye, and then all coming together and gives us the image of this three-dimensional pen. So we look for that. That actually now we know that it is a thought. We have looked, we have run here and there, checked all the places to find this mental image actually. So it is a thought, but gradually, now also when you see the pen is not there, we go and take the pen, we write with it, but still we are not like, we don't believe that strongly of this pen, like, since we know the strategy, how it has come to, this is a thought. So that way we are gradually kind of what happens is not we are, it's all nature. This power creation, thought creation, everything is nature. You were talking about it very beautifully, and yesterday also in the reading it was highlighted in relation to this Ittu niyama, bija niyama, kamma niyama, chitta niyama. So this is nature, power creation is nature. But what gradually happens is everything is there as usual, but the strong perceptions or kind of strong belief we had as they are real entities, that gradually fades away, and that is, I think, what we meant by that release. Actually, the strong burden we had with all the perceptions and all the entities, people around, we had created such a kind of world, very thick, solid world, so that dilutes gradually. So you also can correct and like continue the discussion based on these points. Please correct if there are things to be corrected. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai. But actually, yeah, if Surangika can add something, that would be great.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Saranai.
Not on that point exactly, but I thought something that Dr. Sakuntala also mentioned about the Yandonatmaka Desana yesterday, but another aspect that Aryan Mahansa brought out based on a question that somebody raised was the difference between awareness and feel, which I thought was the main focus of the discourse yesterday. And I think it arose because of somebody saying that the person has awareness of the thoughts, awareness of what's happening in this very moment, every moment kind of thing. And I think it was the person who had listened to Buddothpada discourses for a few years. And so almost the entire discourse was on that, as to why that person even contemplated that was the way of the path. And to Dr. Sakuntala's point, or I think Sudharma mentioned it as well, the way of the path is giving away from the mind to the feel, and the dissipation of the self-perception. But the awareness, and how he explained it was, he said, if you have an awareness about something, in Sinhalese we call it sihiya, that means there is invariably something. There has to be a something in order for there to be awareness. So this whole crux of this Dhamma, the true Dhamma philosophy, is that there is no thing in anything. The objects one would see, one of the objects one would hear, true. But is there anything in that object, anything in that sound, anything in that light? And I think the aspect he said is, is there we hear a sound, but is there a crow in the sound? Is there a baby in the image? Is there a mother in the image? Is there a jasmine flower in the smell? No. So if one actually has an awareness, then that object has become real to that person. But what is jnana? And it is the jnana or wisdom that emerges through the understanding of the Dhamma. And the Vidarshana itself is the penetrative insight that one embarks on, is to not continue to be aware of things, but to give rise to wisdom, because it is wisdom that will take one towards the path to liberation and not the mind. The awareness itself is a facet of the mind. True, at the beginning, at the Satyajnana stage, when one is understanding still the true Dhamma philosophy, one has to turn it around in one's mind. One has to analyze it. One has to understand it. I think a few Zooms ago, we talked about active thinking, active reflection, and then we talked about passive reflection, which is somewhat slightly more advanced stage than the active reflection. The active reflection was like Savitaka Savichara in Sinhalese, so I think it's Pali. And then the passive reflection, but then all that gives way to that innate wisdom and the feel. So, Dr. Kokila, I think you mentioned this in so many Zooms in the English as well as in the Zoom at midnight. But essentially, what Aryan Mahansi was saying was the Vidarshana. Why do we call it Vidarshana Jnana and not Vidarshana Sihiya or awareness? And that is because through the penetrative insight. Why are we doing it? Through Prajna, when we do the penetrative insight, without one's volition, the wisdom emerges. There is no time, there is no timetable or any kind of thing that one can do about it. When one keeps on understanding how the light consciousness, sound consciousness, all these come about, how the vibrations and the speed of vibration gives us this manifestation, how these sensory perceptions then make up this world, and the thought process and the existent field and the self-perception. Through that thinking and reflection comes the wisdom, and it is through that wisdom that self-perception, the Sakkaya Ditthi, gradually erodes and to a point where it is understood for one moment. And then the path is there for the gradual dissipation of the defilements and the traits, the asavakkhaya jnana. But essentially what he was trying to say was, what are you doing, having listened to the Dhamma for so long? What is this so-called awareness that one can keep on doing? And there is no need for it. In this very moment, what is feel? The feel is that in this moment, the stimuli has not become a thing. If the stimuli feel means there is no thing in it. There can be an association of various things, various stimuli, mother, father, objects, things to do, incidents to do, tasks to perform, and so on. All these are stimuli that is coursing through the mind. But if none of those things become a thing, that is the feel. And if that is the feel, that is the vipassana kanika samadhi. That is the almost kind of permanent state, permanent meditative state that is prevalent without having to actually do any kind of active thinking or awareness onto every stimuli. Because is that practical? No, it isn't. And that is why there is
Surangika,
Vidarshana, isn't it? Yes,
Surangika, are you using the feel here for avadhiya?
The feel, he said, was if
No,
there
here,
is...
when you were telling, when you were telling, were you referring in Sinhala term, was it avadhiya you were referring to, or was it that, or I just got just
It was in
deviated.
relation to the question. So the question was...
No,
awareness.
I listened to that. No, I'm
Yeah.
talking about when you said just last bit, now, just now you said the feel would be, because there's two different the feel word is also a bit tricky here. Do you get it?
Yeah, I think it is used in two
Two aspects.
Yeah, Aryan once I have heard him saying it in the way he said it last night, that Daneno in Sinhalese, of course, means that දෙයක් නැති බව දැනෙනවා නම්, that is the feel. If
Yeah,
we use
yeah.
feel in that way,
Yeah,
what
that's
that
true,
means
that's true.
is the
Yeah, yeah.
stimuli has not become a thing in this very
Actually,
moment.
in English, didn't we try to tell that in English by using a new word called super awareness? Did we not try that? I think we tried, didn't we?
I was wondering whether super awareness, did we use it for Avadiya, isn't it? Maybe Dr. Sakuntala and Sudharma might remember. I think it was for Avadiya.
I'm
Or
not
Adhigata
sure.
Samadhiya, one of the two.
Samma Satya, wasn't it super awareness?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. සම්මා සතිය is concentration, isn't it?
Oh
Right,
no, that word is
concentration.
wrong. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's so difficult. When you, yeah, it's really difficult.
Because
So
that
what did we use the word for super awareness in
I think it's
discussion?
Avadiya or Adhigata Samadhiya, one of the two. Dr. Sakuntala, do you have a view on that?
I think it is Adhigata Samadhi, isn't it? The super awareness. That is how I remember it.
Because
Oh,
Aryan
okay.
Mansa doesn't, he always says this awareness and concentration, and these words have been
Yeah, they are
used so
used.
much, isn't it, in the Western world, that he
Yeah.
said those are full of misinterpretation and misunderstanding.
Yeah, can't even discuss that because it's always taken and yeah, as soon as we tell about concentration, everyone thinks about, concentrating on one stimuli. That's what they think. That is where the problem is. Even that the last night, what that every time someone says "Sita dakinawa," this problem comes because the word is taken so much. Even in Sinhalese, it is taken so much. It confuses everyone. It's like being someone like a security officer and keep watching. And then who is a security officer? Then it is a self vibration. So then the whole thing becomes confusing. So we always have this problem in when we try to say something. Super awareness. If it is the
තෙරුවන්
Avadiyas.
සරණයි Dr. Kokila. Awakening to the moment is also used for මොහොතට අවදිය. Awakening to the moment.
Yeah, true. But all these things is awakening to the moment is usually no self-perception or actually feeling the non-self, non-vibration. So it is the same thing. It is the same thing. But divulge in different topics and different ways. It was so beautiful, the last night discussion, where people have to be very careful. And I struggle in, like, I try to say this, but it's very, very difficult, if someone asks, okay, are you telling us to not to have any awareness in normal day-to-day life? No, we are not telling that. We are not even talking about that aspect. We are not. This is completely different. That's why actually the river is going downside. This river is going upside. This completely different aspect. So I think that has to be understood first. That this is, I heard someone saying that, in only the first part of the Zoom, I heard someone saying it's so difficult to understand. Yes, it is difficult to understand. Even, like, to understand, okay, is it awareness or is it not awareness, or what is it awareness, like that. But what here we have to understand is we have a different kind of awareness here, that there is no self and there's nothing. So it is very, 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 I think one day I was trying to say that with the example of the baby. where baby slowly gets the awareness, you know, because baby usually we say siyanadda, you know, we tell children, don't we? Like we tell, don't you have any awareness? Don't you know? You have lost your you know, umbrella again. Why don't you know? But then
Yeah, that's such a conventional term for that, isn't it?
yeah,
That is
and
not
now,
what we're talking about here, exactly.
yeah, so this is so different
Are you
now.
absent-minded, we say, isn't it?
Yeah, and now this is kind of we are talking about that a different kind of awareness from true Dhamma, from samadhi or right vision, by feeling that there is no self, we turn around, we change the whole aspect, we know that there is no self, by experience we know now there is no self, and then the whole thing changes. Then the whole time, the whole life of whether it's 62, whether it is 42, whether it is 82, the even 12, the awareness was that there is a thing there, the umbrella is in my bag and I'm here, you know, that was the awareness. Such a simple thing. The child may lose it. I mean, child may lose it because there's no much importance of the umbrella to the child, but the mother has a very good importance of that because it's costly sometimes, whatever. What I'm saying is this Dhamma changes the whole aspect of awareness, because now we can't even call it awareness, because this is about a different aspect, that even if it is in the bag, you know, that it is actually like a perception, and even that perception is not true. And even that if you start that stimuli from I, even the light is not true. So what can we say is true? I mean, none of these are true. So we kind of have a different thing. So definitely we have to have a different aspect, so different things. So that's why we struggle with the words, but we can say no self-perception would be a better word here, I would say, because actually speaking, there's no new perception there. There's absence of self-perception, which is going to grow slowly. That's where when someone get the non-self perception, that absence of self-perception, it keep growing, and at one point, like what happened to the child didn't have that full awareness when they were children. They didn't even know that this is me. They didn't know. They could play under your own mother's dead body. They didn't know. They just played. They just did whatever they can. But with the time, they were fully aware of the surroundings. They were fully aware about the self-perception. But this changes, and still you are fully aware about the surrounding too, still. But this is a different way of putting that in. Different non-self-perception. Yeah, that's all I can do. I think just Surangika tried her best too. What do you think, Surangika? Is there any way we can win in this this course, like trying to tell this to the world? Can we win, you think?
Dr. Kopla, it's actually from personal experience. The other thing is, this is a very weak example, but I hope our listeners can try to at least understand, and ourselves as well. So I think our answer also may have mentioned, I think, if we try to get a 12-year-old to do O levels, that child would not be able to get a proper understanding of the syllabus, isn't it? So it's like, because the 12-year-old, I don't know whether he or she will be in grade, what, 7, 8 or 9 or somewhere there. But the grade 7 syllabus, the grade 8 syllabus and the 9 syllabus all shapes that child's knowledge in order to be able to cope with the O-level syllabus
Yeah.
and come to that understanding. So this aspect about awareness and avadya or super awareness, and to come to that point, and as you have mentioned earlier, to have the confidence to let go of the perception and all that, if you can't give that message to the person on the path too early, because
Yeah.
that person has not the maturity of the thinking process, and the vidarshana has not come to the point of being able to grasp that other subtle message. It has to be, that's why the Kalyana Mitra, or the noble teachers' guidance right through the whole process is so important, because it is only that teacher who will be able to discern exactly at what moment to guide with what message to the follower, isn't it?
Exactly. Like letting go of the parva is such a subtle thing that can be told to like really, really at kind of in the middle of the path. You can't really say it in the beginning. Like yeah, there's so many things like that. True. And
There was I think you brought up the question, you brought up this thing a few days ago, Dr. Kokila, about some years ago, you had R.N. Vance had asked you about what is your point of contemplation, and you had said your children. And looking back, you said, you almost laugh at the fact, because ultimately it's self-perception. And then I had made a note in that, I found one of the books where I had made a short note, and Narayan Vance had said there will come a time when you'll be able to still have the children, still look after the children, and still gain that super awareness, or still liberate from the mind. And I mean, just think about that moment
yeah,
where a mother would find the children of value, or think at that point. So, certain amount of advanced stage is there, but still has that thought that, no, this is my point of contemplation. And it could be very well at that point where that follower that is the point of contemplation. But see, at that very moment, the message that Aryan Vahanse gave was, if you could see slightly beyond that and understand, bring your Satyajnana to a level where you will then be able to even transcend that moment, and then understand that there can be the children, the children can exist. You as a mother can exist. You can perform your obligations. You can perform your obligations to society as a doctor and so on, and still be liberated from your mind. Isn't that such a beautiful message, and given at that correct moment?
yeah, true. Oh my God. That's why I keep telling that some things that Arana has told, we were not mature enough to get it at that some particular points when we were not mature enough, but then we kind of get it now. And I don't think this will end. I can't even imagine how, the 80 disciples and Lord Buddha, when Lord Buddha must have been there, and all the monks, how they must have felt, like such a beautiful feel, that how massive that, the how massive, and it's so beautiful. I don't know. I just can't explain how things keep changing. How
And just think about this, Dr. Kokla. Every depending on the vibration, self vibration, like 8 billion people have 8 billion different vibrations. the Gatini, I don't know what you call it, Sudama, maybe you can have a
Or the
thing, each word.
tense.
The tains, each one's tains are so different, dependent on the, the zygote level, the
Yeah.
environment, the person grew up in, the education, any kind of childhood trauma, etc., etc. So just imagine the amount of being able to, what shall I say, tune into that vibration in order to, it's such an individual thing, isn't it? And that's why RNMAC encourages everybody to get onto the Zoom and ask everybody's questions where one is stuck in, because one person's message, true, there are common messages that each of us can take from the Zoom discourses, but there are some very, very fine points that people get stuck on because of those stains that have to be unraveled. And sometimes, you can't do it yourself because you cannot see beyond that point because of ignorance, because of the very defilements. One's vision and vision is clouded through defilements. So it is the Dharma teacher or the noble spiritual teacher who's able to say, no, there is a way forward, and then show the way, isn't it?
Yeah. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, it is. It is. It is amazing. I don't know where the word amazing can be used anywhere else. I mean, we have heard this word amazing, like, yeah, truly amazing. How we can actually tune into this, because the mind has covered it. Mind, that whatever with the data, every data we have, mind has covered this taints. So to find the taints, like actually feel the taint, not find the taint. Can't find the taint. You have to feel the taints, and then feel the non-vibration is something that has to be felt. But even to know that is beautiful, isn't it? I mean, feeling must be felt by each and every person, but even to know it.
Dr. Sakutala, Sudharma, if you have anything to add.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and Miss Randika. Was very beautiful, actually, the way you go and making revelations to the world and re-emphasizing the important points that Arya Mahanse has revealed in the long run. And actually, here, what I wanted to add is, Mr. Ramita and Dr. Kokla, that you were talking about taints. Yes, in many sermons, the RMHC mentions that taints, actually the manifest form of taints is the defilements, isn't it? It is that is in dormant or latent. No, the taints, which is, I mean, it doesn't come up, but the manifest form of it we find as defilements. That is delusion or desire, then ill will, hatred, etc. And to the point that you were mentioning, that how we can reveal this to the world, pass this message to the world. So they are also,
But
if
in
the
there, Sudharma,
yes, Dr. Kokila.
that last particular thing you said, yes, the manifestations are the defilements, but defilements would be there, but just that awakening to the moment is the beginning of the path. So the awakening to the moment, actually in one particular stimulus, you can identify all these layers. It just has to be felt.
Yes, you're so beautiful that you always remind, because it's like a turning point, isn't it, of someone's path. And
Yeah,
Dr. Kokila,
it's
yes,
very important because that's where the trick is. There is be inside the mind and the outside the mind problem. That's where the problem is. If you're inside the mind, kind of, I don't know whether how else to say that. Suranka might have better English words for that. When you are inside the mind, in the sense that in mind perception or mind consciousness, it's a bit difficult to understand the tense. At least one particular moment, if you if one particular moment you don't get that value of the mind perception, then only that particular part will be felt, because all these parts are one stimulus. If it's cross sound has all these things. It has the cross sound. It has this the dream, as Aran once said, mind kind of thing. Still in the still the cross sound is there, but then if you actually pierce that, only you can feel the taints, in the sense it is the kind of the vibration of the sensory organ. And if you have practiced fully these 4 steps that Arano Hanse has taught us, will definitely understand that it is just the sensory organ, and the non-vibration or absence of duality will be felt. Absence of duality. Yeah.
yes. And Dr. Kokila, that our birth is just the birth of the I. The I itself, the non-duality is there, isn't it? If seeing is, or what happens is seeing only, hearing only, then and there we liberate from the feeling, thought that there is a person listening, person seeing. So it also happens when we understand this mechanism. Actually, what worked for me really is Aryan Hanse's the scientific explanation of these vibrations and how this power gets created, how come that there isn't a tree outside. And so when Aryan Hanse's, I mean, sermons about the philosophy alone uh, definitely takes someone to the next level in terms of this, isn't it? Isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So there is no other way of, and at the same time, the first point of contemplation, that everything is the mind, that becomes self-evident even to a foreigner who has never heard Dhamma before, this Chittena Niyati Loko thing, because it it becomes self-evident, the whatever
Yeah, but in there
the
also,
yes,
the difficult part is that
yes,
self-thought is also external.
yes, this body is also external. That's what
Self-thought is also external.
external. Yes,
Drushtiya, kind of all
this view,
the
wrong view.
wrong view, in the sense, the thought,
Mm.
we have the self vibration, and then we get the self perception. As soon as the I is formed, we have an idea now.
Yes.
That perception, whatever the perception we have, if it is a flower, whatever the perception, the self-perception is anyway there, because we take it as true anyway, without Dhamma, I'm telling. And
Yes.
that goes to the self-view or the thought, I
see the flower.
That one is outside.
Is
Everything
that
that is where the people struggle, because that's where I was trying to say in last few like things I told you. I was trying to say people get that part, that outside world is not true, but don't know how to put the self perception there, how to put the self view there, how to put the thought. The I is a thought. How it arises, that is as similar to the chair, very similar to the chair. That part no one is keen to take, but everyone is keen to take about the chair. They are very happy to take. Okay, daughter is not there, son is not there, mother is not there, father is not there, family is not there, dog is not there, job is not there, nothing is there. So good. Oh my God, that's wow. That's really good.
Yes.
But that's not the thing. That's not
And
the
when
actual
Dr.
thing that we are
Kokila,
trying to say. Yeah.
when Aryan Mahanse gives it in the form of a formula, I equals the chair and so on, he repeatedly says, no. Yes.
No, we
I mean,
forget. That's why it should be
in,
repeated. Yeah, we keep forgetting, because this, the strong self view cuts it off. Because this is so beautiful, like if you are there and everything else is not there, aren't you happy?
No,
Yeah, so you're happy. Yeah, you're happy. So we want to be happy, don't we? So then the self perception will be very high. And that's what happened to Mithya Drishtika Brahmaya. Same thing. And we can be easily a Mithya Drishtika Brahmaya. That's where we are trying to, keep reminding.
Yes, very important. And Dr. Kokila, the basics are actually we cannot call them basics even, because it's the only
තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආයන වහන්සේ. In this early morning in Sri Lanka, you may be listening to the Buddothpada Dhamma sermons on Pure TV. You can listen to Dhamma sermons 24 hours a day. And if you wish to listen to Sinhala Dhamma sermons as well, there are many available on YouTube. If you search as Buddothpada Dhamma sermons, it will appear so many Dhamma sermons on YouTube. There are thousands of sermons by Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse that you can listen to. For someone who does not understand Sinhala, Buddothpada Dhamma sermons can now be heard in English too, because technology has developed so much. You can translate into English. So please don't miss this precious opportunity in this very, very rare human life. If we talk like this, but we don't realize how it is rare until you realize this Dhamma, then you realize this is a very rare opportunity. Through these Dhamma sermons, our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse and our old Dhamma friends try to explain that This world really means the world we create through our own thoughts. The discussion you were here before, they were talk about Chittena Niyati Loko. Our world has created by our own thoughts. It depends on our thoughts. Our thoughts means our world. Our world is nothing other than these very thoughts. And when we truly understand how these thoughts arise, we begin to realize that what we call living happens only for a single moment. We live only. So we live only for a single moment. And although it seems from our point of view that we have many moments to live through, that isn't actually how it works. In reality, at very single moment, we are alive only upon one thought. Just one. Our noble friend also all the time emphasize this. We are living on one thought. Just one. If we think that we have 50, 70, or even 80 years to live on this earth, we actually fail to realize that we are living only from moment to moment. Our life span continues for just a tiny instant, nothing more. It lasts only for a belief arising and passing away for a single thought. But we never can see it until we realize in this Dhamma. This mind arises in this very moment, and in that same moment it passes away. So, for example, think about this. Right now you see a cup in your hand, but if in that moment you don't really understand the nature of this process, the cup simply becomes a thought of a cup in my hand. Actually, we don't realize that cup and me both are the same thing. The cup means I am there. This happens because your six faculties arise together, and that arising is what you call me. The moment you recognize the cup as in my hand, you are born right there. That is the cup. That is you in that very instant. And the moment that thought ceases, and we die right here as well. If I say in other words, the six faculties that arose in that moment also cease in that same moment without existing anything or anywhere. When the six faculties arise in this very moment, that itself means you are born in this very moment. And what actually happens there is this. As soon as the six faculties arise, without noticing it, we take the world to be real. At that point, two extremes meet, the internal and external. And together they create more thoughts, giving those thoughts even more power, and one after one thought, we give more power to create more thoughts, one after one. It never stops until we realize in this or understanding about this Dhamma. That is how this whole cycle gain more and more power to continue. There is no long-lasting continuity here. In this way, moment by moment, we are being born and passing away. In this very moment, the six faculties arise, and without remaining, they disappear in that same moment. Then in the very next moment, a new thought arises, and again it fades away, and again new thought arises, and again it fades away. But we don't realize, or we don't notice about it until we keep steady awareness. In this way, moment after moment, we are being born and dying. Every single instant is pressurizing and a complete ceasing. Actually, the Lord Buddha didn't describe death as this body falling to the ground or the conventional death. Instead, Lord Buddha pointed to the death that happens within a single moment, the arising and passing away of the mind. This momentary arising and ceasing of the mind is what the Lord Buddha called as death. But we have a conventional death. But Lord Buddha explained different kind of death. That's what we need to understand. If you are seeking for true Dhamma, if you are trying to understand about the Dhamma, then you will realize what is death and birth mean. If in this very moment the mind ceases, then right there a new mind arises. With that arising, attachment and aversion appears. In that same instant, the mind reacts to what it meets, and in that same instant, pleasure or displeasure can arise within us. So when the mind in this moment disappears, right there you encounter birth, aging, and death. All of these are contained within this single instant of arising and ceasing of the mind object. Because if we have a real mind object, that means there is a power and there is a pleasure or displeasure arising within us. That's how suffering creating through this thought process. If we take as it is real. So when the mind in this moment disappears right there, you encounter birth. So in every posture, this meditation continues quite naturally when you are on the correct path, when you are seeing the arising and ceasing of the thought or mind object. In every posture, the meditation continues quite naturally when you are on the correct path. If your practice is truly aligned with the noble path, then in any posture, sitting, standing, walking, or lying down, the cultivation carries on effortlessly. You will realize that once you enter to this path. But from the very beginning, you must make a strong and sincere effort. You need to hold this awareness steadily and keep observing the rising and passing away of the world you create in every moment. It is very hard if we say like that. You might think how we can do that to keep attention or keep steady awareness uh, to see this arising and ceasing of mind objects. But you will do one day. Only with that continuous mindfulness can you truly see how each moment is born and how it disappears. You will think that it is hard to keep steady awareness to see like that way. But once you practice, from the very beginning, it is very hard. You might feel like that. But once you, after you continue in this seeing the mind object arising and ceasing every moment, and it will arise in within you naturally. Then you don't want to make an effort to see the mind objects. In the middle of the path to Nibbana, you will realize that how it's appearing without making an effort. The Lord Buddha explained about the Panchabala Dhamma. That means the 5 spiritual powers that preciously, because this path requires the strength. From the very beginning, we need to make an effort for clarity and stability to keep awareness alive within this system and to see the rising and passing away of the world we create in each moment. And this is where the 5 powers become essential. They support the practitioner so the practice does not collapse even when the mind becomes try to distracted. That's why we need to keep a stable awareness with great effort. When you keep practicing in the right way, these 5 spiritual powers we called Sattva, Virya, Sati, Samadhi. It begins to arise within you quite naturally. Saddha means the confidence give your heart courage. Confidence means a deep, steady trust in the state of the Buddha, not in the Buddha statue. Why I mention here the Buddha statue? Because most of them making Shraddha or deep steady trust towards the Buddha statue. Actually, we need to keep steady trust in the state of Buddha. and likewise a true confidence in the Dhamma and the Sangha. So that is why we are all explaining always the Buddha means not a person or not a god or not a thing. That is a state, kind of um, a state free from mind, we can say like that. So once you realize the Dhamma, then you will understand what is the Buddha mean. So that is the steady, that is the state we need to keep a steady trust. So effort mean virya, that means keeps you steady, the strength to keep going, keep practicing, the willingness to bring the mind back again and again, even when it wanders. So mindfulness keeps you awake in each moment. The ability to stay awake in each moment, seeing clearly what arises and what fade away. And a concentration gathers the mind, a collected, settled mind that does not scatter. This steadiness allows deeper understanding to unfold, and wisdom begins to shine through. Wisdom is the clear seeing that understands the true nature of experience, impermanence, and a non-self. And wisdom is the clear seeing of that there is no external and internal world. And when reality is seen in this way, the mind becomes free from its own illusion. When these 5 strengths actually grow together, they support one another, and your awareness becomes stable without force. In that way, the practice continues gently in every posture, and the path unfolds moment by moment. When you begin to see the true nature of the mind in this very moment, you start to glimpse the Buddha state, the mind that is free. This is the nature of being released from the grip of the mind. It does not mean correcting mistakes or trying to control the mind like doing concentration meditation. Not like that. It is simply a moment of freedom, a moment when name and form don't take hold. In that instant, the mind is not constructing anything, and you experience a taste of what it means to be free. So when you begin to see the true nature of the mind, in this very moment, you start to glimpse the Buddha state. That means free state of mind. Actually, it does not mean correcting to control the mind, I said before, because it is simply a moment of freedom, a moment when name and form don't take hold. Once you understand this Dhamma, or once you realizing how the mind object has formed, and when you practicing by seeing that arising and passing of the mind objects or thoughts, then you realize the differences between mind and the state of free from mind. Because sometimes you might think, without the mind, how can I work in day-to-day life, then you might think sometimes, oh no, this is you might think sometimes, without understanding the Dhamma, you might think we are talking about like a mental illness, or this is a kind of mental illness, or you might think this is not the Dhamma. Sometimes it might arise in your mind. Actually, a real mental illness is when we believe the mind object are truly real and we become trapped inside them. That is the real mental illness. So that is why the Lord Buddha also said, Sabbe Pruthajjana Mantaka. That means all ordinary, unawakened people behave like the mentally confused, because as long as we are caught inside the mind, reacting to its creations as if they are real, we behave in a confused and a deluded way. But when you see the mind's nature clearly, the arising and passing away in this very moment, you are no longer trapped into your mind. You begin to taste the freedom from the mind's illusion. When you realize that there is no reason to give power to past thoughts that are not real, you begin to feel how the fire inside you start to fade away. You can clearly sense the difference, how you used to cling to your thoughts, how you suffered because of them, and how free you feel after understanding this Dhamma. When you stop feeding the mind with beliefs and fears, the burning stops. You see directly how liberation comes from letting go of what was never real in the first place. When we practice this path, we begin to realize that the mind is not easy to understand. Actually, there are many subtle states that appear along the way. So if we see the illusion in this very moment, and we shouldn't start thinking about it again and again, without even noticing, you can fall back into the mind's trap. And once you get caught in that stream of thinking, it becomes very difficult to come out of it. That's how our minds behave all the time. So those subtle points we need to understand if we are practicing this path to liberation, to avoid those trapping points, to avoid that. The key is to see clearly in the moment and then let it go without analyzing, without holding, without running it into another story. When the world does not take hold in this moment, when the illusion in this instant of mind is seen clearly, Then in that bright, pure moment of awareness, defilements do not arise within you. There is no cause for them to rise because you have understood this illusion without giving it a body, without giving it weight. Because you don't want to hang in on it because you know that the mind object is not real, and then you realize that you don't want to hang in on it. Furthermore, in that moment, you directly see that there is no person who can cling to those thoughts as well, because no real mind object appears for you to grasp. The mind naturally becomes calm and collected. So, right there, a concentrated state arises on its own. In that very moment, meditation is also happening within your system without making an effort, without going anywhere to practice concentration meditation. It will arising, the meditation is happening naturally within you. In that very moment, wisdom begins to shine within you. You can understand how the difference between mind and wisdom then. When the mind is not caught by its own moments, greed, hatred, and delusion cannot arise. They simply have no ground to stand on. So ask yourself honestly, can anyone permanently escape suffering without realizing this mind or this true Dhamma, without understanding dependent origination? It is this very ignorance of how the mind creates its own world that keeps us trapped. When you see the dependent origination directly, that means how a thought arises, how it passes away, and how suffering appears only when you cling, then the whole structure begins to fall apart. You stop giving power to the mind objects. You stop believing they are real. And in that moment, the fire of suffering has nothing to burn. This is why the Lord Buddha taught this path so preciously. Without understanding how the mind fabricates experience, we cannot be free from it. But when you see the illusion in the very moment it arises, then it becomes, the chain breaks. So when you realize this, you begin to see that you can continue all your responsibilities without burning inside, without stress, whether you are at the office, at the school, or anywhere else. You can carry out all your duties in the same way as before. Nothing on the outside needs to change. The only thing that changes is your inside, the inner freedom with which you meet each moment. When the mind is not trapped, the works remains the same, but the one who experiences it is free. The mind flows very quickly, just like water flowing down a rock. When water runs over rock, we only see a large stream moving across the surface. The mind flow away very quickly, just like water flowing down a rock. When water runs over rock, we only see a large stream moving across the surface. We don't see the tiny droplets that make up that flow. We see only the large stream moving across the surface, but our mind is exactly the same. What we notice is only the continuous stream of thoughts, as if it is one long, unbroken movement. But just like those tiny droplets, we do not see how each individual thought is formed in a single moment, in this very moment. It arises, it fades, and another one takes its place. All too fast for us to notice unless we are truly mindful. When we say bring in mindfulness directly to the mind, what we really mean is seeing how the mind arises and ceases in this very moment. In other words, you begin to see how all 6 sense bases create experience right now. Through seeing, through hearing, through smelling, through tasting, touching, and through thinking. As you walk, as you eat, as you speak, in every posture, this becomes your meditation. This is why our noble friend always says, without understanding this mind, without understanding about how this mind has formed, you never can reach to Nibbana. But when I say it becomes your meditation in this very moment, but don't misunderstand this. Seeing the mind does not mean watching only the defilements, not just greed thought, not just anger thoughts, or not just unpleasant thoughts. Because I know we all, in some points, when you listen to Dhamma sermon, from very beginning, we were also practiced like that way before realizing this Dhamma. So we were looked only for the defilements, only for the greed thoughts, only angry thoughts, only unpleasant thoughts. We would think that if we remove those defilements, then we can reach to Nibbana. If you keep looking only at the bad thoughts and trying to remove them, but you will never find the path to liberation. Why? Because when you try to remove only the bad thoughts, there is still someone inside holding onto the good thoughts. If you have a good thoughts, mean that is real to you. If it is real, mean if you have a real thought, that means you have a external world and internal world. There is a Jatta Bahita. There is a both side you are tangling. You have a world, you have a real world. That means you haven't understand about the true Dhamma. That means you have not stepped out of the mind. You are still trapped inside it. That means you haven't understand about the mind object. That means you are going through this cycle of samsara still. If good thoughts remain as something you cling to, then you have not understood dependent origination as well. You have not understood how the mind is formed and how it ceases. This is why very important to understand about the mind, how it arises in and passes away, how it has formed, how name and forms creating this mind. Once you've seen those things very clearly, then you will understand what you need to do to reach that liberation. This is why the Lord Buddha said, Sabbha Sankara Samato. That is the path to liberation begins at the point where you are free from the mind, where everything is seen clearly without choosing and without rejecting any thoughts. Sabbha means all thoughts. That mean good and bad, pleasant and unpleasant, all of them. This is why the Lord Buddha also said, Salayatana Nirodho Nibbano. When the six sense spaces are not tired, there is Nibbana. All thoughts arise because of these six senses. That every cessation is the free from the mind. And this is exactly why the Lord Buddha explained that the path out of suffering is found here in the ending of the activity of the six senses. So it is very important to understand what does it mean, Salayatana Nirodho Nibbano O Sabba Sankara Samato. Why Lord Buddha has preached like that way. So when the Lord Buddha has told Sabba Sankara Samato what we are doing, and also lots of Dhamma sermons, we can hear through lots of Dhamma sermons. Still, they are say to look at your angry thoughts or hatred thoughts or bad thoughts to remove, to reach to this Nibbana. But actually, that is a very misunderstanding thing, and you need to understand and you need to listen Dhamma sermon very carefully. The wholesome means when you are seen and the arising and passing away of the mind object every moment, if it is good or bad or pleasant or unpleasant, it doesn't matter. You should understand how the mind has formed and how it's arising and passing away in this very moment. If you are hanging on with a good thoughts, then there is attachment you have created within yourself, then you are not free from the mind. If there is an attachment for the good thoughts, that means you create a good person within yourself. That means there is a soul within you. But the Lord Buddha explained about the Anatma Dhamma, non-soul Dhamma. You have to practice, or you should see very clearly uh, that non-soul Dhamma by exploring these 6 faculties very carefully. I think we need to you need to clarify, and you need to understand about the 3 refugee as well. Then you realize the correct path to Nibbana, and with understanding and with realizing this Dhamma. That is why we take refuge in the triple gem. Then because you know what is Buddha mean, and what is Dhamma mean, and what is Sangha means. You realizing within yourself, once you understand what is Buddha and Dhamma and Sangha, then you never go through a wrong path, or you never choose a wrong path to Nibbana. You will realize within yourself, this is the correct path to Nibbana. It's arising within you. No one can make you understand, or no one can say to you, this is the correct path, this is the wrong path. But it should understand. You must understand within yourself by exploring your 6 faculties and mind objects, and through practice, and through realization. So once you understand about the state of Buddha, so you will detach from past and future thoughts. And even though in this moment, that when thoughts arise in within your mind, then you will realize the thought is not real, and the wisdom recognize the thought is not real and no need to hang in anymore. And then there is no power. Whatever thoughts appears, you don't get caught by it. Because you see its nature clearly. As this understanding deepens, you begin to step out of thought fabrication little by little, step by step. Even if an old memory or burning thought arise, the moment you will see the illusion within it. It's a then its power becomes fade. You will feel how your mind becomes lighter and more precious than before, and you move naturally towards samadhi. But thought will arise still in the system because your sixth sense working, and then but you no longer give them ownership or identity for that thoughts. The world move on as usual and unchanged. So you see very clearly how creates bhava or thoughts or sankhara or defilements. It's begin to fall silent when that construction is stopped. The samsara is no longer creating by yourself. Also, we are speaking about the awareness. We need to keep a steady awareness to see this every moment very clearly. We can use the words awareness even when we walk mindfully or notice another person coming towards us. But in those cases, there is still an external person, an internal me who is aware. We are not talking about that awareness. Here, however, awareness means something different. It is the place where you observe the rising and fading of thoughts, the movement of the mind. It always focusing the mind object. It is the awareness that sees the illusion created by thoughts. That is the awareness we need to keep steady to see this mind every moment. Awareness is different to thinking. Awareness can be called actually, we can say it is the wisdom or purity, because this is being awake to the moment. This is where we should always be. The awareness should be our base. It is the point we cultivate samma sati, means concentration. Then there is no duality, or in other words, we do not create a me and an outside. This mind does not have the concept of time either. There is no thing in this moment of being awake, being aware is wisdom. So when we see that there is no real mind object, so we can't think about a time either, because if we have a real time means that we have a real thought and we have a real events or things in our mind. Once we understand that everything is illusion and nothing can take as a real, so then we never meet a time or a past or future or this moment also, if it is arising mind object in this very moment also, it is also not real. So then we can't take anything as real, but we can work as normal way and we can speak as a normal way. We can use those words as normal way because we already learned those words. We are using these words to explain everything. So only things changing happen from our inside. Nothing take as anything real. So if you practice through the Dhamma, or if you have a right mindfulness, you can see your thoughts and the sound as they arise. When you see them clearly, you don't want to hurt yourself anymore, and you are no longer caught by the external world because you are awakened to this moment. And if we say like this, but we know how it is very hard to practice and how it is hard to stay awakened to this very moment, and how to keep steady awareness for every moment. So however, once you understand this Dhamma, you will realize how your suffering or how your firing fading away gradually. Sometimes a person might wonder how can the absence of perception be used in daily life? How can we work as normal? Actually, seeing this Dhamma only brings more ease, comfort, and peace to you. It is not an obstacle to your responsibilities or your work. You might think, oh, without a mind how I can plan my work and how can I plan my future like that way. So actually, once you understand everything, once you realize in Dhamma, then you will understand by yourself. It is very difficult to um, explain without experience. If you haven't experienced, so the whole path is about understanding the way our own mind is shaped. It is not something you search for outside. It's about turning inwards with awareness and seeing clearly whether there is any fixed self inside us. So it's a direct personal insight into the nature of our own experience. When we talk about this Dhamma sometimes in depth, especially among people who are genuinely walking the path, it can feel difficult to grasp at first. So what is meant by suffering, and that is why we are seeking for a Dhamma to escape from suffering. If you need to escape from suffering, so you need to understand how this mind has formed. You need to explore by yourself, not from outside. Always you want to explore your system, how your eyes is rising in this very moment, and how your ears rising in this very moment. And when you go in very depth, you will realize how this stimulus that arising through your eye or ear or tongue or skin, how you are recognizing mind objects and how you are attached to that mind object to this stimulus, and how you recognize this stimulus as mind object, you will realize and you will understand in depth if you practice and if you keep a steady awareness every moment. Awaken to this every moment, so you will realize. So that is why the Lord Buddha always emphasize that Salayatana Nirodho Nibbano, when the six sense bases are not stirred, there is Nibbana. All thoughts arise because these six senses, that is very cessation, is the free from of the mind. And this is exactly why the Lord Buddha explained that the path out of suffering is found here in the ending of the activity of the six senses. That is why we need to understand in depth about our six faculties. So may all of you find this path to liberation. May this blissful understanding spread throughout the world. I think time is passing now, and I step back. May the Triple Gem bless you all. And Tervan Saranaya, and thank you, everyone.
තෙරුවන් තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. First of all, I pay homage to the Lord Buddha, the Dhamma and Sangha, and I worship our Kalyanamita Aryan Vahanse, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse, for his guidance and his tireless efforts to bring this Dhamma to the entire world. In his efforts in this 24-hour English, the Buddothpada Pure TV YouTube channel, I'm going to continue reading about the Nibbana path. Are you on the Nibbana path? This is based on a book published by the Buddothpada publications called Are You on the Nibbana Path, which defines and summarizes the Nibbana path. To start with the reading, who is the realized being, an Arahant? The realized being has an unshakable understanding or knowing of the truth without any doubt. The realized being has no doubt about this path, and it is an unshakable understanding of knowing the truth. That knowing is experiential knowing, not just intellectual knowledge. This experiential knowing naturally translates into an inner transformation. This inner transformation happens only through the unshakable inner understanding of the truth. It is not thinking or just contemplation. Inner understanding does not make any changes to the external dealings or the external outlook. What happens is that the value given to seeming external things fades away. There's no inner resistance or attraction or inner burning with any externals. This inner power is generated through a solid understanding of the teaching. The soul, the inner current generated due to external stimuli, does not disappear, but the tempting power or enticing power to go after objects disappears. No value is given to those illusions. All stimuli through the senses have the power of attraction or resistance towards those external things. In other words, this power is the raga and dvesha. The raga means that you have the liking, and the dvesha means do you dislike something. This power is due to moha. We call it ignorance, that makes one believe that there are existing things outside and are real. The power disappears with this unshakable understanding of the truth. Illusions have no power to delude you anymore. And Arahant do not have a sense of existing things. They have seen the truth of the illusory things. For Arahant, all duties and day-to-day dealings will happen as usual. He knows this is a wall, this is a book, this is a chair. But doesn't mean everything just disappears. Nothing disappeared from his side. But he does not give any value to the chair or the book. And this is an automatic process. When we say there are no existing things, it does not mean things will disappear from one side. And it is not the emptiness that we think there's nothing outside. But things will disappear from one side when one realizes the truth. What happens is the value given to those disappear, but the value that was given to those outside things disappears completely. Arahant does not give any value to appearances, the illusions. The illusions are appearances only. As a result, we call it the Chandaraga. The value you have given to the outside world disappears. And the Tunbhumi disappears at the same time. If you see anything as an existing thing, it happens due to natural process of sensory systems. Within that natural process or system in operation, it creates seeming things to appear or illusions to appear. We cannot deny the illusory appearances. The seeming knowing of a thing is also a kind of understanding. Even a little baby has this kind of knowing of things that he perceives. This can be told as instinctive understanding. But for an Arahant, it is seen, and he is aware that there is no value at all for seeming things. They are just appearances when the necessary conditions are met. This is the higher understanding. This is the wisdom. We call it super wisdom. In the Buddha's path, what is important to be aware of the me sense. Most of the time, people put forward spiritual questions, explain or talk about Dhamma by thinking or by thinking about Dhamma. And not through experiential knowing. In such instances, people are only in the state of mind plane, which is called the vijnana state. It is just like you are trying to see the truth through vijnana maya, through your mind. You will never be able to grasp the truth by the mind, which is through the vijnana maya. This isn't the path Buddha explained. You have to go beyond the mind plane or transcend the mind. Here, most importantly, you have to recognize the state of thinking without thinking about something, or contemplation, which is the savitaka. Otherwise, you will be confused and misled. Dhamma is known to sihiya. We call it awareness, a kind of inner knowingness through which knowing happens. This is a knowing without a knower. If one moves along with sihiya, which is awareness, not through thinking, then one will find the Nibbana path. The state of thinking does not take you to Nibbana. Thinking is a state of savitaka, which is the state of thinking about something or contemplation. It helps one to logically argue and understand what the teacher is trying to explain. What is important is the sihiya, which knows your thinking or not thinking, or thinking about something. That is where the Nibbana path opens up for you. If you go about thinking, that thinking should be known to sihiya, or being aware. This is a very subtle plant. This is a very subtle point. Sihiya, being aware, etc., refers to kind of inner knowing, a subjective knowing without a subject. This is difficult to put into words. This should be known to oneself and grasped by oneself experientially. Since this is very subtle, you have to be very careful. Otherwise, most of the time you will be misled to wrong recognition and conclusions. Thinking is savitaka. There are also you will see the truth intellectually. Importantly, that should be seen by sihiya. It is called wisdom, the jnana, that is to be known to sihiya, that it is a savitaka state. From avitaka state should be known to sihiya. This is not contemplative state. This is a highly advanced state. This is a state of absorption and freedom. Savitaka state will eventually bring you to avitakka state. There, one will experience the freedom from senses and sense objects. Those who are on the Nibbana path should be very vigilant. Most people who are on the path unknowingly keep the me alive. They are talking and questioning keeping me, which is called the Atmiya Bhavya. There is no point saying there is no me, yet feeling the sense of me inside. It is very important to recognize the me sense and how it rises its head. The inner awareness of Sihiya is very important here. Me-ness is recognized by Sihiya. Sihiya is not a thought. The me sense is nothing but the sense of individual self or separate self, which separates me from others. This is seen by Sihiya. The fading away of the me sense is also seen by Sihiya. You have to see this very carefully. When comes to the savias, when it comes to the untainted mind, which is called the Prabhasvara Chitta and Arahant state, the Sasavya Svabhava is the form which is the Rupa created due to energy vibrations. Energy vibrations comes through all the senses and create different forms. Thoughts are also formed by vibration. When form is created naturally, there is a feeling of existing things. Once you understand and recognize Dhamma, there will be no existing things. You know how the energy sparks happens and seeming creations come into existence. If you do not know Dhamma, things exist everywhere and those are real to you. One may say that there are no things out there, but in his mind there may be existing things. This is a very subtle point which most misses to recognize it. 5 precepts are naturally observed here. You are not observing the 5 precepts forcefully, artificially. It happens naturally within you. In the Nibbana path, 5 precepts are upheld. Not only this, but all the observances, the sila, are upheld. Those who are on the path only recognize the true inner wisdom. When we talk about purity, it is the state being freed from the sense of the me or Atmiya Bhavya. This is the true purity. Atmiya Bhavya or Itta Bhavya, in a sense, an energy vibration. If one lies or tries to hide meanness or Atmiya Bhavya, there is surely a separate living entity in that person. That is why he tries to defend me all the time. And attempts are to safeguard this false Atmiya Bhavya, the feeling of me, the notion of me. There, me has risen, and its heads up. So purity is being free from the Atmiya Bhavya. In other words, recognizing that there are no existing things. It does not mean things you see will disappear. Things you hear will disappear. Things you feel will disappear. But one recognizes that those seeming things have no reality and are mere illusions. Things exist as skandha level, and the routine way of life goes on as usual with no change at the material level. However, the charge, the aropanya, or the inner excitation arising from sense stimuli neutralizes. It neutralizes that, the arising senses, the stimuli. Mundane people have an inner sense or charge of existing me and mine. This is the Sakkaya Ditthi. All thoughts derive power due to the Sakkaya Ditthi. Getting freedom from this inner charge, which is the aropanya, is getting freedom from thoughts. This is the seeing of Chittane Niyati Loko, or seeing the truth. This is where the Attagame occurs. The Chittane Niyati Loko means the seeing that truth. There's no intentional giving up, yet it naturally happens with the recognition of the truth. This is what happens when stabilized with the recognition of the truth. This is the address of one's final destination. Once the truth is recognized, one should be in absorption to become this recognition a living truth. And this happened beyond doubt. A glimpse will not suffice. Strong conditioning can pull you back to old habits. What will happen is your sense of me, which is Atmiya Bhavya, slowly starts to fade away. And there is no other Dhamma than this. It is the disappearance of the false me sense, or Atmiya Bhavya. The fading away of Atmiya Sanya, in other words, fading away of the illusory me, the notion of me created by the power of inner charge, the aropanya balaya. The illusory me in our fictional story gradually fades away. When you do your day-to-day work, you should recognize this me first. Your defilements are nothing but this me sense. Likes and dislikes are the product of me sense. You should carefully observe how me rises and during your day-to-day activities. 3 worlds are created in one thought, in one we call it in Aramuna. Victorious over 3 worlds, Trilokanato, mean transcending the 3 worlds in the thought. This me is also created in the thought. This is a very subtle state. When you engage in day-to-day activities, you should be able to catch the me experientially. Buddha's path is not a belief system or prayer. You should be able to feel yourself how powerful this me or sense of individuality is. The dissolution of the me sense also belongs to oneself. No one else can do it for you. On the other hand, you cannot do it. The me sense does not exist. It is an imaginary and derives power as per your will or thinking pattern. Even if you want, you cannot create thoughts. This is a system at work. In reality, there is no one called me. If me exists, he should be able to destroy the vitakka vichara as per his will. But what is happening is a number of senses are functioning as per the natural phenomena. We call it chitta niyamaya. Nobody is activating the phenomena. Nothing can be done by yourself. Even you cannot show the truth to yourself, because what you think you are is imaginary, non-existent. There is only a realization or revelation of the truth, Nibbana. What one can do is to make oneself qualified to receive that revelation. In other words, make yourself deserving for the revelation of the truth. In the current state, you may not have qualified for the truth due to your own defilements. We call it klesha. You have to recognize the fact by yourself. After that, you have to be qualified to fulfill the qualifications to receive the truth. As indicated before, irrespective of making others attain the truth, you yourself cannot show the truth to yourself. In this context, what another can do is only to guide you in the right direction, having explained Dhamma. Only this direction or the path can be shown for one to move forward, progressing or not in the direction is each one's own duty. When I say you cannot show the truth to yourself, you should be able to grasp the enormity of that statement. Whichever way you think of it, you cannot show the truth to yourself. What is essential here is it to do what needs to be done. What is needed here? First, you need to recognize what is this truth we are talking about. Once you understand the truth, all concepts, dittis, that you are holding tightly onto should shatter. The conventional ritualist offerings like flower offering, lighting lamps, lighting incense sticks, religious processions will not take you to Nibbana. If you are on the Nibbana path, you have to recognize these impediments. To do all of these, there must be somebody, and that somebody is doing all these rituals with the hope of betterment for that body. Here, instead of dissolving the me-ness, the feeling of me, the notion of me, these actions will strengthen that me, myself, I. You see these types of actions happening in most of the religious, the temples around. Promoting these actions, they misguide the people rather than showing the truth. These, in fact, make the me feeling, the self feeling strong and grow even bigger. It is very clear that there's no Nibbana in those activities at all. What they have done so far is putting all people deep in ignorance. When they say you are going to heaven after this life, you need to ask whether these heavens are, where these heavens are, and how does it happen? What's the process? What they have, and when that me feeling gets stronger and stronger, the mithya dishtiya, the wrong, the ignorance, it's harder to dissolve. It's harder for someone to dissolve in that me feeling. And in Abhidhamma Pitaka, it has been taught by making the world the mithya drishti is that wrong view. And we have to, that's where you need that right true knowledge. And most of the time, the meditation centers, the meditation classes, the meditation retreat, the programs, what we see, they are mainly focused on concentrating in an object, in an thing, and trying to control the thought process. But it is not what Lord Buddha has taught in his Dhamma. When you have that right true knowledge, you start investigating, analyzing those concepts within you. First, one has to understand the Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, which is called dependent origination. And that's where you need the guidance from a Kalyana Mitra. The Kalyana Mitra is the person who has walked in this journey and who has experience in this journey, who can guide you with the clear guidance. Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, the dependent origination, shows you that sounds and forms are caused and they effect. Paticca Samuppada Dhamma shows you that the sounds and forms are cause and the effect is the Atmiya Bhavya, or the sense of me. The cause, for the effect of the me sense, the notion of me happens, the cause is the forms, the sounds and the forms. They are the cause that creates that forms the feeling of the notion of me. The Lord Buddha asked monks, is this I permanent? And they reply, no, it is impermanent. Then is there any individual self? And monks replied, no. Many do not know the Buddhist teaching is Atmiya Dhamma. No one can reflect on the belief in that that there's the world existing outside. And what is Satrasatipatthana means? It is that you see this outside existing world is not real through your senses. How the senses creates that spark which forms that an outside object is real. And this is the saying that there's no real world. And you cannot reflect the Satrasatipatthana without knowing there's you cannot reflect the Satrasatipatthana without knowing this knowledge, the Buddha, the Lord Buddha's, the doctrine, the Dhamma, the true knowledge. When you learn, when you absorb this Dhamma within you, you will know there's no existing real world. You will see it. You will see how this existing world formed. In order to practice the theoretical knowledge received through listening to the teaching, you need to learn how to observe that through Satara Satipatthana. Without knowing the Buddhist doctrine, no one reached the understanding completely. When you will not learn, you will not you won't be able to get that understanding within you. The core message is that the eradication of the false sense of me. In other words, how I lose myself without a proper understanding of the Dhamma. And this is a very practical knowledge that should be applied each of us. It's in a journey. The internal transformation happens with the dissolution of me. This is the Nissarana, the path to the Nibbana. The me sense or Atmiya is the mind itself. The existing of me is a wrong view, a wrong concept, and wrong perception. Due to long conditioning, this me has derived power through abhisankarana, and now very difficult to be freed from it. As long as there is Atma Ditti, that you are in Mithya Ditti. And what is the Atma Ditti? In simple word, if there is an existing world, there is also me who sees it. When you inquire what is this world is, you will understand that it is created by the six senses in that moment. You will never find any existing world and then know me, the notion of me as well. This needs to be it's a feel. You have to feel it within you. In reality, nothing matters to in reality, if you don't understand that the true Dhamma, you will not be able to catch this, how those sparks create that, the notion of me. And at the same time, unless that someone who has experienced that path, who has practically experienced that within them, they won't be able to guide other people to reach that path. That is where the importance of Kalyanamitta comes into to place. Only someone who has walked in that journey, who has experience in that, only can guide you towards that path. And at the same time, in this path, you have to attend sincerely, and you have to have that genuine desire, the self-motivation, and the courage to walk in this path. And the constant efforts and perseverances are much needed. You have to recognize how this imaginary me is born and how it leads you to misery. Then you will have a real wanting to see your own wrong concepts and get freed from the clutches of these. Otherwise, you do not see any urgency, any reason to do it. In fact, you need to see the danger you are facing with the cycle of birth, the samsara ordeal. We see people are born, grow up, and get old, and get sick and die. And at the same time, we see all the destructions around us, how much people suffer. But still, we don't, unless it happens to you and unless you experience some disaster within you, you will not realize how dangerous this cycle of birth is. And we are so fortunate. We are born in an era where this true Dhamma can be heard. And there are so many ways that this Dhamma reaches to you. And at the same time, you are born with Dakshana Sampratya, means you have that opportunity to listen, understand, and practice this Dhamma. And if you will be very foolish if you do not make this opportunity a useful for your own freedom, a freedom from suffering. And Sometimes we use the when we hear how everything is vibrates at a higher speed, and how these sparks happens, and the sound and colors come together and create a notion of something real object outside, and our mind perceive them. This is an intermediary steps in the understanding of the path. These are not intended to stop at this level of understanding, at the thought level, and to certify that one has understood the process and the truth. The seeker has to transcend the mind plane. There are no shortcuts in this path. One has to understand the teachings holistically and completely, not by just parts. You have to face the reality. You have to be very sincere and honest. You yourself has to question whether your suffering is reducing with this new understanding. Are you seeing those fading of the defilements? Do you still see that how big your feeling of that notion of yourself, how much you're holding on to yourself? And your mind will translate these in so many different ways. But unless you have learned this Dhamma and start applying those Dhamma to you and try to understand this Dhamma within you, you will not be able to achieve to be in this path. You will not be able to proceed in this path. You will get stopped by your mind. And this is a journey within you, and this is a gradual, natural process that transform your inner self. And I invite everyone to listen to Buddothpada discourses, where Aryan Mahanse explained the process, the path to Nibbana very beautifully, and he simplified this prodigious doctrine in a way that the people anyone can understand. And I invite everyone to start listening to Buddothpada discourses, and may you all be happy and peaceful, and may Triple Gem bless you all. And I worship Aryan Mahanse, our Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, for all his guidance. And I'm going to conclude my talk today. Theruvan Saranai, everyone.
came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada Ariani, Buddothpada Ariani. Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada Ariani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpada Ariani, Buddothpada Ariani. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada Ariani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpada Ariani, Buddothpada Ariani, Buddothpada Ariani, Buddothpada Ariani.
We assume that by now you have already understood that there is no such thing as a mind, that it is only a flow of thoughts. Also, you already know that this flow of thoughts is only an illusion, a lie. It is a false view, drushtiya. The Buddha explained a few of the natural phenomena of this world. First one, the four seasons, Irtuniya. Second, the germination of a seed, Bijaniya. Third, the law of cause and effect, Karmaniya. Fourth, the forming of the mind, Chitta Niyama. These are a few natural phenomena of this world. The phenomenon of the mind consciousness is when a thought is formed and how it ceases immediately. Now you understand that there is no person, no any form of life in this flow of thoughts. You also know that according to the mundane world, Sammatiya, we say that when we are born with a pure and untainted mind, and this pure and untainted mind is called Prabhasvara Sita. Taints mean to contaminate, to pollute. Taints are Raga, Dvesha, Moha. If you have already realized the pure truth, you will always see beyond this illusional mundane world, Laukika Bhumi, and you will live without creating taints in your mind. But if you are still on your journey to attain nirvana, you have to realize that what it means by me in this illusional mundane world is actually the birth of your senses. The birth of your sight at this moment is the birth of you. Khandanam patu bhavo, ayatanam patilabho, ayam uttati bhava pachaya jati. The above text says the same thing. Our birth means the birth of our senses. Due to the formation of skandha, 5 aggregates, these illusional senses are formed, and due to the formation of these illusional senses, this illusional I-ness is formed. You create your own senses, and as a result, you create your own birth or your own illusional I concept. This is the true story. This illusion is something that is created due to the ignorance of the pure truth. Therun Sanna, everybody.
Teruvan Sarna Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse. Teruvan Sarna Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpada English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence. Is the mind only a flow of thoughts? Is there a person in this flow of thoughts? So it's time to listen to Pure Dhamma, Pure Buddhism. So let's start our discussion. First, I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Teruvan Sarna, Dr. Kokila.
We'll pay homage to Alan Hansi. And I heard him delivering so beautiful sermons last few days as well. It's kind of precious kind of Dharma discourses. So we'll try to reiterate what we talk about this Dhamma. I just wanted to add something here. When we talk about, we have talked about this a few times now, how this stimuli is the only thing that was there, and why we feel inside or outside is due to the ignorance. So when we talk about this, that there is nothing significant or nothing there, or there no one in the Sinhala word, when we try to talk about there's the stimuli, there's no value. I will again try to say this. I mean, all the time when I try to say this, kind of there is a bit of failure from our side trying to say this, but I'll try to say this again. The stimuli itself, the chair, it's important to know the chair has those 3 layers in it. So don't forget, it's only the chair, it is there. There's no me who is perceiving that. But what happens is the chair value, because last time I think we kind of stopped there. We feel that there is some, like we were talking about value per se, but then this value, we can talk about this value in 3 different types. That's what we were trying to talk last time. And fortunately, Aranhase came to the discussion and he was trying to explain it so beautifully. He did that in simple English, where he was talking about how even after the value, the basic value we know, don't forget, that's a value we know, you know. If we talk about a necklace, it's about 200,000 rupees, something like that. So kind of there are different value levels. Like if you take a person, this person is so valuable to me because this person has done this, or even if you hate them, this person has done this bad things to me, something like that. That's what we know. That's the suffering in one level. So we shouldn't forget this, suffering in one level. So again, value in one level, that's the same thing. But underneath that also, there's some kind of another kind of value where the dream is real. Still, there is some kind of value there, but which someone has to feel that. And beneath that, even if someone peers this level, beneath that also there is a feel level where you feel like something is existent. And even that level, there is value. So the value, when we talk about value, don't just think about the value as in 200,000 rupee necklace. So the value keep changing. Value actually keep value become subtle, but the message is even in the field level, the self vibration is still there. So that is where actually even if you go to formless dhyana with some people before Lord Buddha, a lot of people were in formless dhyana or even form dhyana, whatever, they still had this self vibration because they didn't understand that formless dhyana can be a thing. That's how subtle this can be. Formless dhyana is a thing to that person if that person has no samadhi or right vision. So I think it's such a beautiful thing to understand that how important the samadhi or right vision is, and how right vision is not only in the level of understanding that, you know, the necklace, but the necklace, the dream level of the necklace, or this perception level of the necklace, that is the 3D world of this, the world, or 7D in that sense, I don't know, 6D, I don't know. Whatever the D world that we live in, how we feel about that we are trying to maintain the mind. That's again the next one, like that. We kind of try to maintain the mind. And beyond that, if we actually able to pierce that, then comes the feel level where you have only the consciousness level. And even that, we kind of try to maintain the consciousness. That's the next one feel. So it's still this is explained in one stimuli. So don't forget. That was the thing I was trying to tell so badly that day, which I massively failed. So when we take the chair, all these levels are in that stimuli, because we have the perception level in the mind, and also there is a feel underneath that which is covered by mind. It's not evident unless we kind of liberate, kind of understand the mind. And when the value of the mind is not there, only we can feel it. And the feel, that's why very important the feel is. And then as soon as you get the feel, you understand how much power that has, and how much strength that vibration has. And that strength is the strength that is going to dwindle and go to zero, which you achieved in that particular moment we talk about, is that moment where you directly change it with the truth we have. So I think we will start the discussion today. I just added that so that we have to remember that it's in one particular stimuli we talk about all these levels, not only, not so. So now if I say I feel so calm, that's a statement, that's another thought. So in that thought, if you feel a value, then whatever that is the value that it has. So don't forget, whatever the statement, whatever the sound we hear, whatever the thing we see, whatever the smell, whatever the taste, or whatever the thought. So if you thought, I feel so calm, then if you feel like it is existing or it is a thing, like if you feel that's actually something true, then still you are inside the dream. And this is very difficult to understand. So because the stimuli are happening so fast, we might like forget that we are thinking. Yes, can someone join the discussion today?
Peruan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Peruan Saranai to all Dharma friends. Let's worship Buddothpada once again. And yes, Dr. Kokila, what you tried to explain is very clear, because sometimes the words we use also, if we are not familiar with the vocabulary that someone else is using to explain the concept, then again we get confused also. It's very clear, Dr. Kokila. So actually in the morning, Aryan Wahanse gave a very good explanation about the path also. So it is again directly related to your explanation regarding this seeing the three worlds or three realms in the same stimuli. Although we look at this and we try to analyze the stimulus from different perspectives, it's more or less the same, isn't it? You all are trying to help us to see the reality, the pure truth, the how we have got caught in this world. We actually uh, just the projections of the sensory faculties and
So
yeah,
Sudharma, then there,
yes, yeah,
seeing the reality again,
hmm,
we can understand the reality, but
yeah.
actually going, piercing through and becoming the child or becoming the fetus is different. That's where we fail.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, that we have to do through the wisdom. Actually, we can't say we do, but still now the
It
torch is
happens.
there.
It just
Yeah, it
happens.
happens. It
Yeah, it
just
happens.
happens because Dr. Kokila in the morning also, Aryan Valsi very beautifully explained the significance of wise attention, yoniso manasikara, and this yatha bhuta jnana, what you said to this reality, the mechanism, the strategy behind this illusionary creation, the whole entire story of this vibrations generating power as a natural phenomenon, and also the nature of the self vibration or these taints that when we know that thoroughly, if we can actually not as a person, naturally that awareness arises, and no, there is no other way to, as you also said, get, I mean, jump from one layer to another one. If we take these three layers of ignorance or this value attribution at physically, if we try to visualize, one cannot jump from one to another. It,
No, we
as
try
you
to do
said,
it
yeah,
in our mind.
yeah, yes, but it
Yeah,
is,
that is what we usually do initially. We try to do
hmm,
it because everything, like if our mother come and say, we are going to go for a trip tomorrow, we will kind of have an idea. Like we will do this and that, what you will pack and all that stuff will come to your mind. So you will have an idea. But unless you go through the trip, go the trip only, you will understand these are the these are the things that they said that they will go through. So like if you like imagine going to Singaraja. If you have never gone to Singaraja before, the teachers will say, okay, or someone will say, we are taking you to Singaraja, and then we will actually imagine that, we will try to think about it, we will have a description about it, we will read about it, we will have an idea about it, but actually going only will make it real. So likewise in this situation also, non-vibration has to be felt. That is the challenge here. So the non-vibration to be felt, at least for a fraction of a second, non-vibration to be felt, you have to actually understand the stimuli fully. You can't do it inside your mind.
yes, that's
You
very
can't
clear.
do it inside your mind. So that is where we struggle. So what is the answer to that? That day, Dr. Sakuntala asked that question that day. Answer to that is to understand that self can't do anything here, and to relax so much so that the piercing will happen one day. That's only thing. But to happen to that, for that to happen, actually the noble friend should be should be talking about this, that there is something like this. You no one can be sure about non-self perception unless you have felt that. And in the middle, in that path to Singaraja, we will stop somewhere, but we haven't gone to Singaraja. So we can say we feel so happy about this trip, but we haven't gone to Singaraja yet. Like that, it's just an example. You can't actually compare that. But what I'm trying to say is, if you kind of get stagnated here and there, because you feel so good, you just might miss the chance before we kind of because we have the whole chance. But again, I have to reiterate, what can we do? We can only understand this truth and then relax, because there's nothing the self vibration can do here. Nothing. Because self vibration is the reason that we actually listen to Dhamma initially. Self vibration says, yes, there's Nirvana, we'll pack things and go. That's the way the self vibration works. But then, because it says that it will get rid of suffering, because self vibration doesn't like suffering, so it will pack things up and will start try to get a good vehicle and go. But then as we try to go, the noble friend keep telling us, you can't stop doing that, you can't. Then you realize, okay, then that's not how it can be happen. So that's where you relax, that's where you give up, not giving up fully, but give up in the mind of the self vibrations priority, because self vibration always has a lot of things in agenda, and nirvana becomes an agenda, and that agenda always get reinforced when we talk in such a way that get reinforced. Yeah, there's nirvana, yeah, we go. But then whenever there is self vibration involved, cessation of suffering is not there. Why? Because we think that we feel good, but still the underlying self vibration is there laughing at us, because it is happily there, because then now the person is also feeling happy, so it's happily there. So if we can do something, what we can do is few things: listen to Dhamma, discuss Dhamma, and the thing you said, the Yonso Manasikara, that is what's the
Wise
word? Wise
attention. That
attention,
is again mindful.
yeah, that one. And like try and understand how this happened, how this whole this happened, how the duality happened, how duality is a actual illusion, how actually this side, the feeling that this side is there, is an illusion. To prove that, you have to feel the non-self vibration in the sound. The non-self perception. It's the absence of self vibration. So we have so many things, but realizing this, discussing this with the noble friend, realizing that there's nothing much you can do, there's nothing the self vibration can do. That's what Venerable Ananda in Lord Buddha's time, that's what he finally gave up. He gave up because there was a kind of thing that he wanted to, because he has to. He's the one who knows Dhamma by heart, like kind of everything by heart. He is the one who stood by Lord Buddha all the time, so he knows everything. But then only an arahant can attend that meeting, and he knew How does he know? He knows. And that's the thing, because he has felt it once. So he tried his best, but he couldn't. So likewise, this whenever this we are kind of trying to do something, or that doesn't work, and that's what is the message Arahant Wahanse gives. He doesn't tell it to like someone who has listened to Dhamma for 1 year or so, or 2 years or so. But if someone has listened to this Dhamma for a long time, he would definitely ask that person, why are you doing this? Why are you just feel this Dhamma and just let it happen? That's the most difficult part. People can't wait and let anything happen. People has to intervene. People has to do something. People they have to. They can't just wait. Even waiting. If you think about waiting, then there's someone who is waiting. So you can't win. That's where you give up, and that's where you will pierce one particular stimuli and feel the vibration, self vibration, as well as the non-self perception. Yes.
And Dr. Kokila, if we all these guidelines or advices given by Namaste and Dhamma friends like you, actually each word counts, or each word matters. Because if we now, when Aryana says, okay, let it happen, let go of Dhamma, sometimes we still feel like, no, I must listen to more and so on. But when you stop there and relax and actually some awareness is left. We shouldn't be scared of forgetting Dhamma facts and all the phenomena, the stories behind mind creation, all the theories. We shouldn't be scared of letting them go. All Dhamma sermons and all answers, all advices have created some awareness. Have had some unexplainable impact I can't say on the self, but within. So that brightens and brightens day by day, and that helps us to actually gradually to that alleviates uh, the strength or the burden that we have put, the weight we have put on the world including the self. So that gradually happens. I don't know whether I was able to explain what I was like trying to
Yeah.
say. Yeah, that is a natural phenomenon. And Dr. Kokila, in the section that Shani read today, what does re-emphasized was that mind creation is a natural phenomena, like this Irtuniyama, the law of seasons, this climate stuff, then Bija Niyama, law of seeds and how plants grow from seeds as a natural phenomena, then Karma Niyama, action and effect, same way Chitta Niyama, this mind creation. Yesterday there were beautiful examples, the wind and the river. Wind is just the speed, river is just the speed. So this feeling of the existent mind also comes due to this speed. That's what it is. You also explained. Because this mind, as humans, we are privileged that we can use although we call mind the culprit, it is the savior. In other words, we are using the mind. We say that urage malu urage agibdino. So we use the mind to liberate from the mind, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So Miss Surangika is also
Yeah,
there.
that is why because this is happening very fast. That's why whatever the 6D world or 7D world or whatever the 3D world has happened. That's why. That's where the form world is. That 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 should be understood. And then once, if you actually in one particular stimuli, if you directly don't feel that value, it will be directly into the feel of chains. But yeah, Surangika, can you add something? Thingy, don't know whether she is able to today. Yeah.
Looks like she is not in a position to talk. She is there.
Dr. Kokila. Yes, I think that's a very fine point that you are continuing to raise in these discussions, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, which is being, it's a, it's a, I don't know what to say. What shall I say? It's a
like
finer point
how people
to,
can relax. Yeah. We just have to at one point understand that the mind can't do anything. That's where the turning point is actually, when you understand that the mind is just the mind. It's just a mirage. It's not the mirage, actually, it is the Maya. Not sure what word we use for that, the Vijnana Maya thing.
Illusory consciousness.
Is that how it is told in the book?
That's how we use mind consciousness. Oh, Mayava illusory conscious.
Yeah,
Maya is an illusion, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, how this mind consciousness or the mind gives this beautiful illusion that we all have, we are blinded with that illusion. We feel like everything is existing. That's what we understand. We actually, it's so beautiful. We keep understanding this through Dhamma and Noble Friend discussions. Everyone keep understanding this every day, that not just simple dukkha, dukkha satya, not that, not just that level, but there is it no dukkha satya, dukkara satya. I'm not sure how to tell that in English, but because these things are rarely discussed, so we can feel we can have a suffering because we have lost something, or we have lost one of our family member or something like that. But that is also kind of suffering, yes, but there is a bit more to it. So we keep understanding all these things. We keep understanding how deep this samsaric cycle is, how it became a cycle, how Lord Buddha explained that this one vibration, it changes the form. Like in one time, it would be giving a illusion of human sensory organs. So it will be America, Australia, Sri Lanka, whatever. We have so many things, and we kind of live in that without any hesitation, and we don't even know that it's an illusion. But listening to this Dhamma, will actually change the whole way you look at this world, and you understand it's just the sensory organ production. The world that we see or we hear or we feel or we think is just a production of the sensory organs. But what we feel extra is because whatever the production becomes a thing. It can happen in several levels, but yes, but it's just one stimuli becoming a thing. It can be a thing in like necklace having a cost of like 300,000, 200,000 or whatever the thousands, and then you can feel losing it gives me suffering. But then beneath that, there is another levels of suffering too. So it's such a beautiful Dhamma that any form of suffering is gone. Not just limited to humans. Not just it's not limited. You can't put a limit to this suffering. Suffering has so many levels, and Lord Buddha actually had an answer. Other teachers of Lord Buddha had answers to different levels, but Lord Buddha actually found the answers to every suffering. But nowadays, people who listen to Dhamma especially in English-speaking world, they might misunderstand Dhamma being just about suffering. That's not the thing. It's cessation of suffering. I don't know how actually that has gone to the world, that if it is Lord Buddha's Dhamma that should be mostly talking about suffering. No, it's not the case. It's actually winning the suffering. There's no suffering at all. And that's the message we have to put across. How beautiful this Dhamma is, how important this Dhamma is to live happily at this moment, not next moment. How it can give you not just basic happiness that we know from getting something. Like example, getting the necklace. How, if you get a necklace, if someone was actually thinking about a necklace and someone actually buy you a necklace, you will be like, wow, that wow effect will be there. And, so you might feel so happy. But this is beyond that level. This is a happiness where you will be happy even if the necklace is lost, even if your leg is lost, even if you are dying, that happiness will be there. So that is kind of that is the outcome of cessation of suffering. So this actual message is not fully gone so to the world. And a lot of people, if we talk about Lord Buddha's Dhamma, they will definitely think about the sitting down and doing a meditation. I mean, 99% I think that is the case. The whole world will be like thinking about sitting down and doing a meditation and going to like a very good place so that all the problems are forgotten or all the problems are not there. Or you will have some very, very happy moments there that you will definitely has to sit again to get for the meditation. So this Dhamma, the insight, what do we call that? Insight meditation, is it? This truth, how we go through, yeah?
Vidarshana, insight meditation.
Yeah, insight
Vidarshana.
meditation. So through that, we just keep understanding how this suffering happened. That's all we did. I mean, that's what all we can do. How did this suffering happen? How did this self vibration continue to give suffering? We keep understanding that. That's all. And through that, there is kind of happiness even in a dangerous calamity. So yeah, this is rare. We do get that. We do understand that this is rare. Insight meditation is rare, and insight meditation is difficult for people to understand, so they just give up. You know, they just give up. Even concentration meditation is difficult. I think there's not much people who try that either. But insight meditation can be more worse because you have to actually keep understanding how this suffering has occurred, suffering or the self vibration, how it brought about all these problems. And also, without a good teacher, it's very difficult. So that's where Buddothpada, the Dhamma discourses are going to change this, you know, the way they look at the life, where they look at the suffering, where they look at the existence, the way they look at being alive, the way they look at the consciousness, the way they look at nirvana or non-vibration, absence of vibration. So yeah, we have kind of a big task here, but we just try to do our best with whatever, you know, resources we have. It's the only message here is this is a beautiful Dhamma where you will feel it then and there, not in next birth or anything, not when you die. You will be in such a blissful state where you don't have to change anything. It's not that you have to sit somewhere to get that blissful state. You don't have to do anything to get that state. If you understand Dhamma and if you feel it, if you feel that there's non-existence, how existence was a illusory thing, definitely the suffering is not going to persist. There can be a difficulty in giving this message, but still, yes, Surangika, can you add a bit more? Yes.
Yes, Dr. Pokira, I think it's that when you were mentioning that, I was thinking back in the day, you're quite right about the concentration meditation and this meditation. Some people are quite good at it. And I used to remember when I used to do meditation those days, and certain days it's really good and one can concentrate, but sometimes you just can't. And then I used to think, if one cannot concentrate even with the eyes closed, because so much of stimuli kind of arises when the eyes are open. Now we know through telepathization, but keeping the eyes open itself means that there's like thousands and thousands of thoughts that spring to mind through that mechanism. But back in the day, I used to think that how can one even do sati sampajana with the eyes open when it's so difficult to do concentration meditation even with the eyes closed. And so that is where the beauty of this Dhamma comes in, isn't it? Because you don't, it doesn't happen that way even to begin with. It's just the so wrong, such a wrong view of thinking back in the day. And that is why I think sometimes people don't understand and they take the easy way out and think that, a little bit of peace and quiet through the meditation is good enough for me. I mean, that's all type of thing. But if one really wants to understand the truth here and find out the truth, then it is only through that quest that one actually comes across this Dhamma and then is able to practice Sati Sampajanna without even thinking of Sati Sampajanna, isn't it? Because all what is being focused on is the understanding the mechanism of the mind. And by doing that, one invariably, the Sila. The Sila automatically is there. The Sila itself is the understanding that the thought, that there is nothing in the thought and nothing of substance. And through that itself, the chair doesn't become a thing, the objects don't become a thing. And Aryan Mahansi was explaining the Alamariya Jnana Darshana and saying that in this asana, that everything is there. It's just that the thing is not a thing, but the chairs are there, the table is there, your parents are there, the family, household, car, job, everything is there. It is that nothing holds, there's nothing of value. But there is a going about of one's day-to-day activities, there is a functioning. The self and the soul, or the self-perception, the misconception rather, is what gets vanquished, isn't it? So that is the part that is the most powerful message, and that is the part that is then well understood when the whole Sakkaya Ditthi aspect is eroded at the Sotapanna stage. So, yeah.
Yeah. What do we call darshana? What is the word we call for darshana?
Philosophy, I think, isn't it?
Philosophy. Yeah. So that is the only thing that philosophy is the only thing that changes the view. Sotapanna, no one can actually get that. The first experience, you can't get it through any other thing. And when the philosophy is correct and the non-self angle is properly felt, not only learned but felt also, then the doubts are gone and you actually understand the whole thing. You can't tell this by heart. You can tell to a limit, but you can't tell this by heart. Like by just by practicing it, by how Aranwansi says it, you just can't do it. After one level, you actually can get stuck, because if you can't understand how these things do occur. So what actually matters is how this no self angle actually changes the whole thing. And after that, sila happens, the samadhi happens, but it's samma samadhi. Right meditative state, I don't know. The meditative state where there is no self, and that is, people can't even understand that, because it is rare. Definitely, if we had that, we are not born here now to talk about this, do we? So yeah, definitely we haven't had that experience before. So that's why we are here talking about this and trying to understand this. So we need to know that these very specific, very rare things we try to experience. And when one's someone experiences it, then the whole Noble Eightfold Path starts, because the view already has changed from wrong view to right view. Then everything starts to become right. You think, but you think with the no self anger. You do something, you do it with the no self anger. You talk with the no self anger. You do everything, even the samadhi, satya, this awareness, the meditative states, everything with the no self anger. That's the beauty. And that's where the cessation of suffering, the start of the cessation of suffering. Otherwise, if you keep imagining things in the mind world, still you won't know the your taints, and also you won't know the no self vibration. That's where the challenge is. But the challenge is a challenge because our mind has so much thickness.
News में आप बताना है कि
There was an answer. Did you try to talk? Yeah, it's very beautiful how we keep understanding Dhamma and then keep changing, and come to a level where you feel your self vibration, and then you know it is dissolving, because it has started from the Noble Eightfold Path. If the path starts from the right vision, everything starts to get dissolved. So I didn't notice that Aryan Hansi is also in the discussion. I'm not sure whether he is in position to talk. Yes.
Yes, I was about to say, Dr.
Yeah,
Bobby.
yeah.
I had a colleague in
Yeah,
office.
Kokila, what's your question?
It wasn't a question or an answer. We were just discussing.
Yeah.
We were just discussing about the beauty of Dhamma, actually.
Oh.
And we were discussing about stuff that you were discussing in the morning as well. How last few days, how in Sinhala Zoom discussions you were talking about few aspects. So we usually try to discuss that in the single discussion, English discussion too. So we were talking about that. Do you want to add something or an answer? Or if anyone has a question, you can ask or an answer if he is in a position to answer. Yeah, what was it, Surangika, you were going to say?
I was trying to say that there was a colleague in office who took
Yes,
some.
Kokila, I don't know what's discussion going on. I'm just now joining.
Yeah, we didn't specifically talk about a question, Aramanshu. We were just elaborating on things that you try to teach us these days.
Especially people in mind. Mind
Yes.
is otherwise is the mind is illusion, but they don't know what is the fee. That's mind is your world. Mind is suffering and sadness. Everything is your mind. But you understood how is the mind is creating. Mind is not real. So that's the end of suffering. That's the Nibbana is there. That's very important. So how is mind clearing? That's Buddhist philosophy. Buddha's explains what is the truth is here. So nobody is here, no one is here. System is working. So that's very important. You know? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's not easy to understand because this your life feel is here. Everybody have their life feel. So people thinking this world is real. They are in here. So who are them? Who are you? Body is not you, mind is not you. That's your pain, that's your power, that's your what is this? It's like an electric power, like a magnetic power, like a mind power. There's nobody here, no one is here. System is this. System is working. System like this. So that's the ending the suffering. Someone understood this. Normally everything is normally going on. Normally everything is happening. No.
Yes.
It's very important. Yeah. It's not easy to understand because it's experience. It's not believing. It's not knowledge. It's not another type of syllabus or something. It's really happening here. So you feel how it's coming is very important. Someone understood this, no problem anywhere. Everything can be happening. But you are in silence. That's the calm and cool mind. Free mind. No death or birth. System is working. Every second, every time, thoughts are created. Thought is not anybody. Thought is only the thoughts. That's it. Just a thinking.
Mm.
Yeah. It's okay.
And I think a lot of our listeners are very keen to understand this and feel this.
Experience is very important. No? Peaceful mind. There's a calm and cool. There's a tranquility. It's an experience. You have experience. Sulanka have experience. So people have an experience. That is right. They are struggling. Many guys are thinking, but this word is concentration. But it's not inside meditation. They are doing concentration meditation. It's not inside meditation. It's other. It's understanding. Someone want to understand. Someone understood what is truth here. The values are gone. Normally everything is happening. That's the Buddha's explain. That's the peaceful mind. That's the sadness, suffering, endless. That's the endless. Otherwise, it's like a film. Everything is happening. You are not in the film. That's very important. Everything can be happen, no problem anywhere. Nobody's here, that is why. But you are there, you can't tolerate it. Because the You have ego now. But ego is fading. That's okay, It's not easy. Yeah. Normally, your job or your daily, that's your lifestyle. So normally going on. It's no problem. You want experience. Everybody want experience. Yeah, Buddha's word is come and see. You can experience it. It's very nice feeling. It's good. I think its time is now. So, what do you think about Surangika?
That's an iron answer. Yes, it's really beautiful iron answer. I think that the tranquility that comes from within, and then the ability to still do the same things, isn't it, Aryan? It's still doing the home stuff, still doing the chores, still going to the market, still doing the job, and deadlines, and working 5 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours. You don't feel that stress is not there. The problems were there only because we made it a problem. Grandmas those days, everything is like a gatekeeper. Everything is questioned. That is because of that innate understanding of the Dhamma had not been embedded or entrenched. So everything becomes an issue then in the mind. And then it's like an easy flow. It's like how you say water has no shape. Water takes the shape of everything, or the bowl that it is put into. If you put it into a glass, the water takes the shape of the bottle. Or if you put the water into a glass, the water takes the shape of the glass. It's like that. There is a blending without friction, isn't it?
That's a non-soul.
Yeah.
That's a non-soul pattern. You are not anywhere. I say everything is okay. Yeah, nature is there. You are in somewhere. There's something. That's the problem. It's you. You are not anywhere. No problem. No, it's okay. That's the water shape. What's the is okay. Art is okay. But you have art. You have shape. It's okay. You can't tolerate other shapes. That's why. No.
Yeah, that's right.
Your style, yeah. Your art. It's your art. It's your experience given you art. Otherwise, your mind also experience. So that's Abhisankara. Buddha's word is a spark. Is automatically generating the power, more power. It's more ego. It's you. You who are you are a doctor or anything. So that's your ego. You have a value. You are given. You are given to you are given value to you. That's why, no.
Yes.
Okay. Nobody value given to you. You not you is the you don't care for anybody. It's okay. Otherwise, that's the black sheet.
Yeah.
That's good idea. That's good idea. It's easy life. That's good, I think. That's the final result. It's okay, that no problem for that. That's a big cool, no otherwise. The monk like that, no value. It's okay. The monk haven't properties, monk haven't money or anything. That's why no monk is emptiness. It's okay, nothingness. No value. That's not a physical, it's an inside, it's a mind. You weren't there. Nothingness stage. It's peaceful. That's the tranquil. Otherwise. Yeah, it's good, I think. It's okay today. I think time is over. Okay, tomorrow we can discuss again. Okay, Kokila, okay, Sri Lanka.
Thank
Tell us, everybody.
Namaskar.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everyone, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The Two Dhammas Awaken, Volume 2, page number 6. All the above explanations are only to the persons who already know the Dharma, the philosophy. We will not try to clarify the details of the philosophy to you at in this moment. We assume you know it already. From this point onwards, we should concentrate only on the practical side of going on the path. Now, we already know and we have the knowledge that this world is not true, and we know that we live in a world of thoughts which we ourselves have created by ourselves. This is very clear to us now. But for you, this is only a knowledge, a learning, but you have not experienced the realization, pure truth yet, have you? Even at this moment, you continuously receive a lot of stimuli, aramana, from your six senses. Your thoughts are nothing but a flow of stimuli that you receive from your six senses. There is not a moment when you do not receive stimuli from your eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind consciousness. This is like a machine. This continuous flow of stimuli, aramana, is due to the phenomenon of impermanence, also known as anitya swabhava. Let us analyze what it means by a flow of thoughts. Can the blowing of the wind be stopped? Can you assign a beginning to the wind? Can you assign an end to the blowing wind? The wind that blows is a flow, a sothaya. It flows. The river flows. In the same way, the mind consciousness flows. The thoughts, the mind consciousness is a flow. The mind means it is a flow of thoughts. The mind is similar to the wind that blows. There is no beginning and there is no end to it. It is an unending flow of thoughts or situvili sansaraya. There is nothing as a river. If you dip your hand into the river, all what you feel is some water or some wetness on your hand. There is also nothing as the wind. It is only a name that we assign to the blowing. There is also nothing as rain. If we try to touch the rain, all we feel is some water on our hands. It is us who assign a name as rain to the water that falls from the sky. Hello, sun, everybody.
Teruvan Sarnai Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpada Aryananse. Teruvan Sarnai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpada English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence. All the perceptions that brings from your senses, they are false. What you think is false. The outside world is false. And you are also a lie. So let's start our discussion. Today, we would like to invite Sudharma Vikramasinghe to start the discussion. Teruvan Sarnai Sudharma.
Thirvan Saranai, all Dhamma means Thirvan Saranai is the Paiman. Yes, let's again pay our homage at Aryan Hanses Steve. Can you hear me? I am little concerned about the voice quality because I am outside. Can you hear me? Thirvan Saranai. Can you hear me, Dr. Sakuntala and Mr. Berman?
Yes, there is some interruption with the sound, Sudharma.
I am using earphones because I have come to a place with my students and I am speaking from there. So you cannot hear me.
Not clear enough, Ms. Sudharma. It is not a signal problem. I think something else. Have you used any device? Electronic?
Earphone. Is it better now?
Yeah, that's right. Teruvan Sarnai.
Teruvan Saranai, but anyway, let me know if there are background noises. So I am extremely sorry about this disturbance as well. And yes, so today Shani read another 2 pages from the True Dham Has a Weekend book series, that is volume 2. So as Mr. Bernard pointed out, so this is basically about the wisdom of truth and this pure truth. Yesterday also we discussed this. So what is this truth? Uh, it is not liberating from the external world. It is understanding that there hasn't been a self in at any point in the life, because if we say that we are going to understand that there is no self, again that inner internal misconception, belief that at some point there was a self is coming. So what should be clear to us is we have never experienced a self. It was all a misconception. Because when we have talked, our Dhamma friends have elaborated so many times this Aryan Mahanse's revelation that there has never been a self. It is all due to ignorance that we believe that we are maintaining a self. We are like people. We have a certain self-image. We have a certain self-identification. So it is very clear from the sermons that Aryan Mahanse reveals about the existent field, how the alive field arises. So when the actually conventional terms, when the birth occurs, when the five senses functions, when the senses of an infant functions, gradually the light sensitivity, then hearing, the sound, then the smell, then taste, gradually starts working due to the natural phenomena of vibrations. The natural phenomena of similar vibrations of similar frequencies coming together and making certain projections. So at that point, the infant even gradually develops the alive feel, that the infant does not have any idea of external entities, external objects, but that sensitivity to certain stimuli in the sense warmth, maybe certain sounds, lights happen. So the feeling that something is there is occurring. It is also nature. Later, uh, as the child grows, this alive feel develops into a self sense of self and self view, because ignorantly we begin to believe, we can't use the word we even here, the system, natural power created in the this sparking of vibrations as self, and this is further strengthened and further actually this ignorance is further energized due to the environmental factors like education provided to the children, conversations of the family, like introducing things. So Aryan Hans is a very common example of the Montessori child who learns the objects association in association with the names. So there the thought formation happens, and the infant gradually believes that he or she lives in an existing world. So gradually a life feel develops into the self view. So today's reading basically focused on the same stuff, this the pure truth, as Shani read. Uh, the practical approach is for the people who have a thorough understanding of the wisdom of truth. That is this how this uh, self view, self image is created, how we ignorantly believe that everything happens to me, I, or myself. So the beautiful examples that came in this uh, section are the river, the wind. Actually, is there anything called wind? How do we label this certain situation as wind? It is only a speed, like these vibrations that we are talking about, sparking of vibrations. So this cannot be captured by human eyes. Similarly, if we take a phenomena like wind, what is wind? Even Aryan Mahanse himself questioned this once. What is wind? Unless the leaves of the trees shake and they are blown away, or unless the trees are swaying, um, we actually that is the perception we have related to the label wind. And similarly, the river, there is nothing called a river. It is just the speedy flowing of water. So these are little things that we have to uh, contemplate on to understand this illusionary world, which we have like ignorantly believed to be real. And similarly, another important point highlighted in today's reading is the role of the thought. Our living is nothing but the flow of thoughts. One after the other, thoughts occur as a natural phenomenon. When there are, however, if there are vibrations of similar frequencies, sparking of these vibrations naturally happen. But the person, there is a person ignorantly believe that all these happens in my eye, my ear, my nose, or my mind, my tongue, so on and so forth. So these discussions, question and answer sessions and sermons helps a lot for us to clarify these doubts and make certain self-realizations that there are like actually there is nothingness, no person, no self, and no external reality. So Miss Surangika and Dr. Sakuntala also there. Please elaborate on this section, and I kindly request you to go ahead with the discussion, and I beg your permission to leave the discussion also, since I am involved in some professional commitment right now. Teruvan Saranai, Miss Surangita and Dr. Sakuntala.
Thiruvan Saranai, Sudharma, thank you for the detailed sort of evaluation that you did on behalf of the on the pages that were read. You gave a sort of broad outline and also kind of summary of the read parts. Uh, just want to add few things. One is that about the little baby with the radiant mind who mostly acts on the sensor level. At sensor level also, there are instances where some discomfort is felt, like for example a very bright light, maybe a very loud sound, or a cold feel to the skin, uh, hunger due to hunger, that means the discomfort, uh, or the thirst, those are sort of bodily discomforts. So when these occur, they are at the sensor level. The baby will experience those feelings, but doesn't know how to locate it, or there is no naming or identification of the discomfort, but there will be some form of reaction, like tightly closing the eyes or crying, uh, to indicate the discomfort. So that is, in other words, in a very subtle way, it interprets, or it manifests some form of feeling of existence, because the little older, maybe few weeks or few months old baby, if the baby feels wetness, baby might even try to turn the body. So there are some reactions at that level, and in a subtle way, baby feels his own existence, but you cannot label it as a thought, or you cannot label it as a self-perception, but in a subtle way, there is reaction like that. And when the baby grows up little by little, as we discussed, as Dr. Kokila explained very nicely yesterday, little by little, the thought formation, there is some
intermediate sort of level where there is gradual transformation, and then after some time we are fully dependent, or we are fully acting according to the thoughts. So at that time, actually speaking, sensor level, sensor field cannot be identified. The two circles which are described by Lord Buddha, in Pali it is Vattang Vattati. So we always experience the thought after a certain age, where uh, uh, we do not experience the sound only, or the shape only, taste only, smell only, or the skin feel only. That level we do not experience, because it's all covered with the next vattaya, or the next circle, which are thoughts actually. That means, in other words, the mind sensor, activity of the mind sensor. So there is identification of the source, and then according to that, so many other uh, thoughts are followed. For example, I feel hungry, so there is a self perception attached to that always. I feel hungry, and then maybe thoughts following that. I want to eat this thing. I don't like this food, but I want this particular type. So all sorts of thoughts are coming up. Uh, so this is the process that happens. It's an automatic process, spontaneous, natural sequelae, where the thoughts are coming up as the straight forward, or the product. So we do not experience the sound, but we experience straight away the tooting of a vehicle. We straight away, I want to correct actually the system. System will experience not a seeing, but a coconut tree, and the system will not experience a smell, but uh, the smell of a rose flower. So like that, it's the thought which is experienced. So this process is not going to stop there. Now, all these points, the speed is a decisive factor. Very fast occurrence of this, and because of the speed, something which wasn't there is created as an illusion. So the sound is created as if it is there, and the shape is created as if it is really there, and then the merging of these will give the feeling that the thought is real. So thought is real means there is always a value given. There is some form of power into that. Current is there. And then that is the thought which has been given a value, which has been given a current or a power, which subsequently felt as something existing. And the other side of that coin is that I am experiencing that. So this is actually what is described in dependent origination or Paticca Samuppada also. And when there is something which is taken as real, that is what is described as the birth of the person, birth of the system, or jati we call it. When jati is there, it's always attached with the death or the marana, and eventually it is always tagged with all sorts of sufferings. So these are the things that this is the normal process, and it is actually like a robo, or as Aryan Mahase describes, like a flank to which some sensors are attached, and the sensors are programmed. So these continuously these sensors are functioning, and sensors function of the sensors will end up with the formation of the thought and subsequently the feeling of existence and the self perception. This actually doesn't, I mean, happens in a fraction of a second, and it is applicable to every stimulus, every stimulus that occurs. So this happens throughout the day as long as the senses are functioning. That means, in other words, as long as the breathing takes place in the physical body, as long as the physical parts or the materialistic parts or the organs are functioning, this process will continue. I would like to invite Surangika to add things to what I mentioned. Surangika, Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, and Therwan Saranai, Dhamma friends, and we pay homage to Aryan Mahase. Yes, it is really convoluted process, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? I mean, and this whole end-to-end process is something that really needs to be unraveled and analyzed. And I think the true Dhamma teachings that are being expounded by Buddothpada and Mahase through all these multiple Zoom sessions, whether it is in Sinhalese medium or English medium. That is what we are trying to do through these discussions and bring the Dhamma closer to the hearts and minds of people who are earnest in the following of the path to ultimate liberation. So you explained really well, Dr. Sakuntala, about the baby in the cot and how these basic sensations are still felt by the baby at that very basic level. But then gradually, when the faculties of the senses mature, the learning process starts probably at 2-3 years of age. And then with the taint, that is the basic dormant power or the self-perception or the self-vibration that is prevalent in every system, that starts to spring to life purely through ignorance and activates itself when once the sense faculties start maturing, the child starts learning various things and the nursery days, isn't it? So at that point, starting from little bits and pieces of things that the child's parents teach, to the point of going to nursery and hearing words and sounds and images spoken or shown or heard in the classroom from all these various types of stimuli, the child then takes on a world of its own by understanding first what an alphabet is, images of various things, toys, people, teacher, school, mother, father, and so on. And then gradually with that ability of, binding power of the taint, self-vibration, there is a belief or a believing that starts occurring in the child's mind gradually that these things are true, that the image coupled with the sound that is then taught to be the apple, the taste coupled with the sound that is taught to be orange juice, the sound that is again coupled with a name is taught to be somebody crying. All these things are then given names and labels, and then gradually the child entire world, an external world, starts to become real for the child. So the latching on to these objects then automatically happens. Why? Because of the ignorance, actually. Because if there was no ignorance, there is no latching on. But that binding power is innately there in every system. Because of the ignorance, the birth itself with a body, human body, the vibration is existent, and that vibration then starts projecting itself by the means of understanding or taking these stimuli to be real. So then, as you said, with this world getting created, the child unknowingly, because it is being taught as such, unknowingly, unerringly, and ignorantly, is told and then believes that all these objects, animate and inanimate, are outside, and that therefore there is a person on this side, which is the child, this Jack or Jill or whoever it is. And so that way a duality is born, isn't it? And with that comes that whole existent field. It's not only that one gets the thought, as you said, through the two cycles, Vattam, Vattati. First, the different types of basic consciousnesses form, and then the mind consciousness gives us the object or the stimuli called the chair. So it not only brings about the image of the chair, there is a sense that the chair exists. So there is the chair, and then there comes a feeling that the chair exists. That is what we call the existent field. And that's a natural progression of how this mind consciousness and the process works. And with that existent field, it extends from the chair to the table, to the classroom, to the parents, to the mother, father, and to the home. And I have siblings. There is a world. I go to school. And this place. These are my friends. This is the bag I use on weekends. This is what I do. I like playing cricket. All these things gradually start making up this child's world. And all of those exist. Gradually, this starts becoming entrenched in the child's mind. And if this was not clouded with ignorance, this would have been easily seen through. For example, as Saran Mahanse tells us multiple times, the example of Rahula, Prince Rahula, the Buddha, when he showed Rahula the reflection in the pool of water and said to him, Rahula, the reflection that you see in the water is the world, as we call it. And by that, what he meant was that the world that we think we see in the external, in the outside, is all but just a reflection and nothing else. So if you think about the example of a mirror, and then you go in front of the mirror, and whatever that we see as an image in the mirror, there is an acceptance that there is nothing there except a reflection, isn't it? And there is no value attached to it. One doesn't try to poke one's hand through the mirror and touch an object that is appearing in the mirror's image, or pull out an object, or try to touch or caress an object or anything like that whatsoever, because there is an understanding that the mirror is just projecting a reflection and a reflection alone. And yet with that basic but very direct and deep statement, Rahula at that tender age of 7 was able to see through that and understand the truth and attain the Sotapanna stage. So that was because of the guidance and the teachings of the Buddha that Prince Rahula was very fortunate to access and hear at that age. But what happens in the conventional world, in society, like today, ignorantly, all generations, if they had not accessed the true Dhamma, is continuing to provide this message, which is the Pruthakjana or lay people's message of their understanding of this world, isn't it? The understanding that there is a world outside and that I am here and that everything exists and I am here and I exist and the I and the me and the my, all that, it becomes very true. So this message through pure ignorance is then carried on and passed and conveyed to the next generation and the next generation. And so is it that the child then starts gradually going into that same level of ignorance, and this process works. But the beauty of the true Dhamma is when one understands how the process works, that this is just a mechanism, and that this world that we call it is only a manifestation of various sensory perceptions occurring purely due to the speed of vibration, and that if not for our sense faculties, there wouldn't be an external world at all. And then if there is no external world, the sense of I, the ego, the self-perception also cannot be. If that is known, initially even as knowledge, before we progress into the practical understanding of it, that itself is a huge, huge step in the direction of liberation of the mind. The whole samsaric cycle is continuing because of that misunderstanding and the ignorance that people think that there is an external world or a reality outside. And it is that belief that makes the vibration continue on from one point to the other. So the, what do you call it, the conventional death, as we call it, is only just a temporary or stopgap measure, because as long as the self vibration remains out of ignorance and that in the point of the dying breath, and there is a matching vibration elsewhere, that vibration continues on and on in that samsaric cycle. So for Pruthakjana or lay people, as long as an external world is real, then that vibration continues. But if one accesses the Dhamma, if one understands and realizes that the external world is not true, that it is only a thought and a mind perception that is occurring in this very moment, and then understand that even that thought is only a combination of these so-called basic consciousnesses, and that if not for the vibration, those consciousnesses also would not be manifesting, then one not only liberates from the external world, there is the liberation that happens from the mind itself. And with that, the self-perception erodes and the inner awakening gradually comes about. So what happens when one actually experiences that? There is that inner calmness, there is that inner awakening as one progresses on the path. The so-called asrava or taints, or if we can call it maybe defilements even, the raga, desa, moha, as people also understand it as such, those start gradually losing its value, losing its importance, because it is those things that keep on getting stronger if there is a belief that an external world and objects and stimuli are true. But when one understands through the Dhamma that these are just mind perceptions and just stimuli which have no base whatsoever, the value that is attached to these things gradually starts eroding. And then comes that whole sense of just the action mind going on, where one can get about one's daily activities. There is an understanding that there is only a process here, a mechanism that is functioning, and that with the erosion of the value attached both to the external world as well as to the mind perception, the functioning, the basic functioning only occurs. And the self-perception, the self-vibration also starts dissipating. And then one even realizes that the word death, which brings such horror and fear to people in the conventional world, is only also just a thought, and that the daily activities still go on, you know. Family obligations are still done, one still goes to work, duties are done, all those things are still done as normal, but there is no value given to it, there is no burning, there is no the power that was given through ignorance to the self vibration, the self perception, is dwindling day by day to the point of inner calmness as one progresses on the path. And that would be towards the ultimate liberation from the mind. So we know from Aryan Mahansa that there's two types of liberation. One, if one has no burning in the stimuli occurring in this moment, then there is liberation of the mind and nirvana at that very moment. And then, of course, the permanent state of that is what one calls arahathood. And the final cessation is, of course, when the point of physical death actually happens, where all the sense faculties also cease to function. So that was just a roundup. Dr. Sakuntala, if you can add to it, or anybody else on the Zoom discussion. Thelwan Sarnai.
Thelwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, would you like to add something?
Well, I didn't hear the book part today. Sorry, I couldn't attend today. I heard what Surangika was telling. I think it's she said it very nicely. So not sure what else to add. But anyway, it was we were struggling yesterday to tell the thing and how Aranwanse came and told it so nicely. It's all about understanding this how this goes deeper and deeper, slowly and slowly. All of us, like most of the persons who listen to this Dhamma, is in a state where there's no much value at all, but understanding that the dream and the feel has like a bit more part to it, but then there's nothing to do as such, just to understand how this happens, and liberation comes automatically, isn't it?
Yes, Thelwan Sarnai. There is heavy rain here. Is my sound clear enough?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Yesterday, actually, uh, as you said, the Aryan Mahansa sort of came, joined very at the very correct point, and then explained some of the things that we were trying to sort of find words to explain it. And you remember that he asked you, who are you? Dr. Kokila, who are you? And today morning, I don't know whether you were able to listen to that discussion, 5 o'clock discussion. The latter part he joined, and for about 1 hour, he spoke on the same topic. It was an amazing explanation, actually. Again, the same thing. He asked, "Who are you?" So, is it your body or is it your mind? He very nicely explained the things level by level, going deeper and deeper. he started actually asking, is your body you? So when you talk about the body, what he said was, now, this is my hand. We would say, this is my hand. This is my head. So it's not me, but it is mine. So same, it's more or less similar to a part of the world. This is my car, or this is my house, this is my plate. It's similar to that. You are, if you consider this body as you, then you can't say it is mine. You have to say it's me. So that was how he explained about the concept of body uh, related to myself. So it's basically the physical body is a part of the world, or the this created so-called world in the mundane world, and it is the physical body is also part of that. Then you cannot say that this body is me. So that was the explanation that he gave on the physical body. Then you talk about the mind. Is your mind me or myself? Can you label your mind as me or myself? Again, what he explained was that if your mind or your thoughts are you, then you should be able to control them, and then uh, have only the pleasant thoughts and the pleasant things, and leave away with the unpleasant things. So there should be a way of controlling and then manipulating the way that you want. So then you can't say that the mind is also you. So that was the way that he said in relation to the mind and the body. And then he went into the next level. Then how does the mind formed, or how is the thoughts formed? And then he explained about the sensor levels, again going into very sort of fine details, and how the sensors are functioning. And then the sensor function, if the sensor functions are not there, there won't be a thought formation, and there is no mind there in that place. So when you go to the sensor level, the sensor functions are uh, sort of part of a process. And then further going deeper down, these are the facts actually you have been explaining over the last few days.
Sorry,
Then,
Dr. Sakuntala.
yes.
Is it okay if I leave the Zoom session for a minute? Is that okay?
Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
yes.
I'll join back again. Sorry.
Okay, it's okay. So then he went further down to the sensor levels, and then explained how the sensor functions occur. Uh, Sensor function means it is just the function. It doesn't mean that the physical part of the body. And then the sensor function indicate means that there is a fast vibration at that point, and that is the creation of the sensor organ or the sensor faculty. So when there is no vibration, there is no sensor faculty, or there is no function also. And then he explained how this uh, feeling of self-existence, or the how the how this feeling of existence of the world occurs. And at that point, he explained about this current, or the power which is created in each and every.
Good morning, everybody. Terumsanai, Anansa, Terumsanai, all Dhamma friends. So let's start our morning 1 hour Dhamma discourse. So let us begin with something very simple. Right now, what is actually here? There is seeing, there is hearing, there is these sensations happening, and also there may be thoughts appearing. But in this immediate experience, there is time. So we often feel I came from the past. I have a long history, and I am moving toward the future. I have so many goals to achieve. But if we look directly, can we experience the past right now, right at this moment? Instead, the past appears only as a thought, isn't it? Just a thought, a memory, just an image, a sound you heard. So what is this thought, this past memory? It feels like something real and solid, like it was there, it was really there when but when it appears, now, right now, when it appears, what is it actually? It is another thought happening right now. It can be an image, or a sound, or a taste, or smell, or any texture, thought. It's just a feeling, a thought in this present moment, right at this moment. So what we call past is actually a present moment thought. We didn't go to the past. Even our sensory organs didn't show us anything. It's just our mind consciousness telepathized the thought, and we called it past. The thought has color, sounds, taste, everything. So we call it past, but it is actually a present moment thought. Likewise, the future. Now let us look at the future. We imagine what will happen tomorrow, what will happen later, our goals, things we have to achieve. But again, what is this? It is an imagination, just a thought appearing now. Did we go to the future? No, we didn't go to the future. Did our eye or nose or any sensor faculty perceive anything, any color or anything in future? No, it didn't do that also. So what we call future, it is also imagination. a thought appearing right now. There's no future in it. It is just a thought right at this moment. From the thought we went to the future. But our sensory organs, our body, everything was right at this moment. But we think we are thinking about the future. We went to future. But it is a thought occurring right at this moment. And we are the ones who labeling it. This is a future thought. So both past and future exist only as thoughts in the present moment, in this right moment, in this moment, just thoughts. So if we remove this past and future or these memories and imaginations, those thoughts, what remains? Just this moment, this seeing, this hearing, this feeling, these different vibrations from different sense of faculties. There's no past, there's no future, only this present moment, only this present experience. Then why does it feel like we are moving through a time? Why does it feel like this time is real? Because, like we said, our mind consciousness always links, connects everything. Whether it's a sensor contact or whether it's a thought self, it always connects, weaving them together. So the life guys, each of those thoughts also has connected because those thoughts connect moments. It creates a story. The stronger the thoughts are, the more it feels realistic, real. So that moment, that thought creates this continuous story. It says this happened before, this is happening now, that will happen next in the future. Those things are also another thoughts. This existing feeling, this real feeling, that's also another power, another thought. And from that, a sense of time is created. So each moment of this experience appears, or this sense of contact appears and disappears, like a sound appears, then it disappears, then it's gone. A thought appears, then it's gone. A sensation appears and then it changes, it's gone. So everything, every sense of contact is constantly changing. But why does it feel continuous? Because our mind consciousness is used to connect these thoughts, moments It stitches them together like frames in a movie. Each frame is separate, but when it played quickly, it feels like one continuous scene, a movie. That's what happening. If we can slow it down, if we can see it through, it's just like a single frame in a movie. It's just a spark, just a single spark. But when it's happening so quickly, and there's a lot of sparks happening, these conditions make it a continuous scene, continuous movie. So our mind is constantly working, constantly doing something. It links thoughts, it links memories, events. The mind is constantly building a story. It takes this moment, connects to the previous moment, and predicts the next moment. But if we look carefully, those are just thoughts, only thoughts happening right at this moment, nothing else. Our senses, they work as usual, they didn't change, nothing happened. Just the mind consciousness playing. This linking, this connecting creates this continuity, this identity, this self, and this existing time. Whatever we feel is continuous, real, all are done, all are the illusion of the mind consciousness. Like we said, from this process, a larger story appears. There is this self born, a thought of self. Now it doesn't say as a single thought. Now it has become, it has an owner. Now it says my life, a past, a future, a journey. Now it belongs to someone. It's this self who belongs, who was existed, who is existing throughout those time periods. But if you observe closely, the story is built from just only thoughts. And those thoughts are also appearing right at this moment, right now. They appear and disappear. They don't stay. So when we say the time is just a thought at this moment, well, it's easy to say, it's easy to, but when it comes to reality, practicality, there is this emotional weight of the time as well. So that's why it's hard to experience it. Time is not just an idea, just a thought. It carries emotions, powerful thoughts, regrets about past, anxiety about future, hope, fear, expectations, achievements. Those emotions, those thoughts has way more power. So, like if you're thinking about past, for the first thought we get a strong thought, whether it's a sad or happy thought. So that's the ones that those are the thoughts that covers the past. All of these come from thoughts about time now. Whether it's a sad or happy or any thought, it is just occurring right now. Just a thought that occurred right at this moment. We think the past came to right this moment and we are experiencing the past. That's our ignorance. What really happened is it's just a fresh new thought occurred right at this moment, but it was telepathized. It was similar to that previous thoughts that occurred. That's why we think now we are using that previous thought itself. But this thought is a new thought, a fresh thought, right at this moment. So when we experience that past and future are just thoughts that occur right at this moment, something softens. Because we could never experience that past or future. It is just a thought right now. So we are less pulled into regret, less pulled into worry. Because we see nothing happens right now. They are not happening right now. It's just a new thought right now. This new thought doesn't have anything. Our illusion, our ignorance is the one who labels that it's the past, but it's not past. It is a thought right at this moment. Once we experience it, once we see it ourselves, we stop starting to react to those thoughts because we know this thought is a new thought, not the past, not the future. A thought that arose right at this moment and ceased. Once we get to know this illusion, we stop worrying to that because now we see the illusion as the illusion. We see the past. This is not the past. This is a future. This is not the future. This is a thought that occurred right at this moment. You have to see it yourself. You have to experience it yourself, actually. Unless till then, you have to try it. It's not easy to escape from the illusion we are trapped in. Let's come to something deeper. Time. So we use time in practical ways. There are clocks, schedules, plannings. It is necessary for day-to-day activities, for communication. But this belief in the time, this time is real, this psychological time is different. It is I should have, I will become, I was better before. This creates this suffering. So, like always, the mind wants to continue. It's looking for something to cling into, so it can continue. The mind wants to feel continuous, which make it stable, which make it permanent, which make the illusion realistic. So it holds on to those past thoughts, identities, the self, and those stories. But if we live in this moment, reality is constantly changing. But if we allow each thought to be complete, not not extended into a story like past or future, just this moment, then the next moment, then the next moment, without the weight of the past and future, each moment feels fresh, new, alive, not defined by what came before, not defined by thoughts. When we stop carrying the past, mentally actually, because we don't carry past physically, we can't see the past, we can hear the past. It's just the mind consciousness, it's just the powerful thoughts. What we call past is in thoughts, nowhere else to be found. So when we stop carrying the thoughts and stop projecting them in the future, a lot of mental burden will disappear. Because most of that burden was created by thought in the first place. What we call past, what we call future, they are just thoughts. Thoughts that occurred right at this moment. And that thought also not something real. Thought is also something constructed. It's just power. So why are we suffering for something that is not even real? Something constructed, something that is not even existing, something that sparked and vanished. When we stop clinging to those past and future, our life becomes simple, not empty, but clear, direct, immediate. Let us slow down again, not to think, but to notice very quietly. All our lives, we have felt something very certain, that there is a world out there, and I am here inside this body, experiencing it. Well, this feels natural, it feels obvious, almost unquestionable. But now, let us not assume, let us look. What is actually present right now, without using previous thoughts like past thoughts or memory, or without using this imagination or future thoughts, what is actually right at this moment. You can notice your senses are working. So there is this color, there is this sound, and there is this different sensations in your skin, your tongue, and you get different smells, fragrances. Not only that, but also there may be thoughts appearing and disappearing. Right at this moment, right at this moment, that is all. That is all what is happening. So, what we call the world, the outside world, is actually a collection of experiences, seeing happening, hearing happening, feeling happening. But the world is not there in that seeing, in that hearing, in that feeling. The world is not experienced outside of this. It is experienced as this. Now notice something subtle. When you see something, the mind automatically says that is over there. It is outside. But how do we know that? What is actually saying? We only see color, a shape, light, immediate. But there is this idea of distance. Will it added afterward? But where is this distance in that flat image? As children, we learn to interpret depth. We learn small size far, large size near, blur, distance. But these are interpretations, not direct experience. So what appears in vision is not truly far or near. It is simply appearing. A flat image, a bunch of colors. There's no distance. There's no far in that. We are the one who interpreting that colors, that that image as the 3D world. We are in the sense of the mind consciousness. That's how the mind consciousness has used to it. So space, as we feel it, it is constructed. The mind organizes visual signals, those colors, and creates the sense of depth, sense of distance, a sense of arrangement, a sense of world out there, a sense of 3D world. That is also done by the linking previous vision to this new vision. That's why we feel we are living in this continuous 3D world. The same goes with the sound. Let's take a sound. So a sound vibration appears. Immediately we feel it came from outside. But what is actually experienced? Only hearing, and that also created in our ear sensor faculty. But we immediately label it, feel it. It's like feeling. It's real. That it really came from outside. But what is actually experienced is just only hearing a sound wave, a sound vibration. It didn't say where it came from. The sound appears in hearing. We never leave hearing to verify its source. Outside is an assumption, a label, another thought. Same with the body. Now come to the body. A sensation appears. We say this is inside me. But again, what is actually experienced? Only a sensation, only a vibration, maybe a pressure, maybe a warmth, maybe a movement. But that label inside is added by thought. It's happening so fast. It is done by the mind conscious. And that is the illusion that created by the mind consciousness. Every time we just feel a vibration, just a sense of vibration, but our mind consciousness automatically gives, even it can interpret the place where it happened. It can interpret it. It's from outside or inside. So those things, those illusion is created by the mind consciousness. It's happening so fast, it's really hard to even notice. When like when immediately a sound comes, the mind consciousness says it's from outside. We don't even have time to notice that. That's how we are trapped in this illusion. Because we were in this illusion for a long time. So now it has become the reality. It feels real, it feels natural. So even without a second, we already think the sound is from outside. It's hard to see for us that this outside, this sound is from outside, is a thought added by the mind consciousness. Now we'll come back to the sense. Now look carefully. Where is the exact line, that separate line between this inside and outside? Can we find it? Or do we only find just a scene happening, just a hearing happening, just a feeling happening? So those experience, those sensor contacts, they have no clear boundaries. They are just simple vibrations. There's no edge where it says inside or outside. There's just continuous field of appearing and disappearing. Vision appears, sound appears, smell appears, taste appears, warmth appears, and they disappear at the same time. They appear and disappear. That's it. That vision didn't say anything else. It's just bunch of colors. That sound didn't say anything else. It's just a sound wave, a sound vibration. But our mind consciousness, mind divides this field. It says this is me, that is the world. This is inside, that is outside. These divisions are useful, but they are not the reality. They are created, constructed. They are thoughts added by the mind consciousness. Now we have so got used to it, so now we have used it for a long time. It has its own power. Now it feels real. There's this existing feeling power for those thoughts now. That's why it's hard to see through the reality, the truth, these thoughts, this mind. So before the mind divides, before the mind gives these thoughts, there's just simple experience, sense contact, vibrations. They are divided more and very simple. Like we said, there's this center. We always feel I am there. This existent feel, this self. We feel that I am at the center of everything. I am experiencing everything. I am doing everything. But can we find that center, that self? If we look, what's always there is sensations, thoughts, different perceptions. That's all. But there is no fixed center anywhere. Even the feeling that I am observing, I am seeing, I am hearing is itself a thought. Another thought like that outside exists. This I am doing it is also a thought, a powerful thought now that has realistic feel, realistic power for it. But if we look carefully with this, this sense of self is also a thought that appears and disappears. So even the observer, the self, this I-ness is part of the experience, part of mind consciousness, part of this illusion. It is not separate entity from it. It is the illusion itself. It is another thought created by mind consciousness. So now something becomes clear. There is no inside. There is no outside. There is no inside observing outside. There is no separate self watching the world. There is only simple sense contacts or experiences, sense vibrations appearing and disappearing. When this is seen properly, when this is experienced yourself, not by blindly believing what we are saying, but by experiencing itself, yourself, something becomes lighter. That strong division softens. The pressure of me versus world relaxes. Experiences feels more open. That clinginess, that burden that we have for each thought, whether it's for self or past or future, anything, any thought becomes lighter. Because now we know everything is just a thought. Thoughts are also not real, it's something constructed. So, why are we suffering for this illusion, for this something constructed? This is not something to force or something to believe, just something to gently observe again and again and get that confirmation yourself. Experience it yourself in simple moments. Even right now, you can do this quiet observation. Right now, just notice the sound appears. Where is it? Who is it? The sensation appears. Where is it? The thought appears. Where is it? Do they have clear boundaries? Do they have clear basements? Do they have clear owners? Or do they simply appear and disappear? When we stop dividing, what remains is very simple. Just this moment, appearing and changing, alive. So what do we discover? The world we experience is not separate from these experiences itself. Whether it's inside or outside, they are just created by our mind consciousness. They are just another thought. What is actually present is a continuous field of appearing and disappearing, of sense contact, seeing, hearing, feeling, smelling, tasting. And when this is seen clearly, and when this is experienced yourself, there is less separation, less tension, and a quiet sense of completeness. So let us come to the very end gently. No need to think more, no need to understand more. Just notice right now what is here. Right now, something is already here. Without effort, without trying, there is this awareness. Sounds are being heard, sensations are being felt, visions are there, taste, smells, life is there. It's already moving. Notice something very simple. You are not creating this moment. You are not creating the sounds. You are not creating the sensations. They are appearing on their own. Even thoughts appearing on their own. We cannot control any of those. And those are the only things that we have to experience whatever we call this world, this outside. But the mind has a habit. It keeps adding. It adds meaning. It adds owner. It adds story. It adds identity. Like I am this. This is happening to me. This is outside. This should be different. And through that, the moment becomes complicated. It becomes heavy all the time. For this whole time, what really happened was vision occurred, sounds occurred, taste occurred, fragrances occurred, thoughts occurred. But the rest, those complicated stories, those sense of self, those outside world, everything, everything is added by the mind consciousness. Everything is a thought. So what if nothing is added? Just for a moment, no story, no interpretation, no resistance, just what is here, just what is happening, or just what is appearing and disappearing. Then this experience becomes very simple. We don't have thoughts, we don't get any heavy thoughts like a suffering for it. We get thoughts, but we know those thoughts are not real, they are constructed. And we cannot stop that. We cannot stop thoughts. We cannot stop the mind sensor because we never owned it. It happening. It's occurring like other sensors, like the eye, like the ear. The mind is also generating thoughts. We don't own them. Whether there is this me, this self or not, the system is still working. This self is added by thought, by mind consciousness. So when we start to live in that simple experience, right at this moment, that experience becomes very simple itself. A sound is just a sound. A sensation is just a sensation. A thought is just a thought, nothing more. There's no need to control anything. There's no need to hold on to what feels pleasant. There's no need to push away what feels unpleasant. Everything is allowed to come and go naturally, like waves. Every experience, every sensor contact is like a wave. Thoughts are like waves. They rise and fade. Thoughts appears and then disappears. Nothing stays and nothing needs to stay. Behind all this movement, there's somewhere, there's something very quiet. Not something you create, but something that is already there. A kind of stillness, a kind of openness. You don't have to reach it because it is here. When I stop trying to change what is, when you stop trying to change thoughts, affected by thoughts, the mind often feels something is missing. Or the mind always needs something. I need something more. But if you look carefully in this moment, is there anything actually missing? Or is that just another thought? So for just this moment, let everything be exactly as it is. Sounds, thoughts, sensations, visions, any of them. They come and go. No interference. Let the mind settle on its own, like water becomes still. When it is not disturbed, no force, no control, just a natural settling. So there is nothing to achieve here, nothing to become, nothing to fix, nothing to lose, or nothing to gain. Only this moment, already complete, already happening. So when nothing is added and nothing is resisted, what remains is already enough. You have awakened to the moment with that. You are living in this moment. No suffering, no burden, just living like a system that is working. The camera is working, the eyes, the ear working, taste, tongue working, smell, nose working, skin working. There's no suffering. So we'll end our Dhamma discourse for today. There was Sunday, everybody.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Vahanse at his feet. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse. May all of you who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. And may our friends who are helping with the background work be blessed by Triple Gem. So here we are starting another session of our Buddothpada POTV channel, which is a part of this 24-hour English program of the Buddothpada teaching. And you can listen to sermons done by different Dhamma friends at your convenience, depending on the time which is convenient to you. And this is particularly for the English speaking community who has a difficulty in understanding Sinhala language. Buddothpada Vahanse, or our noble friend or our teacher, has been studying the Lord Buddha's teachings, which happened nearly 2,600 years ago. He studied, he investigated, he researched himself. He read quite a lot of books, and then he followed many monks also who are in the present time. And the final analysis, he could do it himself. So that is what you and me are listening to now. These teachings are actually quite nicely correlated with whatever the scientific findings. But of course, I must say that science is well behind still, because science is based on the material world. And the scientists are trying to find out more and more new things in the material world. They are trying to find more planets, trying to find the extreme corners of the galaxy. They are trying to find the end of the galaxies, how the planets are behaving, whether there are planets where there are lives are there. They are trying so many things. These are all related to the material world. So Lord Buddha said that there are certain subjects which are not uh, not not suitable to explore, or not within the limits of the human mind. So there are, in other words, there are many subjects or many areas which can be understood only at the level of the wiseness of a Lord Buddha. That mental state is something unexplainable for us, and we cannot imagine that level of wiseness. And with that wiseness or jnana, these understandings have come up. But Lord Buddha said that some of the subjects, one is actually about the space and the galaxy. Do not try to explore and do not try to think about it, because you cannot
come to any conclusions. You cannot think of those things, and then you will really feel mad. That was a word that he used. Trying to find what is the end of the galaxy and where is it, how is it behaving. Those things will really make a person mad, simply because you can't understand that subject. So, actually, in other words, it is the material world. That is what the scientists are trying to do. And what Lord Buddha said was that galaxy or space or world or whatever it is, always a creation of the mind, limited to the capacity of the senses. So even if the scientists are trying to find more and more advanced telescopes to see the furthest end of this space, whatever is whatever the information gathered by the telescope has to filter through the capacity of the human eye. So you and me, the eye itself has a particular capacity of creating something. So whatever the wavelength which is there outside, the eye is capable of matching to only a certain level of wavelengths. In other words, whatever the vibration occurs in the human eye will tally to whatever the suitable waves which is there outside. So that's all you can see actually. And Lord Buddha said that to one of the hermits. In some books is explained as a god. In some books it is explained as a hermit who had superpowers and he wanted to see the end of the world. I think what he meant was end of the space. And Lord Buddha said, his name was Rohitassa. I'm sure you may have heard this story earlier also. What Lord Buddha said was that Rohitassa, you can't find the world by walking. You can find the world within you, in your mind. And without finding the world, you can't end up this samsara journey also. So there are three corners in this triangle. You have to find the world also, but finding the world is not possible by means of walking or maybe whatever the method of transport, but it's found within yourself. Within yourself doesn't mean that physical body. It means that from this system, that is what Lord Buddha was meaning. Because there is no self inside this body. And also Lord Buddha explained how the ordinary person ties up the self and the body. Either he might think that the self is inside the body, or they might think that the self is the body, or they might think that self is outside the body, or self is in association with the body. So there are different ways that people assume. That is, they are all perceptions actually. The self and body, the self perception or self feel and the body always has been going hand in hand after the radiant mind level. And during the radiant mind level, that perception is not there. But thereafter, little by little, the tying up of this self-perception to this body becomes more and more stronger. So with each perception related to the body, and each perception, each self-perception always goes hand in hand. So always it is something related to the body. That is a very first impression. So there is something to do with body, self. Self is actually not the thought either, because self is also a thought. So self is a feel actually. Self is a feel. Now self perception is something that the system feels. But when it comes as a thought, it becomes myself. So the word given to that feel of being alive is called myself, the thought of myself. See, now in day-to-day activities, everything is related to this myself thought, isn't it? You don't need to tell the word myself all the time, but always automatically that myself tag is attached to each and every thought. In other words, whatever is seen, whatever is heard, whatever is felt as a taste, smell, and the body feel, they all have that thought called myself. It's not obvious from outside, but automatically it gives the impression that I am seeing, I am hearing, I am feeling this taste, smell, and the skin sensation. So that is what you have to undo, because it's a real mess. We do not realize that we are in a mess actually. We are happy inside that mess. We think that as a part of the life, we experience happiness, sadness, and all sorts of other uh, anger or whatever the emotions that you are having. We think that those are part and parcel of the life, and we expect those from the outside world. In other words, the happiness, sadness, and attachment, all sorts of things are expected from outside world, from the things and from the people around you. So this is our own world, isn't it? The individual person has his own world. We feel that our world is large. Each person feels that I have a large world, and that, which means all the family members, the properties, what you own, your workplace, friends, enemies, all of them come in that world. But compared to the whole thing, your world is such a just a dot only. But we feel that my world is the largest one. Most important thing is my things, my family, my job, my income, my property. They are the most important things. In other words, there is a huge abhisankarana of thoughts. Abhisankarana means volitional thoughts, volitional formation. All the thoughts are empowered. All the thoughts are fortified, strong, taken as true. So that is why you feel that your world is the most important thing. Your mind bubble is the most important thing, because those perceptions have been coming again and again and again, and they are very strong and steady and permanent ones for you now. So taking few examples, like if you are if you talk about your house, and if some small damage occurs to the house, how shaken will you be? Say during this tsunami, there was very bad strong winds, and the rain occurred in many parts of the country, and you may have had a damage by
a tree branch falling onto your roof. So you are really shaken, isn't it? The roof has been damaged, and then I have to get somebody to repair. This is my home, this is where my family is living, and I spent so much of money to build up this house, and this is going to give us a shelter for the next as long as we live. And this house will be inherited by my son, so most probably they will be living in this house. So those are all part of your mind bubble, isn't it? From the day that the foundation stone was placed to build the house, maybe before that, from the day that you got the plan drawn to build the house, and until now, so many perceptions have been collected. Sorry. And those perceptions are not actually stored anywhere. But as Dr. Kokila usually says, it's like in the iCloud. You can take it at any time. But it's not obviously seen from outside. But at any time you can take it out. Just within a matter of fraction of a second, you can get whatever the perception you want. That is the nature of the mind. And you are so worried because your home, your house is a very strong concept, a strong form in your mind. And even the little bit of damage will shake you. And then the thoughts will come up. Yeah, so you will take whatever the steps necessary. That is because you want to get it back to the normal, normal level as soon as possible. You want to get it into the best possible level. You might go into extra lengths to spend extra amounts and get it repaired in the best possible way. So that is because your house is a thing for you. Your house is a real and very valuable thing that you want to maintain. That is the level of the sensual world. So that is a sensual level, and then that is in Sinhala, it's Kama Bhumiya. And in Pali also the same word is used. So Kama Bhumiya or sensual world means you have it, it's real to you, and you want to maintain and you like it. So even things like right now when I say your home, you had a vibration of the ear, and that vibration became equal to a previous vibration, which was a previous thought. Thought, what is a thought? My house. So right now there was a vibration of the ear, and vibration of that ear due to the fast speed. You felt as if there is a sound, and that sound or that fast vibration synchronized with another vibration which happened at some point, and that vibration which was originally was something very simple, but with repeated perceptions, now it's a very strong perception, and it has all the components right from the time that you started building the house up to the present level. So my house is a big thing to you. It's something which has a great value. And if something happens, there's a huge impact on you. What is that? That is myself.
That is a current you feel. Now, when I talk about the house, when I say your house, you get a picture instantly, isn't it? Picture with all sorts of views of the house, inside, outside, and the texture also when you touch it. Of course, obviously it is firm. And then all the perceptions related to the house. Of course, the taste is not related, but the sound is there. When I say the house, the word is also a part of that. And instantly it pops up, or suddenly it arises in your mind a complete picture of your house. And now that damage has occurred. That is another perception. And then this is followed by so many other thoughts, isn't it, in the mind? Must get it repaired quickly. I'm lucky that no major damage occurred. And I'm lucky that the tree didn't fall right to the main part of the house. It's only in one corner. So these are a perception of relief, perception of sadness, and a perception of relief around that because the damage is minimal. So, in other words, the house is a thing for you, isn't it? You do not realize that this is created just now with the sound. The sound. And that is a past thought, a past collection of thoughts, past collection of perceptions was reproduced instantly here. And if you do not recognize this pattern, you have this real house and it has been damaged and you are devastated. So there is a self. What is this self? What did you interpret as self? That fire of house becoming real to you. Now this house is real to you, isn't it? So the house becoming real, that feel, that heaviness is yourself. And on top of that, the heaviness becomes stronger. That means the self-perception or the self-view becomes stronger because now there's added fire due to the damage to the house. So having the house itself is a burden. Having the house as a thing itself is a fire. Liking and the need to maintain that house simply is a fire. That is yourself. And now that current, that fire has become much stronger because some damage has occurred to the house. Now you can see that the myself, the fire called myself, or the current called myself, has got worse. So imagine somebody else's house, maybe the adjacent village, or a house that you pass by when you are going for work. You see that house has been badly damaged. Now again, that is a picture, isn't it? Picture to the eye. That means a vibration to the eye. Because of the speed, the light is created, the shape is created, and that creation synchronized to the vibration of that shape called house. And now we say that, so the house. So when you see the house, what is the mind perception? This is the house that I am passing every day, or some damage has occurred, and people must be in very difficult situation. So you feel sad, yes, true. But do you have that much of fire which you had in relation to your house? No.
It's much less, isn't it? The degree of becoming a thing is much less in this house that you just pass by every day. You might use the words, it's pathetic. I feel sorry about them. And also you might feel that fire also, but it's a very mild fire, isn't it? So what I wanted to explain was that depending on the degree of becoming a thing, the self feeling or the self perception is also rising on this side. So regarding your own house, your self perception and self view was much stronger, and you felt that the fire was much stronger regarding your own house, even though the damage was more to that house that you see on your way to work. Even though the damage is much more, uh, you had a little bit of fire because you felt sorry about it, but the fire is much less. On the other hand, I'm talking about these people in the mundane world. So that house that you are passing every day, uh, you saw the damage, you felt sorry also. In both situations, a duality was there. The house was there outside and the person on this side. In both situations, you felt sad, so you felt sorry about that house also. Maybe even you might think, if I can do some help, I will inquire and see. But in both situations, the very clearly the duality was there. So it is form world and sensual world. Sensual world level is more strong when it comes to your house because that is where the most prominent craving or prominent attachment there. And you wanted to have it, you wanted to maintain. So it's very clearly the self-view is there in that level. But when you come to the other house, the level of attachment is much less. But still you feel that duality is very clear. So in both situations, the form world is there. And particularly when it comes to your own house, it's definitely the sensual world. The form world, uh, it's like not much important, not much focused also. You feel a kind of neutral. You feel some sadness, but you are not that much burning compared to your own house. So we are fluctuating very often. We are in the day-to-day life, we are fluctuating between the form world and the sensual world. Most of the time, I would say we are in the sensual world, but sometimes maybe we are in the form world. And now we will see how it is with a person who has understood this Dhamma, who has an inner transformation. The difference in that situation is that uh, in both situations, the person understands that it is just a system function. In both situations, it was the vibration of the I, and the vibration of the I, due to the fast vibration, creates something, and that creation became equal to another similar vibration, so that you saw the house in both situations. And you feel sad also. You feel unhappy. You feel, yes, it's more so if some damage occurs, you can't talk about the cravings and attachments. So mostly it is to the sad side. And also, in both situations, the system understands that that sad feeling is also
function of the sensor only. Because we know that the mind sensor is responsible for various types of emotions. So you can't get rid of the emotions as long as the other five senses are functioning, because it is an output of the mind sensor. So we know even the Lord Buddha had thoughts, and there are many instances where it indicates that he felt happy or sad, like that. And the five senses will function as long as the breathing is there. So there is no escape to the thoughts until the physical body comes to an end. So what is taught in this Dhamma is that you understand this mechanism and you tend to live with these thoughts in harmony. The system will live with the thoughts because you need the thoughts to live, isn't it? So the system will come into a peace agreement with the thoughts. So the thoughts are occurring and there is no fight, no great appreciation of the thought, no fight, not trying to chase away the thoughts because you have to live with it. Simply, that is the explanation. If you take take the thoughts as real and go behind that, or if you try to fight with your thoughts, or if you try to suppress the thoughts, that is the ignorance. That is because you do not understand the nature of the thoughts. So in Buddhist teaching, what we try to do is that to understand the thoughts and then try to be in harmony with them. No judgments. Because when you keep your eyes opened, things that you like or things that you don't like will vibrate. Can you screen the things that you want to see and then get rid of the things that you don't like to see? No, you can't. So that aspect is easily understood actually. Even the hearing now, unless you use some earplugs or something and then try to do some sort of active thing to cover your ears, which is similar to a non-functioning organ. Otherwise, if the ear is functioning, you can't screen the sounds that you like and allow it to be heard and get rid of the irritating, unpleasant sounds without being heard. No. All the organs are like that. All five organs are like that. You can have a sort of temporary blockade of the organ by tightly closing the nose to avoid a bad smell, by washing your mouth if you have tasted something bitter, and covering your body completely to avoid the cold feeling, so you can take some temporary measures. But that's not something permanent, isn't it? Just for that time fraction, that just for that instance, you might be able to do that temporary blockade. But as a matter of fact, we know as long as those sensors are functioning, as long as organs are functioning, you can't block and select the stimuli that you want. Now, this fact is equally applied to the mind, which we don't get convinced very often. I mean, any person will clearly understand, oh yes, I mean, if the eyes are open, you will see everything. everything within that limits of that capacity of the eye. So there might be an enemy who is coming in front of you, a person whom you don't like at all, and you can't stop seeing him, isn't it? So like that. But think about the mind now. Mind is the product of the five senses. So if the five senses are just creations, they are fake, they are illusions created just now, and those creations will combine together to form the thought, which is another creation or another illusion. So then the thought can't be true, isn't it? If the raw materials which were used to make the thought are fake ones, then your thought can't be an original one. The thought is also fake. So when the thoughts are formed, that means thought is formed means that is a function of the mind sensor. So mind sensor is also functioning as a separate sensor. That is where you say that I was thinking, I could remember, I was thinking about those things. So you use those phrases to explain the function of the mind sensor. Now, mind sensor also, as I said, as I mentioned earlier about the other five senses, mind sensor also there's no control. It is a part of the system. So think about a sad thought or an angry thought. This is a part of the process, isn't it? The thoughts are formed. They are like instant sparks. One thought is something like an instant spark, and series of sparks will give rise to a light, a ray of light which looks real. This is what happens in lightning. You don't see that single dot. The collection of dots will give rise to a line drawn in the sky, isn't it? And that gives a big light also to the area. Similarly, any thought is like that. It's not one fraction. The collection of fractions occurring at a high speed gives rise to a thought, a full thought. So again, the thought looks real because of the speed. Now, what you see around you, just look at them. They are all thoughts. They are all names given. Each name means a thought. So you can look around. You will find that all are names around you. So similarly, when you just keep your eyes closed, and then maybe you are not concentrating on anything else, but you are focusing on the thought. Now the thoughts are coming. As I said, thought is always a reproduction of a previous thought. Now, the thoughts which are sometimes troublesome, there may be sad thoughts following a sad incident, or there may be an angry thought following a situation, an incident, or stimulus which was very provoking. So, such thoughts, when you do not realize that it is just a part of a process, automatically a value is added. It's felt more strongly as true. I mean, now a thought about brushing your teeth, washing your face, waking up in the morning, walking from room to room, having your breakfast. Those are just part and parcel of everyday activities, isn't it? They are all a flow of thoughts. Now, will they be coming again and again and bothering you? No. I mean, you do not, that there's no value added to those thoughts. So they are just thoughts at that time, no value at all. They do not become a thing. Each of those thoughts which doesn't become a thing, there is no self also. Now, right now, when I tell you about the brushing your teeth and washing your face, combing the hair, having the breakfast, those things, when I tell you, you will remember those as incidents. But it wasn't something worthy, isn't it? There was no value added to those. So therefore, you can say that there was no fire, no burn at all with those activities. They are all action minds. Action is taking place. Senses are alternatively taking place, and some action is taking place according to a mental picture that you had. Now, for example, brushing the teeth is a mental picture. That is something which was perceived stage wise from the small age, isn't it? As a child, you had know what is meant by brushing. You may have observed your parents doing it. So that was a perception of the eye. And later on, uh, especially when the teeth are erupting, you are trained for that habit of brushing teeth, isn't it? So stepwise, your parents will introduce the brush. You feel the hardness of the brush. You see it as a shape, and you are given the sound. This is the brush, this is the toothpaste, and this is brushing. And then you feel it when the feeling of the bristles of the toothbrush, and you hear the sound of brushing to your as a vibration of the ears. Now there's a complete picture, isn't it? After brushing, mother will say, spit it out. Don't swallow, because children often swallow the toothpaste. So mother will say, don't swallow it. No, no, it's not good. Spit it out. Now you learn that also. And now you wash your brush and wash your mouth. Now your teeth are clean. Now those are the perceptions that are added, isn't it? Little by little, now the child gets this mental picture. What is meant by brushing? How is it done? The sensor series are functioning, and it has to be done to stop teeth from decaying. And not only that, sometimes a parent might say, that grandma has lost all her teeth because she didn't brush properly. Remember, I'm sure you may have been shown by your, especially when you are reluctant to brush your teeth. Those are the perceptions that you received. Now see around that mental picture of brushing the teeth, you have got so many other perceptions around. If you do not brush your teeth, you will have to go and extract them. And also, not only that, in our country, they say there are worms. That is what I mean, as small children also, we thought that there are worms who are digging into the teeth, which causes severe pain. And only later we knew that it is due to some bacterial infection. So you have got so much of perceptions around this act called brushing the teeth. And now it's a complete mental picture. And you have this mental picture about brushing the teeth. And do you have to think of each step separately? No. Now it occurs as an act, isn't it? It's an action mind, which means that mental picture. And automatically, you do not have to sort of think each step. Now you take toothpaste. Now you identify the brush. Now you actually, this is how we were presenting at this 4 levels of contemplation that Avaran Hanse was teaching us. That is as a practice, that is to gain the knowledge how it is done. But now now that you know how it is happening, so you don't need active thinking. You don't need passive thinking either there. Automatically the action will occur, isn't it? And you automatically, in a subtle way, you remember which teeth were brushed and which part wasn't brushed even. So this is a mental picture coming into action. So that action or that thought was never given a value. There was no fire underneath, isn't it? No fire means there's no strong self also there. So you do so many activities during the daytime without the fire. That is something that we do not understand. Lord Buddha said that you are sitting on the nirvana. You are sitting on it without realizing. What does it mean? Wherever there is no self, that means it's an instant, a fraction of second, where the selflessness is experienced. So selflessness is not yet another vibration. When there is no vibration, when there is vibration, always it is a world. It's a part of the world. When there is no vibration, that is the nirvana. So this is a balance between the two, actually, vibration and the non-vibration. And it's experienced time to time. But remember, this is applicable only to the person who has a good understanding, a complete clear understanding about the darshana. A person who is unconsciously doing these things with his mind wandering away somewhere is not the kriyasita or the action mind. A person who is glued to the TV will finish brushing his teeth or will finish his plate of rice while watching the cricket match. That is not a point where there is no self. So the important thing is that quite a significant number of actions are taking place with no burn, with no fire underneath. So those places, that means there is no self. But whatever the action you are doing, whatever the thought that is coming up, if that thought becomes real, if that thought becomes something with fire, that is where you are. So taking these thoughts, as I said, about brushing your teeth or taking the breakfast, you will not even remember. You don't feel that it is significant even. Another example is that you are traveling in a vehicle. You will be passing so many things, so many, you can't even remember whether you have passed them. You will be passing so many people, trees, buildings, houses, vehicles. So many things will be passed. If somebody asks you, did you pass this? Or maybe, yes, I did notice. So you didn't have, there was no fire regarding those stimuli. But all of a sudden, you pass somebody who has the shape of one of your friends. Ah, yes, I think it was she who was there by the side of the road. Can I stop and see? Now what happened? You have been passing all those things which didn't look like significant, which were not focused on. Now some focusing occurred to a figure which was by the side of the road and recognized, and that figure became a thing to you, isn't it? That is wherever, whatever becomes a thing, in this thinking process. That is where the self is. That quick flash of light or that quick flash of fire that you felt as my friend standing by the side of the road is yourself. So try to understand this feel, because Buddhism is mostly going along this field level. When you have loads and loads of thoughts, this field is not visible. Field is the one that Aryan Mahasi always tells us to uh, find within the system. When you have so many thoughts, we call them in Pali Manyanava, where lines and lines of thoughts are connected. So it is a messy thing, a mess of thoughts. So we go back to this angry or the sad thought. Now that thought has become a thing to you. You feel the feel is some heaviness, isn't it? The heaviness or some form of darkness, some form of discomfort is felt. So that is the heavy feeling. And that heavy feeling indicates that it is an important stimulus. It is a significant stimulus to your system, to the system. Becoming a thing means a value has been added. It has become something worthy. Worthy doesn't mean that only the happy things. Worthy means the whatever is heavy. So whether it is a happy craving attachment, a happiness craving attachment, or whether it is sadness, anger, hatred, all those are same current. And it's given different names depending on the stimulus, but when you feel it, the feel is the same. The original current is the same. So this sort of thoughts, when it is given a weight, when it becomes a worthy thing, when it gets a value, we say that that thought has been volitionally formed. Volitional formation or abhisankarane means empowering of that thought. So the thought is real now. The incident is real now. The scolding or the argument you had or the confrontation you had is real now. That surprise visit of your daughter after so many years is real now. That incident is real now. You do not recognize it simply a set of sensors function. Now compare such a situation with your brushing your teeth. Now brushing your teeth again, the sensors were functioning, eyes were functioning, ears were functioning, the body feel was functioning, and maybe the taste of the toothpaste, the tongue also was functioning, and the smell of the toothpaste, the nose also was functioning. So all five were functioning, but no value was given to that thought, isn't it? But the thought was formed in the same way, very same way. But now, say your daughter is coming after a few years being abroad and coming home as a surprise. Nowadays, we hear many instances where children come home unannounced to give a surprise to the parents. So your daughter, after so many years, appears at the doorstep saying that mom comes and hugs you. Is there a difference of that incident from the brushing of the teeth? Again, your eyes were functioning, ears were functioning, and the body sensor was functioning, and maybe the smell was functioning because if she was using a particular perfume or something. So that again, there were four sensors were functioning, and the mind sensor was functioning to indicate my daughter has come. So that is the description of the mind sensor, isn't it? Each and every sensor is followed by the mind sensor. The eye shape recognized as my daughter, sound recognized as my daughter's voice, and the skin sensation felt as my daughter's touching, and the smell felt as my daughter's perfume. And now the mental picture completed. Daughter came home. And the other one mental picture is brushing the teeth. So you can recognize the difference in the two thoughts, isn't it? This thought brought up a fire within you, and that fire you call happiness, overwhelming happiness. And that thought, because the overwhelming happiness or that current is strong, that sort of a thoughts are likely to recur again. So time to time, even after she went, this thought will come up. How she appeared at the doorstep as a surprise, how she came and hugged you, and how those happy words were exchanged, and how you rushed to prepare a tasty meal for her. So all these was consequences, the sequence of that initial thought, isn't it? But because that thought was given a value, because that thought was given because it created a current, we call it that an empowered kind of a thought, a fortified thought, or abhisankarane. Abhisankarane has happened because the current created there was high. Current created high means they are the yourself. That current is yourself. So the yourself has come up significantly. And this sort of a thought which had this abhisankarane or this empowering, will recur again and again. Each time you get that blare of happiness again, which is again the myself. Every time when this happiness, that current comes up, that is where you are. So be skillful to identify that current. That is where yourself is. Are you worried about such thoughts coming up again and again? No, because of the ignorance. You think that the happy thoughts are okay to come up again and again, isn't it? The happy thoughts are welcomed. It's okay. I'm still thinking about my daughter who came as a surprise. Now I feel sad that she's gone. Hope she will come again in the next year also. Isn't that what the sequence of thoughts are? And living in that drama, living in that episode of the drama is very much welcomed. System doesn't feel that it is a trouble. But we can take another example about a situation where a family member, a close family member, tells you a big lie to cover up something. Now, I'm taking the family member because that is the closest thing that will hit you hard, not about something happened between you and an outsider. So you are told a big lie, and again, what happened? Something similar to the daughter's arrival, something similar to the brushing of the teeth, isn't it? Again, the senses were functioning. So there may have been the vibration of the eye, vibration of the ears. If there was anything to do with touching, then your body sense also will be functioning. And then the mind sense is the one which is created, which gives a description